What is going on, y'all? We are live. Kanto Conversations Podcast. I'm solo hosting right now. I don't know where Rob is. Something with a dog and his fiance. Whatever, man. It's fine because we upgraded. We got Colson in the house. How we doing, brother?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. We're just good day.
Gonna have a lot of fun tonight. So appreciate. We got Highly Blessed in the chat. We got Pokioki. LOL. We got Kanto Shark. So good to see y'all. We're just gonna chop it up tonight. No specific agenda. I got a couple of things we want to chat about, but yeah, man, thanks for coming on. We appreciate you taking the time. So,
of course, bro. I've been wanted to talk to y'all for a little bit because we all like a lot of the similar things on both sides of the TCGs we like, and that was great hanging with y'all in Denver. That was a blast. It was cool. It was really cool.
It was pretty amazing to meet a community that you only know online, really, and have them all be as good or better than expected.
I know, right?
It was wild. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what was definitely one of my favorite weekends ever, for sure.
Are you planning on going to Orlando or doing any more of them next year?
Yeah, I'm planning to go to Orlando.
Hell yeah.
So a lot of my friends in the hobby live in down there in Florida, so nice. I would love to spend a week there and maybe spend some more time in Miami before. That'd be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Hopefully they confirm those dates soon so we can lock.
I know.
It's the same. If it's those dates, it's February break, which is a winter break in upstate New York and some of the Northeast, and everyone wants to go to Florida that week. So it's where are you? You're out west, right?
Yeah. So I'm an hour and a half north of Seattle. I'm 20 minutes away from the border. Yeah, so I'm way up northwest. Yeah.
Also close to the border, but just way over here. So that's
fun. Yeah. It's cool. There's not where I live. There's not a ton of collector stuff. We have a couple LGSs in our city, but they're not I don't know. They're okay. There was never when I was a kid, there wasn't really much opportunity to go to a store and play the game or meet people. So because the only thing I had was pretty much Target to get packs and then play with my friends. So, but it's nice up here. It's gorgeous.
Oh, yeah, dude. That's an awesome part of the country for sure.
Yeah.
So in that vein, maybe taking a step back, kind of what's your for the chat and people that don't know you, they should. But what's kind of your background with the hobby? What era did you grow up in? How did you interact with Pokemon and kind of some of your IPs? We can start talking about some of that.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna not try and make this a 20-minute thing because it's the hobby is kind of I don't know. Pokemon has just been my life for ever, to be honest. So yeah, when I was 4 or 5, I remember I was watching Cartoon Network on a Saturday morning or something, and it was a Pokemon battle. It was Ash versus May, Blaziken versus Sceptile, final episode of the Ruby and Sapphire show, or it was Advanced. That's what it was called, and I was oh, this looks sick. And then somehow I figured out there were packs at Target, so I was Mom, can we go to Target? Stuff looks pretty cool. And yeah, I got it was some Diamond and Pearl collector's box or something, because this was when it was 2007 2008, those are the years. And then I got the box and I opened it, and I specifically remember my dad saying, this isn't something we're going to spend a lot of money on. That's one of my earliest memories of words or a phrase from somebody. And I literally, it was the only thing I wanted. Like every day after school, my mom would pick me up. I'd be like, "Can we go to Target? Can we go to Target?" Yeah, I've just been obsessed ever since I got into the games. I pretty much played all the way through like Diamond and Pearl, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black and White. Loved all the cards and games there. And then I took a little break because I got some cards stolen at a summer camp, and I was like, I don't like this anymore, which was kind of hard. It was terrible. It's terrible when like you get your stuff stolen, like especially as a kid, like cars that you've loved for years too. Like, oh, that one hurt. But yeah, so I took a break, came back though with X and Y, and then pretty much hung out the whole era. And then like the Pokemon Go thing happened. I was in like middle school when all that went down, so I kind of I got to see that firsthand. It was cool. There was so much demand for Pokemon. I was so happy because it was like I saw all my friends playing Pokemon Go. Everyone was talking about it. And I was just like, bro, I've been here. I've been on this Pokemon stuff for so long. All of y'all had left. Like, I would literally just stuck with it. I, like, barely had anyone to talk to. Like, YouTube was kind of my outlet for it. And that's, like, I was literally watching the Unlisted Leafs and the Leonhards in 2015, 2016, before when they only had, like, a couple thousand subs or whatever. Like, yeah, like, I don't know how I came across them, but they've built up the hobby, like really. I don't know how I would have like engaged if I didn't have them creating content. So that was, I'm appreciative of them for that. And then Sun and Moon came out, and then I hated Rainbow Rares. Sun and Moon boxes were mapped, so everybody was selling because I wasn't like buying booster boxes. Like I was 13, like I couldn't afford this stuff. So I would just like buy packs here and there. So it's like when Sun and Moon came out, all sellers would do is sell these packs because the boxes were mapped, and they could pick out every 3 packs where the hit was and then dump the 24 rest of the packs onto the market. So it kind of just ruined it for me. And obviously they stopped right after, but I had already dipped. And then and then Logan Paul came back 3 years later, and I hopped back in. So, yeah, and I'm so mad that I left at that time, like the Sun and Moon time, because that was like when I was really starting to get into it. Like I was getting into mid-era packs. I was opening like Diamond and Pearl packs for like $3. Call of Legends like $3, super cheap. Packs like Call of Legends like what, like a $250 pack now. Like that was in like 2016. Like they just had them on Amazon. Nobody wanted. So that's kind of like my backstory, basically. And then 2020, I just found everybody. I found you, found like Jake, Dan, Squeaks, like all these guys, like ZNG, and I was so lucky to come in with like already so much knowledge. Like I remember days in middle school where I would literally go on the Pokemon website and scroll through set lists and just like memorize all the set lists and just like really get into it. Yeah. Which is like, I was such a weirdo. I was such a weirdo for like how young I was and doing stuff like that like I came back and did again. And I was like, oh my gosh, I remember all of these cards. Like I was really there when it was all coming out. So yeah, but I can't say like I do regret leaving, but I'm really happy to what I like came back to and how much bigger the hobby is now and how much more fun it is. How many people I've been able to meet through it. Like it's really amazing. So
that's like the point, right? Like,
yeah,
you should be engaging with the hobby when and how you want to, right? Like, yes, we could have all been engaged from, the time we were kids and never left and never come back. And if we had stayed engaged the whole time, we would have amassed probably crazier collections than we ever could have thought of. And we would have just seen, Pokemon through everything, would have, taken in a lot of knowledge to utilize now. Right. But there's something to be said for like enjoying our hobbies, like kind of as life presented them to us, and when they like kind of, when they mattered and when it felt like right. So
Yeah.
it's like you can't really regret anything, because it's like, you engage with it how you wanted to, right? So that's awesome, man. We got Rob lurking in the chat, by the way. This is your podcast, bro. Unbelievable. Guy's full-time Pokemon can't even make his own podcast. Unbelievable. So speaking of full-time Pokemon, so you are full-time Pokemon now, right?
Yep.
So what, how were you able to make that jump, or what was like kind of the final straw, or what allowed you to do that, I guess? Maybe start there. I have a couple questions if you're open to it, kind of about how you do that. So
I'll go at it first from like a psychologically why, and then I'll go into like financially why. Like psychologically, life was just really getting to be too much with like full-time college student. At the time I was living with my girlfriend of 4 years. I had a part-time job at Target where I was pushing carts and like super just like constant labor. I would walk like 8 to 10 miles a day on my shifts, like just a lot of movement. It was tiring. And then this for like the rest of my free time, which obviously takes so much time. Like all of this takes a lot of time, especially with like how I do things and how I source things. It takes a lot of time. So it was just to the point where I'm like, I just feel like I'm underachieving in every area. Like my grades started slipping. My sleep was terrible. I had no desire to work, and Pokemon was the only thing that like kept me going. It was the only thing that like got me out of bed excited and got me out of bed. It was the one area that I was like excelling in and felt like, hey, this is like, I know I can do this, and I know I can do this well. And that's kind of what kept me going. So yeah, like towards the end of the summer, I decided I'm going to quit. I'm going to quit Target. And that I had basically been doing it like Target paid for my everyday monthly expenses, and Pokemon would just be reinvested back into the business, right? Very simple. Yeah, basics, right? My sleep is still terrible, but it's okay. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah.
The Target covered your basics.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah. So now it's like, I don't know. I'm starting to scale more. I'm starting to buy more. Like I have a lot more capital to work with. I kind of left at a great time to where things really started to heat up with the business.
Yeah. That was kind of like what I was curious about is like, so now that you've gotten there, like how, I don't know, how like, are you doing a lot of things that you think are, to like use hot like buzzwords, like leverageable, scalable, like repetitive? Are there a lot of those, or is it a lot of, to your point earlier, spending a lot of time in it and just identifying maybe deals that are conceptually the same, but they're not necessarily related, if that makes sense, right? It could be, an example would be like, you just do one of the same card over and over and over again, or kind of the same opportunity set or same era, or is it more a function of spending time and finding those, inefficiencies in this market?
That's a great question. For me, since I've been somebody who's been vastly interested in like every era of the TCG, every promo, like I know like a terrifying amount of like set numbers. Like when I look at a card and then like the set number pops in my head, just like a random card, I'm like, oh my God, I'm horrible. Like I am such a nerd, like super bad. So like that's just an example of like I go everywhere. So I've never really liked because I started as a collector, right? When I got back in, I was just buying with because I was living at home when I first started. I had a job while I was in my senior year, and I was just like, hey, I'm going to start buying all these cards to then grade with PSA whenever they open. This was like 2021 winter, spring, summer. No grading besides CGC, and I had already sent off like 100 card CGC sub with a bunch of random stuff. So I was just, buying Japanese stuff from Japan, and kind of hoarding it and like building out these sets of all my favorite cards from these mid-era holos, EXs, level X's, full arts, black and white, all this different stuff. Just kind of what I grew up with, because that's like my favorite, right? So once grading came around, it was like, holy shit, I got hundreds of cards here, and they're all minty, and they're all ready to be slabbed. And it's like, Bai at the time, or I guess just like Mercari and Yahoo, they were a lot less optimized at the time. There was a lot more disparity between Bai prices and eBay prices, and there still is, but the raw, I think like, the international buyers have definitely helped to push up the demand for earlier like generation raw stuff. But even in Japan, 100%, there's a lot more of a demand for raw cards in Japan. So a lot of these cards will get so expensive to where they're 9 prices for a mint raw, where it's a coin flip if it's a 9 or 10.
Yeah.
So it's harder to navigate this market now than it was before, but there's still plenty of opportunity. So to answer your question, how I do it is I usually make big lists of everything I'm targeting, and I go through and search for it. If I'm really like on it, I'll go through and search for it every day. I used to have 300 Google Chrome tabs kept up on my laptop, and I would refresh them every day, sometimes twice a day for newly listed. I don't really like making the play of I'm going to grade 5 to 10 of these for the reason that what I mainly transact in is very illiquid. It's like if I dumped 10 Japanese mid-era level X's onto eBay and I tried to sell that, I think I'm going to I told you this in Denver, I'm going to sell 10 different ones way better than 10 of the same one, because the market, there are going to be 2 or 3 people who are looking for this card right now, maybe, and they might come upon my listing, but they're not going to be 10 unless it's like a Charizard. Like if I had an Empoleon level X 10 in Japanese I graded, I wanted to sell it for 300 or 400. I'm not selling 10 of those very quickly. Hell no, there's no way. Like, and that's just the nature of that. Yeah, that's the nature of that era and that market right now. You just have to find the right buyers, and sometimes there's not enough of the right buyer when they already get it into their collection, right? So I try and go all over, and that's worked really well for me. Like having that conversation with you in Denver, it kind of clicked in my mind like what my model is, and it really was like specialization in specific like targets, like targeting specific cards to grade. Basically, that's the entire goal. It's not like a huge volume play. Like it's not like high risk if your cost basis is good, because you could just sell raw and like break even or lose a bit. So it's not really high risk, but it's like high risk in this. Yeah. It's like high risk in the sense if you hit a 9, you're breaking even, or you might make a bit, and a 10, you're going to make money. So that's like if you are confident in yourself and you're pre-grading, you're confident in the cards you're buying and the sellers that you're buying from, you can do really well. But at the same time, it's not for the faint of heart, for sure. It's not like an easy CGC, send all your character rares off and try to hit those 10s and you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Like, so yeah,
that's stuff like people like me who like don't do, like that's something I can try to do off the rip, getting sets directly from Japan on release and try to do that. And I've done that, and you go for it, you get stuck with some 9.5s if you're doing CGC, and you just kind of move on. But you can it works, right? But a lot of people can do that, and it optimizes away really quickly.
Yeah.
Because the barrier to entry is low, right? I mean, it's not really there's not really like a lot of skill there. Like I do it in my spare time, right? So like to your point, like it's a lot of effort to really do, what you're doing and make those plays. I think I said this to you in Denver. Like sometimes I wonder like what I could do if I spent like a significant amount of time on it, because it was always like I just want to like buy things for my collection, right? And that's the hard thing. It's like I've always, this is something I would be curious about too, because a lot of what you're operating in is like an era or characters or species, whatever that you enjoy. How do you make that, bifurcation of, buying things for yourself? Do you ever buy things for yourself anymore? And I know that's kind of the typical question, but it's hard because why I say it is myself to a flaw. Like there's not a single, I can't think of a single card I own. Even if it's like a random thing I got for like $12 off PWCC that I think is worth like multiples of that I don't actually like it. Like there's like this, like I don't give a damn about Hollow Live, but I thought this card was like gorgeous and it was like $12. It was like a min bid, and I'm like, well, whatever. Like someone graded it. It only hit a 9.5. Their problem. I'll cash them out, I guess. But like it's awesome, and I think someone would probably buy this from me for at least times that. And you can replicate that a lot of times. It works, but I'm not going to do that with things like I don't like random sets or random characters or other games. Other non, outside of the stuff that I operate in. So how do you kind of navigate that?
So for me, it's been a real struggle, like because my entire inventory started with my collection, and then I saw the kind of money I could be making. I was like, holy shit, this is 3 months of work in this PSA sub. Like this is time. This is me. Do I want a slab that I really like, or do I want to kind of buy my time back, essentially, is how I look at it. Right. Where I can live in a really, I'm really thankful for the freedom I have right now. And I try and never take it for granted. And I just couldn't ask for any more. Like, so that's where I come from, as like, if this needs to sell, this needs to sell, and that's okay. But what I'm going to do in the meantime with my collection is like, don't make goals you could go out and complete if you just had a lot of money. Because that was the one, once I felt like I had a significant amount more money than I had used to, I started going out and buying these things, and then I started grading them, and then but then I would get them back, and it was like, this wasn't that hard. All I needed was money. And like money, if you can specialize and you have a job, you do whatever, money isn't like a super insanely difficult asset to acquire, basically. Like, it's like there are a lot of different ways you can make money. And so for me, it's like I don't like that the only thing barring me from these cards is money, which is time, for sure. It is time. But I want to collect things and focus on things that I can't just look up one day and buy it, and that's what I've been focusing on recently.
Collecting this set, right?
Yeah.
There's only this one right here. I think there's no 10s and there's 2 9s, and this is one of them. Or there's 0 or 1 10 and 2. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So totally get that, because like I just completed like a set or a like a collection goal, and like I don't have everything in hand yet, but it's been purchased. But to your point, all it took was me, feeling okay with spending the money, right? That's all. I mean, they don't pop up all the time, right? But to unlock the final piece here and there, can be difficult. sometimes it becomes about how disciplined do you want to be about your price points, right? And then that's where it gets really challenging, because it's that psychological element and it's the actual, like, what's going on in the market. It's your internalization of how you rationalize spending money. Like I did that Whatnot stream last night and I sold a bunch of singles. So then I went and bought a box that finished a collection goal. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm an idiot. Like, I was like, man, this is like a good 20% above where I want to pay, but like it's the cheapest one out there and I'm feeling it right now. And it's eBay bucks time. So like, let's go, So like it's hard, right? It's like fighting against that. And then, to your point too, of like, there's some things like I've listed a lot of things lately and just started letting them go, where I had like completed sets that I graded, even like stuff where like I had it in PSA, I sold it in PSA, I rebought it or regraded it in CGC, and now I'm selling it again, like continually making profit on all of that. But stuff that I like thought I bought back and was gonna like keep, like just, yeah. But a lot of it's like, for me being like a WOTC kid, it's like stuff that I feel like is just always going to be out there. Mostly Japanese, but still, like, I feel like it's always going to be available. And at the end of the day, it's not stuff that, like, if I never got it back again, I would be that heartbroken, because it is just like stuff, it's that's what's hard too. It's like deciding, is like being able to create an experience and pay for like a trip somewhere or whatever, way more worth it than owning a couple of these cards? Yeah, probably. Now that also, it becomes harder when you start making more money, right? Because it's not like I need to sell this card to go on this trip. It's just like, it would be really nice to just pay for this trip with this card that's just on my, and sometimes I'll look at things and then I'll like look up the price of it, because, a lot of things in your, at least for me now, it's like a lot of things in my collection, I do not keep tabs on the price of, because I don't really care, it's all sunk. Like everything that's here on my desk, it's like, it's a zero for me, right? Yep. Until it's not, right? Until I realize that, it wasn't worth holding on to. But that's hard. That's really hard, So I don't know.
I totally feel that. It's definitely a struggle. It's like, so I'll give an example. Like, I had always fantasized over the Poncho Pikachus ever since 2016. And for whatever reason, I would buy Japanese boxes back then. I actually have I have the empty boxes that I rip still, which is pretty cool. Like empty Japanese X and Y boxes, which are like $800, like $700. And I was like, Jesus, like, where did these go? I was buying these for $50. Like,
dude, what happened to like the days of like Sun and Moon being like $35-$40? Like,
yeah. Oh, God.
I was just talking about that with Rob the other day. Anyway.
Yeah. And so I could never get, I never got the Poncho box for whatever reason. I don't know if maybe it was because it only had 5 packs and I was an obsessive pack ripper. Or I don't really know, but I really like this. I watched like Unlisted Leaf. He would open all the exclusive Japanese product always. Like, he was the Japanese guy for like a really casual audience. And he would open everything. I remember he did like an Aquapolis opening one time, and I was like, oh my God, this is like, so it's just, he opened a lot of stuff. But the ponchos, I got the Rayquaza poncho, I paid up, but I graded it into a 10, and I was just like, the day after, it was like the day after, one of my private buyers wanted it, and for a good price. So I was like, oh man, like it was a struggle, but I just had to let it go. And once I let it go, it kind of opened the floodgates on like everything for me. everything just started moving. Everything started moving. I don't regret that at all because I think it's all replaceable. The ponchos are hard because they're replaceable, but not at a price you want to pay for it now because they are going up crazy raw in Japan.
Yeah.
They're going up a lot. Like I paid the new highest price for the regular Rayquaza Poncho Pikachu, and now it's way more than what I paid, like even a couple months ago. So it's like, yeah, I don't know.
Isn't that like, it's such a weird feeling when you realize that you're paying an all-time high for something?
Yeah, I pay all-time highs all the time, and that is my business model. I will be the guy to pay the all-time high price because I know I can send it to PSA and get a 10. Like I know I can do that. Like, and even if it doesn't happen every time, I know I can do it more often than not. So that's how I move. But yeah, that like recently I just had my first 15 sub come back. I graded some low pop diamond and pearl 10s. English.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I graded, there was 2 Garatinas. One was like pop 5, one was pop 9. A Suicune Secret Wonders Hollow was like pop 13, 14. And I made the move to sell them in the last couple of days, like literally within an hour after asking one of the guys I know who knows a lot of these like whales who are buying these and kind of hoarding these and paying huge for these 10s because of how hard they are to grade. They were gone. Like they were gone within a couple hours, like instantly. And those were like grails for me. Like I remember when I was like, if I could 10 this would be the most amazing thing ever. But it's like, am I gonna take, like, what am I gonna do, dude? Am I gonna not like sit here and not sell this card that is just a regular set hollow for $1,000? Or am I gonna wait till it's 150, 200 in 2 years and buy it back then? Like come on. Like realistically,
be real.
There's only like 40, 50 of these graded at all. Like Pokemon has printed thousands of these. 100%. 100, like definitely. Like it's Pokemon. It's not like Pokemon printed a lot of every set. Like there's a lot of Pokemon out there. Like set cards don't have English set cards aren't really that inherently rare. Like in absolute terms, it's the condition rarity piece. And it's like, we're even seeing it. It's something I wanted to touch on with those diamond pearls, why I made the play to sell them so fast. It was like one of my friends, he was like, I noticed once I get past pop 10, the prices start to really come down. Like a Blastoise from Platinum 10 was definitely was over 1,000 at one point. Now a bunch of more of those have gotten graded. It's like 500 now. And it's like, okay, it's like all of them are starting to come down. It feels like, hey, this is the trend, and this is going to keep being the trend because pops are only going to go up. They're never going to go down.
Right. Like,
yeah.
It's not like copy, like a lot of things are low pop for a reason. And to sound like a broken record, like they're low pop because no one really cared and was grading them. Right. And now people care and they want to see them. What I was going to ask is like, where, like those guys buying those, like, who do you think those buyers are? Like, not who they are, but what's their end game with
that? I think like full master sets of like everything. Like these are the kind of people I feel like I sell to, is people who, I mean, these people it feels kind of like a little cult in a sense, where I feel like a lot of it is just trading hands and exchanging between each other, and that's the vibe I get. Right. So like when somebody outside of that comes to the market, they all like all fight over it, you know, like we're gonna pick this up now. Like that's kind of how, I mean, but that's just like natural, I feel like, in a more high-end collectible space for sure.
So. It is funny to watch though, right? Like you see, you can like track where certain cards go because they're so like they're, you know, for especially like for me being and have been you know, fairly engaged on the Weiss side, like seeing some cards that like they just don't exist, right? So when you see one and it comes up and then you see someone buy, like you know who had that card, who they bought it from before that. And then you start to see, is this just moving around and kind of not, it scares you a little bit. But then when someone from the outside comes out and kind of pulls that out and it goes away forever, then things kind of get interesting on some of those. But that's the hard part is there are set cards I really for Pokemon that I really like having in my collection, like in slabs, and I just do.
Me too.
Like having them, and it's like the problem is some of them aren't really worth the squeeze. Like unless you go like that and sell all of them at the same time, what is a $1 card that I graded for 15 and sell for 30? Yes, that's an amazing margin, but like what needle is that moving, right? It's not like the business where you're working with a kind of larger sums of capital that move the needle a little more. So that's why it's hard sometimes too. Like I'm like, I don't know, I got a 3x3 over here of base set Japanese starters, right? And there's like a CGC 9.5 Ivysaur that I graded. Like does it make sense to like keep that? Not really. But does it matter to sell it?
Not really.
No. So like maybe it shouldn't have gone in that to begin with. Maybe I kept the raw card to the display. But I just kind of like having it. There's some stuff like that. It's it's your Jungle Flareon for an Evolutions collector. It's for a WOTC collector. It's like stuff like that where it's like. Yes, as much as I love to like collect stuff like this and even way more esoteric, Japanese non-TCG stuff, there are some like great set cards that I do enjoy owning. Do I think that that's why I say this stuff, like I view it as like a 0 because I think a lot of things in the hobby are, it's a great time for you to be a business in the hobby because a lot of things are transacting at probably the highest prices they ever will, ever, hands down. And I hate to like say that, and that's my opinion, and I don't know what you might think about that, but that's the feel I get a lot, and that's with a lot of parts of the market down, some of them still extremely strong or not down, but that's kind of my vibe.
I am like I have a very similar opinion. I definitely say I take after like Dan in a lot of ways with how I feel. Not necessarily as like sell everything, blah blah blah. But I think like the vast majority of stuff I transact in, it's like I see this. I see that there's opportunity right now because there's not many other people doing it. But once more people catch on, done for. Not even like maybe not done for, but like I don't think it's like what I said earlier. I don't think the market could handle 10 buy it nows at the same price. I don't think the market could handle that, and I don't think but I think it's totally reasonable for that to happen.
So that's the conundrum, right? Is it like false inefficiency, right? Because you could make a play on 10 of those raw cards, made them all probably 9s, 10s, and flood the market, but we don't, right? So it's like how long before an institution that is okay operating on a much slimmer margin and flooding a market, knowing that they will transact, it'll just be at a lower average cost kind of all the way, or a lower average price all the way down. Like basically what I'm trying to say is like, how much actual inefficiency exists, right?
Yeah.
How much inefficiency are we creating by, puppeteering in the background a little bit, right? And then how long until that, the dam breaks and it all gets optimized away, right? Yeah. And can it, right? I mean, and is it worth it? Like, is this space worth it? Like it makes more sense in and it's different, right? Because it's not this international, barrier to entry type of stuff. But in sports, it makes a lot of sense because the market caps of any given player are so much bigger, right? Where an institution, when I say that, I mean kind of like smart money would want to come in and optimize away that arbitrage, right? Whereas like people aren't doing what I do, which is like the other day, right? I had some Harry Potter Quidditch boxes, right? And they went they went on Black Friday sale for $90. So I bought 5. And then I took the ones that I had, which was like 4 or 5, and I sold a couple of them at $150 because that was market, right? Like market elsewhere, right? On eBay. Like, but that's like so inconsequential for like most people or any like large institution, unless they can do it at such an insane scale, right? So do you think, like, basically what I'm trying to drive at is like how long do you think or what time frames are hard, but what are the catalysts to erode away the ability for like people like you and others to be really like full-time arbitrage, basically arbitraging these markets to create a business?
Well, I'd say there's like two things I see. It's like some of these cards that I'm selling, other people are buying and selling, are actually rare, and some in a lot aren't. Like that. So that's where I feel like things are headed, and it's why I always try and target what I think is actually either cheap enough to where somebody's going to pay for this in plastic in a tin, or like rare enough and hard enough or sought after enough to where these don't pop up on the market all the time. And I know there's a niche demand for these, and there always will be, and they're not like there aren't like tens of thousands of them essentially. So that's where that's kind of where I come from. And it's why like I see my friends all the time take a $3 card and turn it into a $200 slab. I see people do this, and I just can't do it. I really can't, because I know that that's going to be a $30 slab. I know it. Like, even if it's not a $30 slab, it's not going to be 200 after 4 more 10s transact. It's not going to be like, it's because it's pop 2, it's pop 3, it's whatever. Like, I just, there are those plays, and there's so many cards you can do that play with. I'm not going to name any, obviously, because like I don't even do it, but still, I don't like it. And it's okay to do it. Like, it's a free market. Like, go for it. It's just, for me, when that stuff starts to fail, I don't want to be caught having 100 of those in my next $12 PSA sub whenever that's like 6 months down the line. You know what I mean? Like that, it's kind of hedging myself against that risk.
So to what I kind of said before, like if that was similar thing, right? Let's call it let's make it 100x, right? So a $3 card becomes a $300 slab, right? Well, if our hobby was like $300 raw cards becoming like $30,000 slabs, do you think would there actually be the buyers on the other end for those dollars, right? Because like I don't know like if that's happening in sports, like if that type of multiple expansion exists within raw to grade, because some of the most high-end cards are like they're already so high value out the pack raw, right? So I wonder, because it's like a lot of people, and this is not to sound insensitive to money, but like a lot of people can spend $200 on a slab and not like, and be like, I don't like, they don't think about the fact that it was a $3 card, but not a lot of people can spend $20,000 on a slab. And like you start to narrow down, what your buyer is there.
I think that's the point. Like, that's why they won't go above $200-300 range, these cards, because all it takes is one guy with, a couple hundred to spend on Pokemon, and this is their favorite Bulbasaur or whatever it is, or this is their favorite Charmander, and even if it's like a non-holo common from a Japanese set, but like, oh, it's pop 1, it's pop 2, it's pop 3, they might buy it for 200. Like they might do that, and because I don't know what's going on inside of their heads, but it's selling. Like if you look at a lot of Rusty grades a bunch of Japanese non-holos from just sets, not rare at all, and just auctions them like all on his blocks, and that's where I've seen some crazy things on some of these bigger auction platforms.
Like I'll do it. Like I'll buy this, right? This is a this is a $1 card tops. If you can I mean, yes, condition is hard, like all those things, right? It's not like a freaking, TCG set card, right? But, I'll go on PWCC and bid out for something like this.
Yeah.
Or, on eBay and bid out for it. And sometimes that's, I talk out both sides of my mouth because I'll freaking do it for my collection for sure. But, yeah, it's hard to think what's going on there.
Sorry, I don't know how this
camera hates
why is it? Where'd I go? Can you see me, camera? Like what? Why can't you see me? Okay, what's like? I'm gonna try and figure this out, but I'm still here.
What's up, chat? Cody's in the chat.
The chat, please.
Catch. We got mad people in the chat. Y'all rock. So.
Hell yeah.
20 people watching. That's awesome. I'm no big PokeTuber, but hey, that's pretty cool. So
that's very cool.
It's mostly because of the lighting, people just really come here for that. I think that's what they're here for mostly.
Okay. Is that the strat? Is that the secret?
It's a secret.
Okay, now I turn this down.
Yeah, you good. Rock, when are the V-Star boxes coming? Good question.
Oof.
My cost base is pretty good. It's higher than I usually pay, but I'm in I'm going to say it because, I'm still going to break them for what I'm going to break them for. But my cost basis is like low 60s.
Nice. Nice.
I got offers today for like in the 70s and I passed.
Wow. So is this I wanted to ask you this. Is this Climax Part 2? Is this VMAX Climax Part 2?
Yes, because it's so hot on pre-order. Like it might not go as low in price, but the percentage will probably be similar. I mean, this is going to be like a month from now. This is going to be like really accessible, and there's going to be a boatload of it. Yeah. That's why, I wouldn't I'm just not even to break and have fun with people. Like I gotta be lowest on the market to do that. So it's to make it worthwhile for me. Cause that's like how I like to engage with my audience. Right. So or my community, I guess. So, that to be said, I'm not going to overpay for this set just to have it before release. I have a couple contacts on the ground in Japan, which really helps me.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And it's been, it was hard for a while. I was, it was interesting. So during the mayhem of 2020 into 2021, I had the ability to source directly from someone on the ground, but then he had to leave Japan for 9 months. And it actually worked out really well because it was kind of when things cooled off on the modern box side, and it was very accessible to get, any of the, most recent, I don't know, 6 to 8 sets. Right. This has been wild to kind of watch. I don't think there's no way the way the set is printed from a rarity standpoint and how many characters are at each rarity level, how many cards, that they haven't just printed it into oblivion. There's no way. I mean, they come on, and they're literally printing money. Right. So yeah, I think these are going to get super cheap. And I'm okay with being wrong on that. But I think.
I mean, I'll tell you something. I saw.
Sorry, just one thing. Do people know what MSRP is on these boxes, guys? Do you know what it is? It's like mid 5,000 yen, right?
Yeah, isn't it like 5,500 yen for special sets?
It's like that. That's like $40. It's $40 MSRP, and sometimes they'll fall to below that later, below MSR. Like you can buy like what's the one? Is that Incandescent Arcana?
Yeah,
Vault on it, right?
Yep.
You can get those for like $38.
Yep.
It's a high class set. Anyway, sorry I interrupted you.
No, you're good. I saw somebody post on their Instagram story today, Mercari listings, where somebody had 3 boxes for like, well, I think it was like 70. It was like, what was it? Yeah, it was like $70 each. So it's already starting. Like, I think the Japanese market is, I think they're way more quick to react too. Yeah. Because like obviously the product is dropping there. It's going through Japanese stores or Japanese people, whoever wants to get it internationally. Like the product, we saw this with VMAX Climax. Things dropped really quick. Out the gate, stores knew how not rare this set was, how not rare the singles were to pull. So they had singles prices super low. Like it would be like a couple bucks day one for each character rare. Like day one, which was like everybody was like, what the hell? Like, because the last time, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last time there were character rares before that was Cosmic Eclipse, right? Dream League, and those are like, not like $1 or $2 at the time. So prices actually went up from the beginning of when the set dropped to like a week, 2 later. Prices started going up. Like the people who were buying the singles pretty much right at release, they actually they did kind of well, where they bought it. Yeah, they made out. And then but then we got 7 or 8 waves or reprints or whatever you'd call it, and just like every couple weeks, every month, it was just like, oh, more climax, to where it got down to like super low. And everything, singles, boxes, everything, super low. Because also nothing was super rare or super sought after in that set too.
More so just like pulling a god pack was what people
it was the god, and like those
card,
the gold and black cards, the gold and black card, but those weren't even that rare if I remember. They were like
I mean, they're always more rare than pulling them in English, but they're not really like that rare. I think,
but they weren't that rare.
One a case, maybe 2 a case, I forget.
I think it was like that's what people thought, and then it was like 1 every like 4 boxes or so. It was something where it was like dumb, like it wasn't that. And I could be totally off base, but I just remember from this. Yeah, because they're pretty cheap.
Oh yeah,
like, but now you see the new golds where they're actually golden alt arts with
the weirdest thing though about about VMAX Climax was, I got a box down there, I can't reach it, was the whole first print, non-first print thing with the red logo on the front, and then there were narratives around your ability to pull god packs or not based on whether it was the first print or the non-first print, and all that it changed was the front of the box and what code cards were in there. So there was like some weird market things around that too.
I totally forgot about that.
I know. It's like because it like, I don't know when else that, I can't remember what other set that's happened for.
Wasn't it Shiny Star V? They had that.
Oh shoot, yeah, Shiny Star V. Yeah.
Was that the one?
Yeah.
Was it
Shiny Star V?
Yeah. Because I remember those boxes were like the first edition or whatever were like over 100, and then the other
Yeah,
ones were like 80. Like
yeah, it was
at the
weird.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really weird.
And they'll
That's
still kinda,
funny.
like, sometimes they sell at that premium still.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
And they have absolutely no difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's look, I think the set looks crazy cool. It's gonna be so fun. Your camera hates you. Oh, it's back.
We're back.
That's funny. The like the set looks awesome, and we're just getting like more and more leaks per usual. But yeah, I mean, I got right before we went on, because now it's like, what time is it? So it's like 10 a.m. in Japan. And right before I got on here, I had someone reach out to me who was like, the price, they gave me the price, but the stores hadn't opened, and they thought it'll, it's going to drop later in the day, probably, like that's, and I think it's, I mean, even like literally it's like, but I get it. I get if people just want 2 or 3 boxes, like they'll pay $100 a box instead of, I don't know, 70. Like they'll get 3 boxes instead of 4. You know what I mean? But like, people gotta be careful, man.
Yeah,
you're just burning money.
It's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. Like it's if these boxes are like $100, like people, I don't know. What are they on eBay right now to pre-order? Like right now.
Oh, right now, probably less. But before they were like 110, 120.
Yeah, let me look. Got sold today.
There's probably people with them in.
Oh, it's like 100 right now. Like some even like 110. It's like
99 OBO free shipping.
But a lot of it is we can't really. Because we don't know what their intention is with the product. We don't know if they're buying it so they get it fast now so they can crack it. They can send their character arts to CGC. They can send their alternate arts to PSA. Whatever they're doing, we're not really sure. So, I mean, hopefully it's not just hemorrhaging money. But because if you're going to do that, like there's no reason not to be patient, right? Like if you really just want to enjoy it. I remember with VMAX Climax, I think I bought my stuff for like, I don't have any special connections or anything. I bought my boxes for like 70 each, and I felt pretty comfortable and just ripped them because it was like, wow, this set was so crazy at the time, and it was like one of my favorite sets they had released ever.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Yeah, it was kind of game changing.
Yeah. Dude, I remember because it was Christmas time, and I brought down. I went to Florida and I brought a box with me, and I pulled my first God pack out of the first box I opened of the set. I mean,
that's really cool.
Such a fun set. And it's always been hard with me because like I usually buy in bulk for like, I'll buy a lot of boxes, and then I'll break some, and I'll open some for myself. Now I mostly just like break them. I don't open as much modern for myself because like I can get as much enjoyment out of opening it for other people at this point. But like this set, right? Like I actually like got my one for like $50 on Amazon Japan or whatever. You know how they do that like lottery thing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I think that box is for me. Like I think that one. Like there's sometimes sets that are like special like that.
Yeah.
But there's some of them I do wish I had held on to more of. And obviously, like, dude, I was talking about Rob the other day. Like the amount of like Dream League and sets from that time frame, Remix Bout, Sky Legends, like all those that I freaking opened, and they were like $35-$40. Like,
yep.
Bro, and they have just obviously gone to the moon. And speaking of, I'm curious on that note, kind of got all over the place here, but
you're good.
What's going on with Japanese waifus? Why is this a thing? Like, what inflection point? Because I kind of like, I haven't spent any brain power on it whatsoever, so I have no idea kind of what happened there.
Well, I think you know more than you think. I mean, obviously, it's no secret you're a fan of Weiss.
Yeah.
And while you may not be a fan of all the waifu stuff in Weiss and the fan service, those are like the biggest cards, like every time.
Yeah, but why?
Like
why Pokemon? They're like it's
so.
I get it in Weiss. I don't as much in Pokemon.
It's the Japanese audience.
Yeah, you're right.
It's the Japanese audience because that is a lot more like just the kind of like infatuation with anime girls and all that stuff is literally originated in Japan, and like that's like, you know, that's like big when it comes to marketing over there, like on billboards everywhere, all that. Like it's way different than here. Yeah,
it's a totally different culture thing. I guess it really meant like what was your observation of why like the switch just flipped so quickly in Pokemon for specific female full art character cards? Like, was there something I missed or didn't observe? Like, I mean,
well, you know, the Twice Baked Jake, he kind of started it.
Okay.
So he kind of like, that's where everything that he was saying was a good buy, people were buying. And that's like when we first saw that happen with whether it be the Lily or like the Lugia, those ones, and they went up huge. And it's like I don't know, it's way different on it. Like a lot of the English stuff has come down a lot. A lot of the English ones came down a lot. But the Japanese are a different story. The Japanese ones, a lot of them have gone up and stayed up.
No one wants my CGC 9.5 Opal though, and I can't understand why.
Opal, which is that's the grandma? Yeah, I don't know. You might have to hold that Opal, dude. Jesus,
burn it.
I think you graded the wrong.
It was
wrong waifu.
No, what happened was I already sold all the damn waifus because it was dumb already.
I see.
You know, it was dumb already.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, that is
I don't know. It's funny. I think it's just we're obviously a younger audience, a younger hobby. Most of us, it's like somebody just said, nerd's gonna nerd. Like we love Pokemon, we love anime, we love Yu-Gi-Oh, we have all these things, and that's just kind of, you know, nerds are gonna nerd, and they like this kind of stuff. So
and it's so, I think social momentum's so interesting now too.
Yeah, for sure.
Point like once it starts getting pumped a little bit, and then it's the same thing. Like, hang on, we're an hour and 2 minutes in. The same thing that happened with Moonbryon. It was just like self-fulfilling prophecy, you know. It's a lot of like people talk about it, so it happens. It's just, you know. But yeah, I thought that was. Look, I don't know the guy from Adam. Really, I've done 1 or 2 deals with him, but freaking Low Poppin put a perfect 10 Lily up for a CGC perfect 10 for like 20K. And I'm like, who the fuck is buying that at 20K? Who in their right mind, though?
I hope no one.
Someone. But maybe someone, you know. And what's, you know, with him, it's different because I know a lot of his buyer pool and audience is some of that higher end Asian market, that non-Japanese Asian market, right? And that's kind of a different ball game because
that's a different ball game.
It's FU money. It's like it doesn't, you know, it's you know, let me just have it shoot out the exhaust pipe of my freaking Bugatti. It doesn't matter. Like, and it's for like, you know, I know, and I know something.
You're speaking the truth too.
Wow. But it is interesting to watch when these specific phenomenons happen. It's been Charmy in the chat. Oh, that's funny. Oh man. Oh god, that's it's just so interesting to observe the irrational things that happen here.
Yeah.
But it makes it fun. It makes it, you know, super interesting. It just makes me, you know.
If everything made sense, where's the fun in that? What do we talk about? If everything made sense, if every card that we knew was actually rare and was low pop, or for whatever reason, every card it was like doing well, and every card that isn't rare, and you know the market wholeheartedly agrees that character rares aren't that rare and we shouldn't pay much for however, like, you know what I mean? It's just like that. Yeah, there'd be no fun in that. There'd be no fun in that for sure.
Sometimes, to your point earlier, though, it feels a little bad because you realize you have just, like, as a seller, like, you've just spent enough time with a card in the market to find like the lowest common denominator for that demand pool. You know, like, not to like say something negative about someone, but you just realize that you've put the thing out there until it finds its like match. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Someone is just like not thoughtful enough to not make that purchase. Like, that's all it takes. It's like a war of attrition.
I totally agree. And that's why I just like, I stick to stuff I like and I don't feel bad about selling. And some people don't feel bad about selling stuff that they know is going to be a fraction of the price in the future. Like, you would have thought a lot of this would have gotten sorted out, but now that these grading tiers are opening up, like, there's a lot more to go. If you're grading mid-era like hollows now, a lot of these hollows, for what you can actually pay for raw and then grade it with PSA for 15, you'll probably be losing money on a 9, and you have a way bigger shot of hitting a 9 or lower than a 10. So it's like a lot of this stuff I don't think has even gotten fleshed out at all.
No.
I'm not. So it's like, I mean, if it really is rare, we'll see. That would be really interesting if like the whales in these niche markets are right, or maybe they're not even right. Maybe they know this is a inevitable, but they still just want it all for whatever.
Yeah. Plus, like, sometimes it doesn't necessarily, you know, again, it doesn't really matter sometimes it doesn't matter how much the pop grows if none of it's ever going to actually hit the market, you know, because that's a big
problem. But if there isn't even like very much difficulty in like hitting a 10 on it, say like that, for me it's like sellers are going to find where there is demand and they're going to milk that demand until that demand is no longer there. Like, that's how I look at it. I look at it when there's money to be made in this hobby and there's things to be graded, sellers are going to supply that demand until either the price has to come down.
Yeah, dude, it's the old maid phenomenon, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So that's how I look at it. And that's why I'm not like mad at any, like, the demand is obviously there. Like, I'm not mad at anybody for doing it, but it's just like, I'm
more comfortable selling things to people that I would maybe buy at that price. But, you know, sometimes
exactly.
Do what you gotta do, you know, like, and honestly, there are, and you got to think about it too. Like, who are we necessarily to say like what someone should demand? Like, if it's their one-time purchase and they spend $50 on it, and it's going to be a $5 card in 5 years, in our estimation, we could be wrong, but probably a higher probability of us being right than wrong. Why does it really matter? You know, like, does it? Same way I think about dumb things in my collection that, you know, I paid $100 for them, are probably worth nothing. Like, because you want, you know, it's that intersection of like, I think there are more. It's like not really price elasticity, but more just like price sensitivity for collectors. Like, I think there are far less people that care than we do about where the value is going to go on an item.
Oh, for sure.
Like, we assign so much weight to our, what we were talking about earlier, like price points we get in on personal things, or things that we want in our collection, but we might sell, you know, down. We don't know if it's a forever piece, right? So you always want to strive for that lowest entry point that you think's, you know, below market and below potential future value if you can. But like, people don't think about it like this. On the flip side, that scares me a little bit because I think if it happens too much, it becomes, it's kind of the reason my channel exists, right? Because I felt like 2020, 2021, people were doing things that were, detrimental to their, kind of long-term, financial standing, right? Their long-term, financial health. But a lot, like, people just collect, and the collectors buy and sell without spending as much time thinking about price as we do. So it's just interesting to think about, like, trying to extract yourself and put it on the outside perspective of who the buyer pool might actually be, and I think that's why it's going to be so interesting to like ven locally at a couple things and just kind of see like what that buyer pool looks like, right? Like I didn't get cute with prices. Like I just like put it at fair market and I rounded it to like I'm not gonna like, even with singles and stuff, like, and then you can just kind of observe like how people spend money. And how they haggle and how they don't, and just kind of like see what the real, like the people collecting and buying and why they're doing it, like actually out in the wild. I feel like that's a lot different even than like selling on eBay and such, where it's like, there's you never know who that end buyer is, right? You don't know which pool they fall into, but you can get a better feel in person sometimes, I think.
For sure. That'll be cool. I feel like a lot of people definitely underestimate the amount of casuals in the hobby and how that makes up like 98% of this hobby, probably 99. Like casual Pokemon demand being one of the biggest IPs ever. Like an IP isn't big because of a niche group of high-end TCG collectors. That's not why it's big. That doesn't like rule the market or run the space. Like it's because of how many casuals there are, like truly, and just how massive the demand for Pokemon is. Like that's what kind of props it all up. Like they can sell so much product and print so much product, way more than other TCGs, because those other TCGs don't have the casual demand. And even just the appeal that Pokemon has, how I look at it, Pokemon's extremely accessible no matter who you are, whereas a Magic, not accessible. Yu-Gi-Oh, not accessible. Like seriously, what is like, just any random person is more likely to enjoy a Pikachu than a Lotus Leaf or a fucking like a Dark Magician. Like, yeah, it's just like it's literally an electric mouse is the figurehead of the hobby, and it's like it's so simple and it's cute, and it's like it's all that way for a reason, and they know how to market their stuff. Like I don't know, it's interesting to me.
It's going to be a struggle, like for people have heavily misconstrued the boom in cards and their ability to prop up, a startup TCG or assign value to, certain kind of, what I call like secondary, tertiary TCGs and markets. Because the core of what's keeping it together, to your point, is so much beyond. Like I would love more data and really understanding, the amount of people and the amount of dollars going towards all the parts of Pokemon, right? Because like we get a sense of like what, what's going on in the trading card space, but how exactly that looks. You get some of this data from like the quarterly and annual reports, but the way Pokemon companies own, it's not like clean cut. It's not like there's a damn pie chart where I can say, well, all the money that was spent on Pokemon, half of it went to cards, a quarter of it went to video games. Like we're never going to really know that. But
yeah, I mean, but we do know that merchandising makes up a lot more than like game revenue, and like the merchandising is Pokemon's bread and butter, whether that be like a kitchen towel or a spatula or a trading card. Like it's all of it, man. Like people just really love like Pokemon. Like my mom literally gave me a gift. It was a spatula with Pikachu on it, just because she knew I was like, oh, thanks. Like she's spending money with the Pokemon company, and like on Pokemon merchandising for something that you use to I make scrambled eggs with. You know what I mean? Like that. It's just crazy, man.
It's a lot like Harry Potter in a lot of ways, where there are there's so many touch points like that where the ecosystem is so vast, and like that's why I think about it, because like my friend got me like a freaking Harry Potter spatula and like a tea towel. You know what I mean? It's like that's like people who haven't read the books or engaged in the movies or the video games or whatever, like they're still gonna, they engage with other, merchandise somehow, and that's where it gets really interesting with Weiss, I think, because there's like that intersection, because it's like a piece of the puzzle, right? Because people will like figures and like all these, other items, created spatula. I'm dying at Mertz. Like it just becomes like a part of that IP's like direct merchandise portfolio without actually accruing like towards that. I mean, there's licensing fees obviously, but then it's someone paying, buying towards Weiss, so it's a little different, but that does make it, I think, really interesting for the long
Weiss
run.
is super interesting. But Weiss, I really like their model, and I really like the Weiss model because they can, even though it takes time to prep with like anime, it's so cool that they can just go on and go grab whatever's hot right now, basically. If Yu-Gi-Oh isn't hot right now, well, good luck for these booster boxes to do well or this product to sell very well if Yu-Gi-Oh as an IP isn't doing well. But, with Weiss, there's so many different animes, it's like one is going to hit. Yeah. One is going to hit, man. And it's just like, and they're able to get on a lot of really big ones. Like, they had AOT, they're having SA, they have SA all the time, Fate, they had a lot of big ones. And even like Chainsaw Man, like one of the biggest anime releases like ever is like upcoming. Like
Avatar is going to
and Avatar, it's one of the biggest cartoons ever, especially in like America. Like in English only. Avatar's like, good night, dude. That thing's gonna crush. Like I'm definitely buying a case of Avatar. 100%.
I think there's some characters that I like from it and that I think would be fun. Like I never really watched it, honestly, but
I need an Iroh SP, please.
That way, is that the big animal thing?
No, it's the big uncle with like the gray hair, like Zuko's uncle.
What's like the big white thing that
Appa, the flying bison, bison. Yeah.
Flying bison. I want one of those. I need
that's good.
Part of that. That's the best part about collecting Weiss is that because like with Pokemon, it's like shit. I gotta get every set. I gotta have, or like I gotta be able to break this set on release. I gotta buy it.
Yep.
In it. I gotta do it. With Weiss, it's like, I look at the next 12 months and it's like, I got English SAO in April, but like I don't like any of these other anime, so I don't care. And then there'd be sometimes like freaking 2021 where it was like, and even into this year where it was like boom, 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 boom. Like I was like, yo, how do I keep up? So it waxes and wanes more than Pokemon, which I just feel is like, oh my gosh, like especially with Japanese, like bro, there's so many. Why are there so many sets all the time? And so many Pokemon, I don't know. I mean, I get it because it's a business and they're making money, but it's hard to keep up with, bro.
Yeah, and that's why it's like you're totally right. Like with Pokemon, if they have an entire Pokemon basically does things in blocks, right? They do 1 year blocks, 4 main sets, like 1 or 2 specials, whatever. Those 4 sets that are in that from like start of year to end of year are all going to look very similar. They're going to have a lot of this very similar secret rares. They're going to have similar, like what we just saw with like the character rare sets. They had character rares, but they also had alt arts and rainbows, and they all had kind of the same rarities going along. So if you don't like this stuff, it's the next year. It's coming out. This stuff is coming out for the next year. With Weiss, Weiss hits on so many different interest points. They hit on so many different nostalgias. Like Weiss, it's hard for me. Like I feel like, how can you just not like Weiss? Like, I don't understand, because saying you like Weiss is saying you like so many different IPs, super popular animes. Like, if you like anime, I feel like it's hard not to like Weiss, because I guarantee there's something in there you like.
And the coolest thing is like there's truly some more, like, we talk about it more esoterically in Pokemon. Like, we'll be like, well, this was a time in Pokemon where things were like really low printed.
I know.
And there's not much, but it's like with Weiss, I freaking know it's print to demand and no one gave a shit. So like, there's none of it. Like,
yeah,
I have one of 10 boxes left in existence. Like, you know, stuff like that, which is really, really cool. From like you know, I guess like collecting standpoint, even if you still just stick to the things you love. Ayo!
Yo,
was good.
Oh my God, finally.
Like, Weiss, I hear I've been dabbling in Weiss. Let me hear some more.
Dude, I've been listening to almost the entire conversation, but I got a freaking little monster on my hands, and he's active. He is active.
Bro,
It's a lot of work, boys. I'm feeling like Colson with this little beard here. You know what I'm saying? little something there.
I got my life together and shaved yesterday, so here I am.
How we doing, boys? How we doing?
Good.
We're good.
So, how many more boxes of speaking of Weiss, how many more boxes of SAO did you get to open? Just the one on your stream?
Just the one so far. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody wanted to rip it, but
Dang.
I'll keep them sealed for now. They'll get ripped one day.
Dude opened one box and pulled an SP on stream.
The Asuna, yeah.
Oh, freaking Asuna.
Jeez.
That waifu.
Wow. That's fire. Asuna's the OG waifu.
Yep. Just sends it off to Beckett.
I got two of those right now.
Oof. Nice. Charvy's mad in chat. If he's in chat, he's jealous for sure.
Bro, I went ham on SAO 10. I bought I bought 6.5 cases.
Wow.
Yeah, but you did well though.
And I got really lucky because I opened one from my master case and pulled a secret rare. Then I opened one from a different master case and pulled a secret rare, the different secret rare. So I got super, super, super lucky. But man, I mean, it's like one of my favorite anime of all time, you know? Speaking of, my Darling in the Franks box is finally shipped today. I'm so stoked. I'm definitely opening one, maybe two, probably two.
Nice. Let me grab her.
Let me see her.
A lot of people have been talking about that.
Dude, I don't know if Colson can hear us, but I gotta ask about that. What? Yo.
Looks good.
So good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, sir.
I personally prefer the TD one, but they're both sick.
I like the TD one, but it's like super dark. Like it doesn't pop as much as this one. I love like the orange background on this with like, just I don't know.
I like the purple on the TD one. I like that dark. I like it a lot.
They're both so good. Because it's one of those animes that's just, it's interesting to talk about and think about. Like, what are these animes? They're never gonna get a part two. Like this is a anime original series. There was no manga. A studio kind of brainstormed this and created it themselves. Two studios collabed to make it. Trigger, if you know Trigger, who did like Gurren Lagann, a lot of other really poppy, flashy animes. Like, where are these cards going? Like, do these like shows and animes just like as time goes on slowly fall into like irrelevancy because there's no Pokemon anime for this stuff. There's no extra merchandising. Like they're like a hit for a couple of years, and then it's like they either get labeled as a classic and are kind of revered for all time, like an SAO, or maybe a better example is like Gurren Lagann, where it never got anything else, and it's just like no movies, no nothing, just like the show. And like where do these go down in like card history for Weiss?
It's interesting because like right now I feel like it's having a resurgence. Like I feel like Darling in the Franxx specifically, I've been seeing Rob said too. Dude, I've been seeing it all over the place.
Oh
lately.
my.
I don't know if part of that is because I'm more observant now that I've engaged with it, but it's like I've heard some other people say that too. It's really wild.
It's good to hear. I'm glad to hear it.
What about it do you think is catching on? Is it just really good show?
I swear to God, like I think they might have like added more episodes to Crunchyroll or something. Like when things like that happen, like when it like goes off a platform and on a platform and it becomes accessible and people just want something new. I have no idea. Like I literally have zero clue why it would have had any resurgence.
It's a really easy to get into show, way much more so than like an Evangelion. But it has a lot of the same themes and same kind of like I guess like teenage, like mechas fighting and like kind of teenage, I guess, romance, but like more just
total social discord, relationships and human interaction. It's very, very thoughtful in that way. But it also has like the action to back it up, and it falls in that mecha category that people love. It's just been weird. It's been interesting to like watch that. And like I never had watched it when it came out. I was talking to about this where I was like, yeah, dude, I know the cards cost nothing before, but like I didn't, to our conversation earlier, I didn't care because I didn't engage with that anime. And with Weiss, I only engaged with Weiss that I actually watched the anime. And of course, like I picked a really bad time to finally engage with it. I could have done that like 2 years ago, but it's all good. I'm gonna get my SP at some point,
You'll get it. It's only up 300 since when I bought it. So you're no, I'm messing with you, but it's not really.
It's fine.
Colson, how long have you been collecting Weiss, Colson?
So I first started thinking about it like pretty much a year ago. I started talking to It was one of my friends. And I was like, yo, should I buy this case of Bunny Girl? Like this character's super popular. I could get this Japanese case, like pretty cheap right now. Like I really like anime and like I definitely know she's popular. And was like, no, dude, this is a terrible. Like that's like you shouldn't go in like that. And I was like, okay. And then like obviously that Bunny Girl is one of the first things to just like rip once Weiss started popping. And
wasn't that the trial deck though?
Yeah, it was, and then it got all like the reprints and whatever happened after. But it was like it was kind of funny because I just like after my struggle and like looking at like some Darling in the Franxx stuff and some other animes, I was like, whatever, I'll just move on. So like 6 months pass, and I'm like, oh, I get back into it after like first being into it, and then I was like, okay, I'm actually I got some more money now. I'm gonna start buying. So yeah, the 02, this was actually the first Weiss card I ever purchased.
Crazy.
It was around like 400 I bought it for. And I just sent it to PSA. It hits the 10. It's like obviously PSA pops with Weiss don't matter too much right now, but like it's like pop 8. So it's Rock just sent me the first one that's been listed on eBay ever. The first 10 that's been listed.
I think there's one other one that's like multi-listed from a Japanese drop seller now.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting.
Do you think it's does it look like is it a BGS 9.5 PSA 10 or is it like strong?
I mean,
it's hard because you can't see the four.
All PSA 10s are BGS 9.5s pretty much. The chances of it getting pristine
Weiss
is so low.
Different though. Weiss is different.
Well, with Japanese Weiss from 2018, the print quality is so bad.
Garbage.
It's so bad that it's like this. I don't know if it gets better than this because I see like one tiny white dot on one corner and then that general kind of like sometimes there's like something that looks like a bit of white on all the edges, but I'm not really sure because it's just cut so terribly. So I don't really know.
It's impressive
but
that it happened.
It's pretty clean though. Yeah. And I'm very happy about it.
Con, tell us a little bit about your little experiment that you released on your Market Monday about cross grading.
Oh yeah.
Or is it too fresh still?
Nah, I'm good. I'm Yo, the win of that is, side note, I snap bought this, speaking of, for $100 raw, which is a effing steal, and it graded a 9.5. This is like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to let go of this card. Like, I like it that much. I'm a huge Fate fan, but I bought it with the intention of grading it to sell it, and then I got it back in a 9.5, and I was like, yo, that's pretty special. So that was a highlight of that sub. But yeah, so I've been doing this thing where I finally made the like mistake of sending too much in a sub to CGC for Weiss that I intended to sell, meaning the grading SRs and triple rares, they move pretty quickly in CGC slabs, but SPs, SSPs, SECs, even overframe rares don't, and things like round table rares from Fate Grand Order, set specific rares, right? They do not move as well in CGC slabs from a sales liquidity standpoint.
I think that's because of the difference in entry level, like for pricing between them.
I think it's that people are buying them to crack them out to BGS. So they're only going to pay a price point that's like a certain, 3 to 4x multiple of raw, maybe at the top for a perfect 10, because they don't trust CGC's grading with Weiss. And that's fair because it's changed over time for sure. When they first opened, I've cracked 9.5s that I graded with them off the rip and then got pristine and perfect 10s. So like, it's definitely changed there as well. And it's just like, I just don't necessarily think they're as educated and consistent on Weiss grading yet. And I'm saying that to my detriment because I still own a bunch of CGC perfect and pristine 10s that I want to sell, but it is what it is. And I've done well on some. I mean, there's some perfect 10s I've sold for a freaking lick, and it's like, okay, that was sweet. Like, because some people want to own a perfect or a pristine in all grading companies, right? For example, character. But no, I think it's because people want to buy them to crack them on the SP side.
Makes sense,
especially with some of the more mass printed newer stuff, because it's such a low barrier to entry to send it to CGC. And there's some where I've made the mistake of holding out and not selling them for an offer that was reasonable. But what I did was I don't know if you saw the video of Colson. I think
I did.
So I cracked out, or I didn't crack them. So Nye, who we did the podcast with the one time, and Rob's pretty close with, and I go back and forth with a lot. Black Label Crazy Asian. Him and I talked a lot about. I sent them all the certs of them. We looked at all the scans of a lot of them together, and we thought some of them really had a shot. Like, a couple of them had the Black Label shot, and a lot of them looked like they could be pristine 10. And you can GCR, right? Whereas at a show, right, like Boston Sports Show or whatever, right, you can take a slab, they'll review the card in the slab, they'll assign it a grade with the subgrades, they'll put it in a tamper-proof bag, and then you can send it to CG or to BGS as a normal submission, pay again, and get it, reslabbed into whatever, right? So yeah, talk about a way to print money, right? Unbelievable. So I was like, F that. The feedback I've gotten from him and people he knows that have done it is that you have just as much, luck probability wise, just sending them in slab to BGS. And I know a lot of people talk about never doing that, like cracking and crossing to PSA, but it seems like with Weiss, with Beckett, it's gone fine for people. So I gave it a shot. and all the perfect 10s either got 9.5s or pristine 10s. I think like 2 of them, I could then go back again, GCR, and say, I think you got this wrong, and see if I hit the black label. But it's like to what end, really?
Yeah.
So yeah, it is interesting to have observed a very acute, it's more anecdotal than anything. It's not enough data. It's not a big enough sample set, but could have gotten I should probably split it into 2. I could have gotten a bad grader on a bad day, but I will tell you, it was lightning fast for them to have to crack those out and regrade them all and send them back to me. I was like, okay, Beckett's got their stuff together on anything that's not the lowest tier.
I mean, so does PSA though. Bulk came back for me for the special within a month.
Yeah, I really don't trust Beckett with like.
I feel you
with low level. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I won't do it. I will pay the $40 or whatever it is.
They've been good for the few submissions that I've sent. It's been about a month for Beckett as well for those low tier, the lowest one. I think it's been about a month for the 2 or 3.
It sucks because I know people who've paid like a lot more than that lowest tier, wherever they were paying like the $30 something, and their cards are just sitting for like 4 months. Like they'll ask Beckett, and they're just like, "Oh yeah, we have them," and it's like,
yeah,
okay, like you gonna grade it, or are you gonna like satisfy the new senders right now that are sending at these lower tiers so that they'll have more incentive to keep sending? Yeah. Like that's what it kind of feels like, and it just feels kind of scummy. Yeah, and PSA does the same thing, and it's just like, it's definitely just like, yeah. I mean, it's exactly why PSA decided to hold off on the middleman submissions, because what does that PSA doesn't have to deal with the problems from the middleman. Like the middleman have to deal with the customers that they took in their cards. When PSA has submitters that they directly sent to PSA is handling communications with them. Of course, they want to satisfy their direct customers so that they can just let the middleman deal with the other indirect customers because they don't have to deal with it. Like it's the same kind of thing. It's just like, it's just optimization, and I understand it, but it like sucks because it's totally not like first in, first out.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah.
Hey, Con, did you do? And I know it's really tough to look at it because there's probably not a lot of price points, but did you do like a breakdown of how much potential money you lost from taking that risk of doing the perfect 10s, which obviously would sell more than the BGS 9.5s? Have you looked at those numbers yet and crunched those?
No, because the way I looked at it was a couple of things. The major point being that I felt like the enhancement to liquidity was so much higher with them being in a BGS slab that it like didn't really matter if I thought I could command a pretty strong price point on a perfect 10 versus a 9.5 if it was never going to move, or if it was going to end up just being a war of attrition that I lost and that gap narrowed. There's some that I definitely messed up on that I had offers on where the spread is now not in my favor for sure. I definitely lost money, but it was one of those things where like I didn't really, this sounds flippant, but I didn't think about it that hard. Like it was more of an experiment. And something that I knew was going to give me better liquidity on those cards. And I think some of the pristine 10s are going to move at a pretty similar place to the CGC perfects because of just what people are buying in market now. And people just don't really like CGC SPs. Like they just don't.
I don't look for them.
Yeah.
Personally,
I do, but like that's because it's
like I forget that's even a thing. I forget SPs even go in CGC slabs. Like seriously, like I'm so.
I sent you the other day that I missed.
Yeah, exactly that, and I was like, oh god, I forget that these are a thing.
Well,
yeah, there you go. Did you also buy a BGS 9 of that? Oh, yep. My memory serves me correct.
I bought this to replace this in my PC. So I
Well,
feel like I got a good deal.
What I like CGC or even like BGS 9.5s for, because I was having this conversation with this guy when I did the post about cracking the 9.5 Lily from Dream League in a Beckett slab, and then it cross graded to a PSA 10, and talking about, oh, every BGS 9.5 is going to be a PSA 10. I'm like, no, definitely not the case. But I was like, what I was telling them, I was like, it's a good starting point to like narrow down those searches for potential like upgrading opportunities, like putting in that search of 9.5 or even like CGC, Weiss SP or whatever. You could probably find those at really good deals. And if you're looking at the scans on the card, you have a pretty good sense of what grading company you like the grade with, it's probably going to get. So it's not like, I don't know. I think it's just good opportunity for people to like get a good, like a buy low, sell high type of deal if you kind of know what you're doing in a sense. But it's not like a guaranteed method that's proven that you can just repeat every single time without the risk. Like you got to kind of know what you're looking for type of deal.
Plus, like with Weiss, I would rather just like for like the newer stuff, I'd rather just buy the card raw and then grade it and get a 9.5 myself because like it's gonna be cheaper. Because like a graded 9.5 is basically a raw card of a new SP. I will say one thing real quick. Objectively, this is a much stronger card than this copy, which I think is really interesting. And that's what actually led me to buy it. Because I looked at the scans of this and I had this in hand with high res scans as well. The CGC 9 is a better copy. It's probably a BGS 9.5.
Is it, because Oki just put some in the chat and I've done this before. Is it an old cert CGC or new cert?
No, this is new.
So one of the
and newish 407.
I'll just say to Oki's point, because Oki knows this, because me and Oki are buddies. But two of those low pop 10s that I graded with PSA were old cert CGC 8.5s. Yeah, and you know the cost basis of a CGC 8.5 compared to a pop 9 PSA 10. It was like, oh my god. Like you never. So I graded, I'll have to post it. I've kept it since I saw some of them so fast. I just have been kind of caught in the storm of it. But I graded out of 30 EX era and Diamond Pearl era hollows in my $15 sub. I graded 7 10s.
Damn.
Which is like really good. Like really good.
Very good.
Because I know people who will send in like 100 and get like a couple, like something stupid. So it was like the Giratina hollow from Platinum, the Kusajima with the moon in the back. That was one. Fair. Legends Awakened Giratina hollow, which was a pop 5. Suicune hollow from Secret Wonders, or like jumping in front of the moon. Crazy. All of them had hollow bleed too. It was like, oh my god. Bastiodon, Pop Rising Rivals, Pop 2, Blaziken Great Encounters. That was cool. And then like I graded my first Pop 1, which was a Duskull Reverse Hollow from Emerald, from EX Emerald. Nice. And it's like, actually, yeah. Let me grab it. I think it's right over here. Well, I still have some of them, but the whales came a calling pretty quickly. So 3 of the Suicune and the 2 Giratinas are already gone, but this is pretty cool.
Yep. And so where do you do most of your selling? Just curious.
So I have one local guy, and then Instagram and eBay is where I do my selling.
Nice.
And that works for me. I tend to have like a lot of liquidity for what I want to sell. And I usually try and focus on things that, like, it's kind of what Rock was saying earlier, like noticing the illiquidity of these CGC SPs. Like, if you, as a buyer, it's really, those are great things to try and offer on and lowball on, because the seller might have just had it in their eBay store. They have like some hundreds invested into the card essentially, and it's just not moving, no traction. You come in and you'll basically like bail them out in a sense. And
you're a provider of liquidity.
Yeah, exactly. And you're a provider of liquidity. Exactly. So it's like, I always try and get as far away from that as possible, because I know it's like we're transacting in a super liquid market. Not really right now, but a lot of the time it can be. But yeah, just for me, like my biggest things are time value and liquidity is what I try and focus on the most. It's like why I have this whittle thing that I do with PSA. I've started for 2 like big subs in a row. I'll send all my subs out in the same package, like a 15 sub, a 50 sub, and then I'll do 100 sub. And why I do that is because, not necessarily because I really want to grade at the $100 tier, but if I do grade at the $100 tier, I think that it kind of forces their hand to open the package first and get those cards inputted. Like, I just got my grades for a 50 sub today, and it took a little over 2 weeks. Like, and all my experiences before has been a month and a half. And like my 15 is gotten grading super fast. Like, it all just is going really quickly since I started doing that. And that's probably a mix though. It definitely can be PSA. Their turnaround times are loosening up, which is great. But yeah, time value is important to me, so I do stuff like that. And yeah, a little tangent, but yeah.
Bro, my biggest problem is that like I just like don't really like to grade with PSA, and it has like
why
financially I have so much money by doing that. But like,
why don't you like to?
Because I don't really want to own them. It goes back. It goes back to what I said before. Like, I don't really, because, okay, so that, let me preface it. I forget if we talked about this or I mentioned it, but I have been grading with Beckett since I was like a little boy, like sports cards in person at shows locally, right? Since I was like, whatever, 8 years old, 7 years old. I have been exposed to Beckett. I don't have any of my, that's not true. I have some of it, but I almost don't have any of my sports collection anymore because I just like stopped caring. And in like in 2020, I don't talk about this a lot. Like, I sold like LeBron rookies and like stuff that I had from my childhood collection. And I really like Beckett, like as a product. Which is why I gravitated so much to CGC, because I felt like it was like someone pulled Beckett out of the Stone Age and gave it a new brand. Like it felt to grade with Beckett when I was a kid. Yes, have I graded with PSA? Of course. Do I still grade with PSA occasionally? Yes, it happens. I don't like the product. I really don't.
Interesting.
If I was doing it as like business solely, and like it was like
that looked pretty good to me. That's a freshie sub.
I'm gonna raise you this Shining Gyarados and that blue on blue though. Come on,
mine's awesome. More expensive.
Yeah. It's probably a PSA 8 though if I send it in tomorrow. So
probably.
It's so funny. Yeah, I just like I don't really like how it looks. And then with Weiss, it's always been like Beckett, right? For better or for worse, but like that's how that market developed, was Beckett. Yes, I've graded those with PSA. Yes, I own PSA Beckett or Weiss slabs. I don't know why. I just have this thing about it. It's stupid, right? It's dumb. It's financially irresponsible. It's irrational. But this whole thing is irrational, right?
You can't collect something you don't love.
Yeah.
It's like, that's impossible. It's impossible.
It's hard for me to like, because the money never mattered. So like when it started to matter, I didn't like totally like change my like. I could have and I should have in a lot of ways, but it wasn't like I just like wanted to do something totally different because like the liquidity is still there and the plays are still there, and I operate in a space where it usually works. Have I made mistakes like those Weiss subs? Yeah, but I like learned from it, and it wasn't the end of my livelihood, right? But if I had to be very strategic with it and was doing it as my sole source of income, that's a totally different ball game.
Yeah, when you sent that sub and you were literally talking to me and you're like, dude, I just want to have some fun. Like I'm gonna have some fun and just try some shit out. I talked with Nye. This has a shot, but he's like, if none of them, he's like, if you literally said if they all get the 9.5s, I don't care. Like it is what it is. It's just for the experience.
Yeah,
that's totally different.
It's fun, and I like having a stack of Beckett slabs. Now these I'll grade. I'll collect and grade mostly in PSA. I have been optimizing the shit out of these into CGC 9s though, because I do not think that PSA knows how to grade these anymore. It's wild. It's actually wild. There's no rhyme or reason with this specific set and some other non-TCG, but like it doesn't make any sense. I've had 6, 7s, and 8s crack out and go and be CGC 9s. And like as a collector who psychologically wants a set of all of them in 9, it's a label thing at that point.
So I'll say I feel the exact same about PSA with Japanese 10s. And that's why, because I know on average I can turn this into a 10 more often than not. And it's like when I'm doing that for my collection, I'm reducing my cost basis of it so much for me to hold these amazing cards and these hard to find 10s, like, Rob getting into it a bunch, all the Japanese black and white and these full arts and secret rares, all this kind of stuff that be paying thousands for if I really tried to go after the whole graded set without grading myself. But PSA, if they'll feed me a 10 and I don't have to go and spend 500 on that 10, I'm loving it. You know what I mean? And it's like, as a seller, I love it. It's like I'll go where the most, I guess, like I like the premium that PSA brings. I like that 10 premium. I loved CGC when I first got back in because I loved the idea of subgrades, and I loved these guys are grading right, like they're grading harsh and whatever. And then it was like everything just kind of, I started losing faith in subs. I started losing faith in all of it, and then I was like, I don't have faith in any of you. I'm just gonna send a PSA now. Like I don't, because that's like kind of what I was. Oh yeah, what's that?
So let me talk about a card like this, right?
And
but this is what's interesting, is because you just said something important. Like, I do not value a CGC slab without subgrades. And the hardest pressed I have been to go outside of my scope has been to take a shitload of these that I pulled and send them all to CGC, no subgrades, only with the intention to sell. Literally just print the money. And I don't know if I'm going to do it, but that would be the play, right?
Yeah.
That would be the play, because your cost basis is cut in half, right? And you can just freaking rip them out there. Even if I buy this for, grade it for 15 or 13.50, right? And sell it for 25 or 30, but I've got 20 of them. That's kind of worthwhile. That's something. So like, that's the thing with CGC, is like, I don't grade with CGC without subgrades either, which is also to my detriment because my cost basis is higher, and people do not assign that spread of value to a card with and without subgrades with CGC. Yeah. It is a $25 card, whether it has subgrades or does not. It does not matter if you paid $13.50 or $27.50 to grade it. It's that card in a 9 with or without subgrades. No one can. So That's the other weird, hard thing about CGC, because as a collector, I want the subgrades. I want to see them. It's the same thing with Beckett. Like Beckett slabs without subgrades are weird. They're kind of weird.
Yeah.
And I own them, but they're kind of weird.
And that's why I like the PSA simplicity almost. Like there's not too much I got to think about. It's like, give me the grade. I'll take it. Like if you want to 7 me, sure. Like at least it's not like 2 9s and 8 and then a 7 point. You know what I mean? It's just like, just give it, just tell me what it is. Like that's kind of what I don't like niching it down into hyper subjectivity. Just because I think it's all kind of,
it's all farce. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's like I don't know. That's like, and it's not like a farce, but it's not like an objective science.
If they're gonna bring in that level of subjectivity, then I kind of want it to the nth degree. Right?
Well, that's why I have a 10 collection and not a 9 collection. Like I'm a 10 collector. I'm a label. Yeah, I'm a label collector. Like I don't even, and I don't know why, but it's just like it's what I like. Oh, there you go. It's like what I like to own. I know, like when I have 9s, it just doesn't feel the same for me. And I notice I'm just like, okay, like I end up just listing these and not even spending much time looking at them because all I think about is wishing they'd be a 10. You would like with a CG,
like objectively irrational, right? Because like
of course,
9 and a 10 is like basically probably maybe nothing. Like
most of the time, of course,
other than what the label says, which is crazy. But I get it because the whole thing, like 80% of this is behavioral psychology.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with like any market, right? People think like such a large percentage of that market or that hobby or whatever it is like the numbers and the nuts and bolts. Nah, dude, it's all behavioral psychology. It's all how we interact with it inside of our own freaking crazy brains.
100%. I'm trying to find a full art for Rob.
So it's like it's kind of like falling in love, dude. Like you either love somebody, you either like them, you're naturally drawn to them, or you're not. And I totally can like relate with the whole 9 to 10 thing. Like even if it makes more sense to buy the 9, where I'm like, okay, there's more upside potential for the 9. If it's for my collection, I'm a 10 collector. Like that's what I like. And I'm not going to spend money for my collection if it doesn't ring that bell. Like when I look at it, it just hits me like just hard. Like I'm not going to spend the money unless it gives me the butterflies. It's like I'm not going to be with somebody if, like I can't force love. You know what I mean? Like even though my brain is telling me like, yeah, you should probably be a 9 collector. It makes more sense. It's a lot cheaper. Yeah, I've pulled that. It graded a 10 too.
Like this for me, it's like sick. If this had hit a 9, I would have just sold it. I would have sold it, or I would have like tried to regrade it. And I don't know why. Like there's something, but now that I have this, it's like this is a pop 7 unlimited 10. Like this isn't leaving my hands. This is stuck. Like I don't care if somebody offered me $1,000 right now. I would not. I'd be crazy not to take it, but I wouldn't take it just because like I know how hard it would be to go and try and find this again. But it's like
I'm always gonna sell the 10.
And that's the right move. That's totally the right move. And I sell a ton of 10s. I sell a ton of 10s. Most things I grade, I sell 100%. But it's like those few key cards that I really want for my like very long-term collection. It's like it's got to be a 10. Especially when it's set cards too. For me, it's like I feel more comfortable knowing I have like a pretty rare 10 in a sea of whatever. Like that's just me. I don't know.
No, there's something to be said for that, dude. There's something to be said for having a like pop 1, pop 2, very like it's a very cool feeling. Very cool feeling. And a lot of sets you can only do that with 10s.
It always makes me laugh when people are like, pop 1, like PSA 8, pop one PSA 9. I'm like, no one fucking cares. Like, if it's not a 10, don't give me the pop
whole
report
pop is
on it.
700 and
Nobody cares.
7, but you've got the 6.
Unless it's an illustrator or some crazy rare promo, you know, a trophy card. Like, we don't care about your set card pop 2 PSA 8s. It kills me when people say that. Like, I just laugh, you know.
It's so stupid.
No one cares and whatever. Like,
oh man.
Oh, just stupid. It is crazy. That's the whole thing. It's just.
I wanted to ask you guys, what do you guys find yourself being drawn to right now in your like collecting? Like not selling or anything. Like just like with your collection, or is it more like rarity, or is it more just like accessibility, affordability? Yeah, I know where Rob's at.
It's that simple, man.
But I do want to hear a bit more about it from you guys. Like what is exciting you right now? Because for me, I have trouble right now collecting things that I know aren't that rare. Like there's something about it where it's just like, why not keep this moving and then buy it down the road? Like so I wanted to hear from you guys where you're at.
That's funny because I like re-put on my like to-do list to like kind of evaluate what goals I had for this year, which ones I hit, and like what my new goals are for next year. Like as far as like things I want, it's not always just the items I want to collect. Like my goals for this year included like amount of cards I would grade and amount of like in-person events I would go to, and like, you know, some things around content creation and all that. But I definitely like put on my list to like kind of reevaluate what my goals are and what I want to go after. And it's definitely like, it is hard to your point, because there's things to what we were talking about earlier where it's like, it's just like, I could just get it with money. But if I'm sticking to my price point, then it gets way harder. But it's gotta be like there's a couple of things I think I'm going to go after next year. One of them I'm being very patient with because I know there's enough, and like the prices just keep falling and falling and falling. Like I could have bought one this week at a price that like a year and a half ago I would have murdered someone to pay, right? And I'm like, I'm just going to let it keep going. But for me, it's the rarity thing. It's because like that 96 card ass set, that is what's going to be really fun to collect, like continuing as my long-term goal and like focusing on a lot for Pokemon specifically, because like some of them just don't exist and the raw cards just aren't there in the condition to grade. So like that's been fun, like trying to figure out how to re-strategize to like complete that set. It's becoming that thing where like now the price is popping off to a point where I'm not going to be able to just buy them, you know, like 10 of them off PWCC in a weekend, you know? So that's really exciting to me for sure. I was chasing super, super, you know, not super rare stuff, like high-end rare stuff, but stuff that I think is like a difficult goal, right? Something that is not easy to achieve even with just money because they're not there. That's
okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What about you, Rob?
Couple different things. I was originally going for a lot of like gold stars, and I've kind of pumped the brakes on those a bit. I think the 10s are a little bit out of reach for me, and plus there's too many gold stars for me to collect in 10s, where it would cost probably like, I don't know, close to like 50 G's. So I'm like, yeah, and that's actually the one type of card that I can collect the 9s for, and it feels fine. I have the Vaporeon Play promo, and then the gift box Pikachu and a PSA 9, and it hits that same spot like a 10 would on certain cards. It's weird how certain cards I'm okay with the 9. It's a very select few, but it just, and I think part of it is because I'm so stingy in my brain that it almost forces me to like something because I know it's out of range for me price rise. And so it's it's kind of like drinking scotch for the first time. Like you drink and you're like, oh, it tastes like shit. But then you're like, oh, well, this is sophisticated and I want to look cool. And so you keep drinking it and you kind of like start to like it, it's kind of like that, So I think I'm kind of pumping the brakes on the gold stars, the Japanese gold stars. I might pick some up here and there, but primarily I want all the Pokemon, the gold border URs for black and white. All the
love that Sigilif.
Yeah, and people probably look at this and like, oh, the Sigilif black and white, like peasants.
I need it.
And if and if you're into this area, that it's very low pop. It's very tough to pull. And they're just beautiful looking cards. And so I love collecting under optimized cards. I always have, because that way, if I ever change collection goals, which is always happening for me, I can sell it at a profit, because by the time that I'm ready to sell, it's already gone way up, and I'm making good profits. The other things are just things that I really like more E-Series 10s. I just pulled a couple of these off the back. I got this for, I think, like $900, like, I don't know, a year ago, something like that.
Nice. Maybe
a little bit more than a year. But WOTC E-Series is my favorite era of all time. And Japanese black and white is a close second.
We have very similar taste.
Yeah. And so
I'm collecting the exact same things right now.
Yeah, although you're collecting it a bit more economically than I am, buying the raw and then grading them. Like you have a better mind when it comes to that stuff. You have a better system. I'll say I'll just buy the 10 at auction when I can find it at low. I'll be patient for that, because I'm just lazy and I don't want to put in the work.
It's your time value, man. A lot of it's how much time you had to spend doing it. Really, I think that's what it is. Like, because you could do it if you spent hours and hours every day really going after it, but it's like, at what point is it worth it? Like, I remember when you picked up that Zekrom at Denver, and it's like, man, it's like I've probably spent many hours searching for a raw one, specifically because I like unlimited too, black and white. I made that goal for myself, so it would take me longer to achieve it, basically. So it'll be like I'll have a couple of years of being able to chase this goal and try and grade all this myself. So like you picked that up for what it was like 600, right?
5.
Five. Nice. 5. Yeah, and I was like, oh man, like. It's just so much time you just saved right there picking up for 5. Even if it's like you could have spent 150, 200 on raw. Like, at what point is it? Yeah. So
plus
absolutely
risk, right? You don't know it's going to grade a 10. You're gonna have to do that 3 times.
Yeah, exactly.
My luck with raw is not good. I've tried to buy raw and it just doesn't work out for me, and so it's been a money waster instead of like, oh, I'm making money by buying raw and grading, and so I'm saving money. For me, it's been the opposite effect, and maybe I'm just ignorant or just inexperienced in that market, but it just really hasn't worked for me. So it's just kind of left a bad taste in my mouth, and so that's like a different grind. Like when I first started Pokemon, I was literally ripping Hidden Fates and selling the codes for some type of money to get my eBay feedback up, because I wanted to start selling, and like I was willing to do that grind, and I could make like $10 to $20 off of 50 codes or whatever and get some money back, and that was cool. Like that's a grind for other people, and it's like whatever your grind is, that's great. Like, and for me, like, and this is the last thing that I grabbed. This is a recent purchase. Nice. I was just trying to find like sealed booster boxes for really cheap. Like I got this for a really good deal, networking and finding a good source in Japan. And, I can keep it sealed. I can do box break with it. There's lots of different, opportunities that I have for this. But I think that, first of all, Diamond and Pearl Japanese has gone up pretty significantly in the last year, especially the sealed product.
Yeah, mainly the sealed.
Yeah, no. Here's the weird thing about Diamond and Pearl, okay? And I know that you know this, is that this box is, I got it for $2,100, okay? the biggest like hits, or let's just take, hold on, what's like a really popular set? Dawn Dash. Okay, Dawn Dash. That's
the
one
other
of the
half
biggest,
of that.
the
Yeah.
other half, exactly. You know, the biggest hit in that set is what, the Leafeon level X?
We found our Glaceon. Yep.
But the Leafeon's more expensive.
They bounce. They've tanked.
So what do they go for?
Glaceon
Like
used to
300?
be 1,000 a year ago, and so many have hit the market. So many people have graded these because they're not as rare as people thought, and now you see prices anywhere between 200 and 250, which is crazy. Like it's crazy. So yeah, like Leafeon might be more expensive now because less have been graded in a year than Glaceon. So it's like back and forth. It's like, oh my god, when this used to be like $1,000 and had a couple sales up there. Like my friend sold a sequential set for like 16 or 1700, like right when that was happening. I was like, oh my god. And I got mine back and it was like, oh, 250. Nice.
Right.
Crazy.
That's what I'm saying, is that like it's weird because the biggest hits within those box, even though the sealed product has gone up significantly, the PSA 10 prices for these cards have dropped significantly. And so that's why I like staying on the sealed product for Diamond and Pearl. It is fun to rip because you get the guaranteed hollow level X, so it makes a fun community get together and rip and all that. But that's why I love like taking that gamble and doing so many box breaks on Japanese black and white, is because you can buy a $45 or $50 unweighed pack and have a potential of hitting like a $500 plus card. You know, like you can't do that in Diamond and Pearl. You know, like it just doesn't really exist on the Japanese side. You know, so it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm always looking for opportunities that just makes sense. And for me right now, those are kind of the main things that I'm collecting. And then the last thing I'll say is like, I would love to still get more crystals. They're just so expensive.
Nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, those eras, because black and white's the first time we got to boxes that didn't have guarantees, right? Like no guaranteed full art. And I've seen you have crazy luck. Like hitting like full arts every single time. I feel like I see you crack boxes. Like it's so cool because I've seen like these depressing box breaks where it's just like 3 regular EXs. It's like, oh god, it's like hemorrhaging money, like literally just gone. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like it's really cool to see that you've been pretty successful. But it's like with Diamond and Pearl too, there's a lot. You have to look at so many moving factors with these sets. Like black and white, the chase cards are harder to hit than level X's were, right? A lot of it came down to like how many would be like in a case rather than like however many per box. And it's more popular than Diamond and Pearl in general in Japan. Like the full arts and the more modern looking stuff is way more popular to the Japanese audience because like that's kind of where modern started, right? Like that's the beginning of modern essentially is black and white. Black and white kind of laid down the formula for modern and everything that went past it with like SRs as like the hits where you just get this hit in a box. And you didn't even back then, you might not have even just gotten that hit. Because I forget, it was up until like, I don't know what set. It was some XY set to where you started getting guaranteed secret rares. I'm forgetting, but yeah, it was just really like these boxes you could get slaughtered. Like Diamond and Pearl, there's a bunch of these level X's around. There's like hollows every pack, right? It's really interesting. But that's why as a sealed product, it's such an attractive experience because it's so breakable. It's so consumable compared to a black and white box that might have 10 hollows and 3 regular EXs that like nobody really cares about that much. Like I've never, you know what I mean? So, whereas in Diamond and Pearl, you know, you're going to be getting a lot of stuff that is kind of guaranteed. So yeah, sealed definitely seems like the way with Diamond and Pearl for sure. I believe in that sticking price-wise way more so than these chase cards because in my experience, there's a lot more to grade. Looking at the Glaceon level X as a case study from a card that was like 2, 3, 400, shoots up to 1,000, and then pops have like doubled, tripled since then, like crazy. I a couple of days ago I looked at my spreadsheets because I used to track on every other month pops of every era I was interested in, every card I was interested in, like just
a lot of work.
Oh yeah.
Just save PDFs of the PSA website every month.
Yep. I probably should have done that more so, but I just put it in my spreadsheet and wrote it down.
Wait, what'd you say, Colin?
I used to pull down like 20 to 25 different pops every month. I would print to PDF the PSA pop report.
Oh, is that how? Because I remember you did those like, hey, let's look back last month at base set pops or whatever. Like, so you would actually print it out so you had a hard copy so that's how you can go back and see how much it's grown
digitally. But yeah, I would just save the PDF to a folder, and then I had them all sequential month over month over month. So
I thought what's funny is I was thinking about that like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I literally had this conversation. I was like, how do you do these videos? Because I was like, did he really save all this, or is there a way that PSA will tell you how much the pops have grown since last month? Like, is there like a feature that I just don't know
websites
about? Now there's
websites that do it.
Websites, but there was
Pokemetrics.
Yeah, Pokemetrics.
And I'll show you each month how much it's grown for a specific set.
It gives you a lot of data.
And that's when I kind of stopped. I was like, oh man, all this effort, they just have it here. Yeah. And but I kind of liked getting super comfortable with the data, like having to manually record every single card's pop. Like I went through Neo. I started with like Neo and then ended in X and Y, like that entire 15 years or whatever of pops. Like every other month I would do it, and it would take me multiple days, like probably a week if I went at it like every night really hard. And I got really familiar with everything, and it always would remind me, oh, this card exists, like this is something I could go and buy. Like it's a really good, I highly recommend, like as a whatever you're trying to do, just getting really familiar with everything and all the cards that the hobby has to offer, so that you have like you don't feel like you're in a vast sea, like drowning in all of it. Like getting comfortable and feeling confident about what you know and understanding what you don't know is really good as a collector. So you can compare things like, what did this do over here compared to this over here? What's this era doing? What's this era? Like similar cards, similar Pokemon, whatever. Like it's cool to be able to look at all these comparisons, because that's like when it comes to like price rationality, the only thing we can really do is just compare or look at the past, like look at what past prices have been or compare it to other cards. So like make sense of a price, right? Or look at the seal it came from. Like there isn't a ton of different things we can do. So having the knowledge of a lot of stuff is, I think, important as just whether you're collecting or investing or flipping. It's
been hard for me like the past. Oh yeah, I know this sheet.
This is, look at this, 10-1-19. Okay, this is back when I started getting serious about.
That's awesome.
Pokemon. Look at this, Japanese jungle back at 1,000, dude. These are just, so I would go for like, various different sets. I would do the same with booster packs of like all the different price points that I could find on eBay.
Is this just for WOTC?
Primarily. I mean, maybe I did do everything.
Oh, nice.
Or at least is what I could
find. Would love to look at that.
And then I started doing like first edition base set for PSA 9s, PSA 10s, all the different price points, Shadowless. And then I started doing just, other sets, down here, the stuff that I was interested in at the time. All this stuff, man, but like, I'm the same way, dude. It's like, you have to look at the data in order to make, educated decisions on what you think is going to go up. I have to like study those data points in order for me to be like, oh yeah, this is a good buy. And I know on the fly and like, boom, and just taking the time to do this and like doing the research helped expand my knowledge of Pokemon. Cause there's so many opportunities outside of WOTC when guys like Z and G were just like, yeah, I just do WOTC. And I'm like, dude, you're missing out on a lot of money here, because I've been making a lot of good moves in all these areas when Heart Gold Soul Silver was like $700 a booster box, and then selling it for $200 for 2 months later at like $2,400, $2,800. Like just constantly making moves like that over the last few years. And it all like derived from taking the time to do the research, you know?
Yeah. Dude.
And that was a really great time to be doing what you were doing, because it's like now the prices aren't nearly as volatile to where you can make those kind of super short-term plays on sealed and other stuff. But the knowledge itself is still super useful into what you choose to purchase and hold into the future. Like, that's awesome. I would love to dig into that sheet and look at specifically a lot of pack prices for like mid-era stuff. That's kind of okay, cool. Because I remember opening a lot of EX and Diamond Pearl packs back in like 2015, 2016, and that's like one of the most sacred parts of the hobby to me. Like when I got to do that, was a very important part of my hobby experience for sure. So that stuff's cool. But yeah, I don't know. It's like I would not call myself in. Like, I don't want to invest in Pokemon. It's either a flip or it's a PC. It's either it's for my collection because I want it, or I'm gonna sell it and I'm gonna flip it. Like that's,
How come?
Because I am eternally nervous just about collectibles markets in general. And the volatility and the amount of demand that really needs to stick and stay for all of these prices to retain and stay up in Pokemon. Like Pokemon is it's so important. The amount of demand that Pokemon needs to stay afloat with where things are at right now, that makes me a bit nervous. Not that I think it's going to go down. Like I'm like betting on Pokemon as like, because I'm doing this, I've made it my business. Obviously I have some belief, but it's like, for me, I don't really feel the need to invest. I'd rather go throw it in the stock market or just collect. I'd rather go flip with that money instead of put it into something. Because I believe
my own that I think is going to have long-term appreciable value over somewhere else I could have put the money.
Yeah.
Like that's not how I look at this hobby. Like there's some
same
art I look at like that. There's and that's for me what I own. There are things in this hobby that will do that. There are things, and that's how collectibles hobbies generally work, right? Like the 99% of the hobby from a volume standpoint maybe keeps up with inflation over time or drags below it. And then there's a small group of things,
top 1%,
that grow at 7, 12, 27%, a year annualized over certain periods. And then that ends up working out over time, adds a little diversification to a pool. But there's like, I don't know, maybe like one thing that I like am confident that like, not confident, but I assign a pretty high probability to that like 10 years from now, it's going to be worth more than what I bought it for.
Yeah.
Not more than what I bought it for, but have a significant like return profile over time. But yeah, no, if I buy something, it's for like, I make a transaction to sell it or it's going in my PC. There's nothing where I'm like, all right, I'm going to buy this and I want to hold it for like a 12 to 18 month period. It's not like trading a stock. It's just
right. But all my
this isn't
PC
a price tag. No price tag.
but they are, because you're gonna sell it one day, so like for me, like the things that I quote unquote invest in are like my personal collection goals, because I get to hold on to them for a while. I get to seriously enjoy them, and then I know I'm gonna sell them one day.
Passive collection standpoint, but you're not necessarily trying to time it, and some of those things maybe I'm speaking for you, but you might be okay breaking even or taking a small loss on for the utility of having gotten to own it. And I think that's what a lot of like passive collecting is about.
That has happened for sure. Like you you realize that, hey, I was inexperienced. I bought something thinking that it would go up. And now having more knowledge and experience and saying like, hey, this probably won't go back up. And if it will, it's going to take a long time. So I don't want to have all this cash tied up when I know that I can take this, put it into something that I think that I can rebuild, again, flipping and building that back up for sure. I've definitely been there. But like the way that I look at it, like, cause I have some pretty big personal collection goals, but it's like at the end of the day, like, going to sell those one day, so that is investing in a sense.
Well, for me, it's like, how do you, if you're making money in this space and that's how you fund your collecting, it's like, it's kind of how you go about it. Like for me, it's like, I trust in my own ability to 2x my money in a month or two and to churn. Then I trust in this booster box or this pack to 2x my money in a month or two or in a year or 2 years. Like I trust in myself and my own process. Why leave it up to the market essentially? That's where I come from. And I agree with you. I probably shouldn't look at everything with no price tag associated with it, but truly I really like the cards that I really that stick in my PC and I really want. There's a different level of feeling that I have towards those cards. Like I have engaged with these cards for like my entire sentient life. So like getting to own these is very important and special to me. And I don't take it for granted. It's not a money thing for me. It's not like, cause I could go out and just buy it. I want it for 400. Sure. 400. I'll take it. But like the fact that I go and create it myself, it's like that has no price tag for me. And if I'm just keeping it for however long, I don't care about the money that I put in because I am a like net winner, I guess, in the hobby. Of course, like I'm able to collect. I'm able to pay rent, pay the bills. Like, yeah. Like it's definitely a different experience for me for sure. So yeah, but I'll never take it for granted.
I just don't. I do. It goes back to kind of what we were talking about earlier, and some of the way maybe Dan talks a lot in a kind of uberly pessimistic way. But I've spent a lot. Honestly, I have spent more time probably in markets professionally than anyone like in the YouTube ecosphere in the public space of collecting. There's probably people who like. There's some guys, and that's not true. There's some guys on IG and YouTube, or IG mostly, that have spent a lot of time in the more traditional investing space at a high level. Maybe not professionally, but at any rate, what I'm trying to drive at is that mindset comes from having operated in markets for a long time and knowing how they work. It's the same way you identify, a bubble occurring. It's the same way you identify markets bottoming. It's the same way you understand inefficiency because you've seen efficiency in other markets. And that has led me to a framework where, with the price movement that we've seen over the past, it's the end of 2022, so call it 2.5 years, right? That the returns on any of these items have been pulled forward so aggressively that there is almost no probability of 99% of this hobby maintaining a return profile above that of inflation over the next multiple decades, meaning that you are losing money in real terms by holding these items because you have purchased them, assuming you've purchased them at market price, in a place where they have moved such a significant amount. And once you start, then if you overpay and you start losing money on it, the mathematical improbability of you getting back to, even like to net zero, it's almost impossible, because the return profile that would have to happen to that item over a set amount of time frame, like you would just have to get really lucky and sell it to a really dumb person. You know what I mean? Like, but in a more rational sense, market, like, which the market is not rational, but you know what I mean, more like fundamental mathematical, it's an impossibility basically. So that's like, I have made a tremendous amount of money in this hobby, and it's all been churning. It's all been just like creating value and then extracting that value in a pretty short amount of time. Like I'm really going to say this, like there are not things that I buy or make a play on thinking that I should not immediately sell that if I'm ever going to sell it. Right?
Interesting.
Like if in this environment now, 7 years ago, it's, you just collect shit, right? It didn't matter. Now there are like and it's also because I'm not like throwing around hundreds of thousands of dollars at trophy cards and super esoteric niche or truly rare parts of the hobby that could potentially have that return profile of an upper echelon of a collectible hobby. Now, even now, it's a problem because so many of those parts of this market were dragged up so aggressively that a lot of stuff's been squeezed out of there. Dude, it just makes me nervous. The whole thing makes me nervous. And I couldn't do it if I wasn't like financially stable elsewhere. Like I don't, and like, the amount of money I've spent in the hobby this year, it's only because of the amount of money that's been created out of the hobby this year. Right. Like I couldn't do can't do that. Like I just couldn't and that's just me. And that's like more like, and to get back more towards what we were talking about, like the data is super fun to sit in and understand, and it makes collecting really fun. And I've been in a place this year where I've spending the bulk of my time building a business and not focused on my hobbies, right? Which is why my content isn't really there. I barely get to do this. Like I'm at a different point in my life right now, right? But I'm still around. But that makes it harder to operate in the hobby too, because you're not as educated. You don't know as much about what's going on, because there is so much inefficiency that the amount of value you can extract in a short amount of time out of inefficiencies that exist there is, why would I ever hold something to think it's going to go up in value? Like, why would I bother? Why wouldn't I just own it, assign a 0 to it, and then
that's why.
Keep it? No.
That's why. Look at these price points. If you were to have sold right away, to buy and flip, if you're saying.
Yeah, but the margins weren't like it then. There was no liquidity, and no one was buying and selling. Like there was very low volume, and there wasn't like massive arbitrage.
2019?
No one cared.
2019? I don't know.
2016 maybe there was some during the Pokemon Go boom, and then
are you arguing? Yeah, are you arguing price appreciation or arbitrage within being able to buy stuff? Yeah,
I'm arguing about that Pokemon is not investable, or that you guys are saying that you should only if you buy, it's to sell right away. And although I'm with you
Black Swan events happen at the same time.
Correct.
The probability of that ever happening again is effectively 0. There's a better chance of you getting struck by lightning 3 times during a zombie apocalypse than us having what happened again happen. Like it's like
to the extent of the numbers, I agree with you of how high it went up, but I still think that there's plenty of items in Pokemon, especially sealed, that are very quote unquote investable.
But I think if you did the math, the opportunity is so much greater, and the time value of money comes into play.
Depends.
Which is incredibly important. Well, I don't think it does. I think it's just math.
I think it depends on your entry point, because if I'm getting something at a price point that's a lot cheaper than others, and when I sell it a year later, like my entry point is everything, depending on how much money I'm gonna make off of that. It also depends on how much of a certain product is out there. So it's like,
but don't forget the risk. Don't forget the
100%, 100%
hobby. That's what people never do, though. They don't understand what risk adjusted returns are, right? And the fact that these aren't symmetrical probabilities, right? It's so asymmetric to the downside that yes, there are tremendous upside opportunities over short-term periods. Short-term can be defined anywhere from one day to the next. I literally did it last week where I bought something for $90 and sold it right then for $150. That's a pretty good margin.
For sure.
Short term can also be a year, 2 years, you know, like in non-cap gains terms, just in like timeline terms, right? But the longer in a market like this that you hold an item, the more variables you introduce into it that create additional risk profile, right?
I agree with that 1,000%. It's just there are certain things that still have very solid upside potential in regards to holding it as compared to just selling it for, you know, whatever, you know, the 20%
Well, that's like
profit margin.
I don't think so. I mean,
Colson, what do you like when you go to? I'm curious, like when you go to buy your raw cards, like for your business, what type of return are you looking to get out of that makes sense to sell it right away? Like, just how does that work for your end?
Well, for grading, my kind of bottom echelon of like margin that I target is a 2x after fees and shipping. Like what Kai just said. Kai knows. Kai does the same thing. Like me and Kai are close friends. Like that's what I target. So when we talk about price appreciation within a year, there aren't a ton of things that can sustainably 2x every year, like especially now. So that's where I come from. It's like I don't know, man. I don't know. It's
like bird.
Yeah,
right.
and I totally agree that there are some arbitrage opportunities that can be an enticing hold where you know that some of these sealed products they will go up, but there's an equal chance, maybe more, that the entire market will just start to lose demand and fall off. Like what the logic and reasoning behind these sealed items and owning them is really sound, but I think the point is that it's kind of out of your control. It's like you could do the best you could do the best you could research the most, whatever, but 2008 could happen. Like what, you know, it's like nobody casually investing in the stock market could have ever done anything to stop that. Like my entire I have family who just got ruined financially for the rest of their lives because of something like 2008, completely out of their control, right? So that's kind of the nervousness that I come from with holding, probably kind of similar to Connor. So, but I totally like hear what you're saying, and I do think that if the market holds up, those things aren't a bad thing to hold on to. I feel like there's better uses of time and money, but again, you can't, like, it's where you want to be. If you don't want to be doing the volume play with like CGC or PSA and grading hundreds of cards, putting them in plastic, like low end, and selling them, then like that's okay. And you don't have to do that. So maybe the sealed box, it's like, what are you going to do with the sealed box? You're either going to break it or you're going to hold on to it. It's not like you can grade it, or it's not like you can constantly flip it into volume. Like it, huh?
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet. So it's like, so if that's where you want to be, what you're doing is pretty much like the best that you can be doing with what you want to collect, what you want to hold, what you want to sell. Like that's it. And I totally understand that. So it's like, how many more options do you have if you want to own it? Right.
Yeah. I guess my point is that I feel like Pokemon investing gets such a bad rep, but it's like, let's be honest, when Eevee Heroes just got the reprint and boxes were, I think my guy had them like, I don't know, $75 or something like that. It's like, if you buy 200 of those, 100 of those, 50 of those, 20 of those, whatever that your, you know, disposable income is, that you can do that, like that's 1,000% investable. Like it just is. Like, even though if it's a stupid move where it just sits in the closet and you can't enjoy it, it's still going to appreciate because it has just that god tier popularity and chase. Like it's always going to have something. So again, it's about your entry point. But again, if you're buying it at $300 a box or $250 a box or whatever it is right now, you're going to have to wait a lot longer for that to go up. But look at Sun and Moon, look at like X and Y you were talking about earlier. You're buying boxes for $50. Now they're $800. It's like, things are 1000% investable in this hobby. And for people to say that they're not, it's crazy. It's crazy.
75 and now they're 300. Why would you keep waiting? Because then your IRR gets reduced over time because you're dragging out that over time, and then you could take that money and redeploy it and make money on your money.
I agree, but I agree, and you should for 100%. And when I say invest, I want to make it clear. It's like you're buying something, and then later down the line, meaning again, I'm not buying this so that I'm flipping this in a month, 2 months. Like I'm thinking somewhere like a year to 3 years where it appreciates. That makes sense, So it's like if I would have done that a year ago with Eevee Heroes or even 6 months ago, that's a solid profit going from $80 to $250 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's still plenty of ways to invest in Pokemon. Like it really is, man. There's plenty of opportunities too. So like, I don't know. I'm very bullish in that regards, but I understand that my business model that I make money off of is literally buying boxes and selling it for a very small profit because it's churn and burn, exactly like you said, because it's safe. It makes sense. Like it's repeatable, it's scalable. But then there's also things that for sure that I have, that I 100% think will continue to go up, and they have for sure.
That's something I was going to ask.
It really kind of depends because like, here's the thing. Again, I don't buy a lot of modern to invest in it. So it's like my end goal is to buy a bunch of product. Otherwise, all the boxes that I did buy and sold for literally a $10 to $15 profit margin on my live streams, I'd have stacked in my closet, but I'm just saying for the casual collector, for people that do want to invest or do want to buy into Pokemon, it is 100% an option depending on the set, depending on your entry point, that can still be very profitable for sure. Like it's just that simple. SM Pratt was just talking about Japanese modern booster boxes. You're looking at CP6 like 5 years ago compared to like English booster boxes for evolutions. Still $600 compared to what it was 90, which was just a few years ago. That's a nice little chunk of change there. And people were laughing at that. Oh, evolutions isn't investable. Oh my God, people are stupid. That's fine. It's all good.
Man, for 4 years, that set was sitting at distributors, not doing anything, and your money was dead. And this, yeah, like when you're talking about investing in modern sets, there's so much you have no idea what the Pokemon company is going to do. We're all super lucky that Eevee Heroes didn't get printed to oblivion. It's like free cash. It would have just been free money for them, but they decided not to do it. Like that set could have gotten destroyed.
This is the problem.
Even if it did, there's still enough demand to eat up the supply that's out there. And look at Moonbreon.
Yeah,
it's the perfect example. Like we all thought that this thing is going to crash, and it didn't. And I'm not saying go invest in that now because it depends on your entry point.
Didn't it just crash though? I think it did just crash.
Well, what's your definition of crash?
Well, it was like what, like 13, 14. Now it's like 750, 8 within like 2 weeks. I feel like that's kind of a crash.
That's a crash. Okay. That's a crash. I haven't paid attention to that card, but
yeah,
it's still doing very well, for a modern chase card, that's kind of crazy.
I did the math on that, Charvy. Exactly.
Yeah.
Look, I think this is the problem. I think the problem is that like, it literally, and this is no shade against anyone, but like people just actually don't know like what investing is or how like what like traditional investing is. So like they observe like a hobby space that looks like more fun that they think they can make money in. And I think that like it is not like all things equal. Like most people end up losing, and some of us, like we have the luxury to be able to buy and hold something if we wanted to, thinking it might go up, whether we're like irrational or rational about it, right? Like, and because like we know we're winning overall everywhere else, like it, like I don't think if someone truly understood like what their financial situation was and how they were going to protect and grow some wealth over time. Because I think the true way you do that is like through some concentrated bets, right? And that's what happened to people in 2020, right? They, not every collector, right? But some people like a Jake's a good example, right? Where he truly believed that something would happen over a certain amount of time, and then it all got pulled forward. So it's a significant portion luck, but also some skill in observing that he felt like an IP had a bunch of, assets, memorabilia, trading cards, whatever, that were undervalued. But what I'm saying is like people, and I just lost my train of thought there for a second, but basically where I sit is like, if they truly understood what I just like people don't understand simple things like compounding and real versus nominal returns and like how you actually build wealth over time. And it's like, it's not like through necessarily always like the most fun thing that you like enjoy. Like traditional investing is like super boring in a lot of ways. Like I've had the luxury of engaging it at a very high level, investing in private equity, private credit, derivatives, hedge fund, like you name the investment vehicle, catastrophic reinsurance. I don't give a shit. No one knows what that is, but I'm just telling you, like, there's all these things, right? And now, like, because of that, I've put myself in a financial position to screw around in this hobby and market and also be able to like try to build my own business, right? And that's how you truly build wealth, in my opinion, is concentrated bets. Diversification keeps you wealthy. And that's, most people can do that a little bit over time with like the traditional markets. And when you look at all the data around investing in traditional markets and how that works, I just don't know, like if we really sat here and like did the math on an example, there's just no way it ever makes sense, right? Unless another situation like early 20, mid 2020 until, early 2021 happens again, and you buy, and then the event happens and you sell, somewhere after the peak, right? I just don't think it's ever going to make sense mathematically, because I can think about like to think about the return. Let me put it this way, and without assigning numbers to it, because I don't want to go like crazy with it. But if you bought a box, like I'll just assign simple numbers, but if you bought a box and wanted it to double over a year, right? But if you could take that box and I did this, I wrote an article for someone's coming out with a physical magazine. I wrote an article for them, and I went through my entire soup to nuts, dollar figure, full transparency on how I make money breaking modern Japanese, right? So if you held a box and then you hoped, and it did end up doubling over a year, there are scenarios in which obviously with more time and effort, you can create multitudes of return there by simply flipping things over very, very, very small increments again and again and again and again, because compounding and making money on the money you made is vitally important, right?
But not everybody has that ability to do so. You have an audience where you can flip, where you can do that. You have built up seller credibility. You have a YouTube channel. You have an Instagram page where you can do that. What do you say to the casual collector that bought a $70 box of Tag All-Stars that's now $210, $250 in a year?
They probably don't even know, because they're a casual collector and they're probably going to open it.
But there's plenty out there that do that. I mean, at the time when I bought mine, like that's what I did. I was like, I'm going to buy 4 because this is a solid set. I believe in it, and I'm going to throw it back. That's exactly what I did. I was a casual collector, and I ended up breaking them because now I have a presence and I can break it now, and it's fun and make the community together. But is that not investable?
But that was then, right? I'm not saying I didn't make plays like that either, right? I'm talking about now. I'm talking about where Pokemon sits today, where we've come over the past 2.5, 3 years, and where I see the rest of the trajectory going. And to me, is there a probability it could happen? Of course. Is the downside risk so much greater than the upside potential now that we have come through a period like we did with the price appreciation we've seen, even post downturn or whatever. I mean, yeah, because like we're still in a crazy, bull market, in my opinion, in collectibles and in Pokemon. And we really have not seen the amount of pain you could actually see in this market. Like, people have no idea. They have no idea how absolutely annihilated all of this could get.
For sure.
The probability of that happening compared to traditional assets, broad swath, it's not just about the probability of it happening. It is the probability of the upside against the probability of the downside to me. So why would I introduce increased risk into a play that I think can make money? Why wouldn't I would just take the bird in the hand. And maybe that's like conservative, but also rational. I mean, it goes back to like, and then you actually do math. Like, you actually think about inflation. You actually think about rate of return and IRR, and you think about compounding. You think about money turning into more money over certain time periods and being able to make money on that money you made, and de-risking, right? Taking out no capital. Like, there's all these things, and I can go on this forever. And I'm not like, I just like, man, I haven't got to talk about this in a while. Chat's funny. It's really funny. Yeah, I just haven't really, like, I haven't wanted to like make singular videos by myself with a damn whiteboard or like talk about shit like this. Honestly, it's way more fun to like do it on this platform.
It is. And that's why I'm kind of playing devil's advocate a little bit, because it's fun to have.
And this is, I love it. And I hope everyone like appreciates that we're just,
Oh, they've all unsubscribed from me already. Don't worry.
I mean, dude, I don't even know. I've got like 0 subscribers. It's fine.
Like, this Rob guy's a fucking asshole.
I do believe the shit I say, because like, this is off the cuff. Like, just, I don't know. I'm gonna get off my soapbox, but I worry about people still trying to drive there when I think it is going to, it's like, even if it works, at what cost, at what risk, what was the probability that actually worked out for you? Can you monetize on the back end, to your point, right? Can you actually, what if the box does doubles, can you actually sell that, and action on that? What if the market's so, a liquid by then that it doesn't matter and they're actually not transacting at that anymore? What if you miss that point in time? What if the last sale was at 2x, but then, things go off a cliff and you can't, execute on that price anymore? Like, there's just, I don't know. Someone just sent me an $80 offer for a Quidditch Cup box, by the way, so they must be listening to my plays. I'm done.
That's funny.
It's really funny.
I went through it coming back. I got in kind of swelled up in the whole horde mentality of modern investing, buying product. And then I realized, like, one, I didn't even like it. I didn't even like throwing these products on my closet, on my table, wherever I would put them. I didn't even enjoy it. And then I also, I don't really like, it's like what we've just been talking about, like just the risk and how much longer it kind of takes to accrue gains like that when holding, compared to like starting your own business and really selling a product or a service or something. Like, that's like my biggest advice for people trying to make money in a different way, is just like try and sell something. Like, that's something I feel like that people, I don't know. That's advice that I feel like I don't hear enough. Like, really, like, start, like, it doesn't have to be Pokemon. It can be, you can start selling clothes, shoes, anything, any other collectibles. Like, just that experience is super valuable to be able to like navigate in markets and know how to buy and sell, and that'll help you in so many different areas of your life. Like, that's invaluable experience. Like that should be the end thing advice to people. Like just like at the end of the day, it's like I don't know, like because that's kind of that's where you will have the most control over your money, your in and out, and all that. Where if you feel nervous about putting it into a Pokemon box or even a stock or all of that, it's like taking control of yourself in your life is like where I kind of come from and what I try and preach, so however you may do that, and I'm sure you guys feel the same. But
I always think that betting on yourself is really important. And I say this again and again, it's one of my favorite quotes, but there's no such thing as safety, only varying degrees of risk.
Absolutely.
And understanding like what that's going to look like for you and how you can take control of some of those opportunities is vitally important. And you're always going to be better off like building a skill set, even if that means like just trying to buy and sell stuff. You're building an appreciable skill set that you'll be able to use over time. Right. So yeah, I definitely agree. Like, do it to improve yourself, right? Like that's vitally important.
Yeah. Oh.
Don't forget.
So the takeaway here is, guys, Pokemon's investment
over a year.
I'll correct you. Pokemon's flippable. That's funny.
Pokemon is a high level of value extraction opportunity.
I mean, but you got to understand, man. Right, but even intelligently, like think of how much money we spend on cardboard, how much risk.
Of course.
We all have super high risk at the end of the day.
Stupid.
Because,
it's so dumb. The amount of money I could have made in traditional markets instead of any dollar is tremendous.
Yeah. And that's why I love all this, because it's not just about the money. Like I have fun holding these items for the time that I do. Yeah. So it's like I couldn't imagine, and I've made this mistake before and I've lost money on it, but I can't imagine like just collect or investing in something that I didn't like. Because to me, like now it's not just investing, I'm collecting. Like I get to collect it and I think it's going to have upside potential down the road where I can sell it. It's just that simple for me. Like I'm so much of a mixed bag. Like I'm so much of like I cannot just buy something for the pure value of it. And I've done that a couple times and I've lost money both times trying to ride the wave. Like, oh, this is going up, I'm going to go ahead and spend this because like I can hop on that craze and try to make some money. Doesn't work for me. It's burned me twice. And so for me, it's just like I only collect things that I do enjoy. And yeah, man, like there's certain sealed boxes, vintage boxes that like I'm holding on to because I don't want to sell it. Like it's still my personal collection. But do I absolutely think that it will go up, or like when I'm ready to sell that it'll be much higher than when I bought it? Absolutely, for sure.
Oki's comment.
Yeah, I'm dying. That's fine.
Yeah. I have a super sharp distinction between collection and inventory. And I guess technically all of it's inventory, but it's not like for tax purposes, but like I don't know. For me it's like I like to keep it simple with how I treat this stuff. Like there's some essence of stupidity and ridiculousness that I even own this instead of looking up a Google PNG every time I want to see it. That it's like, or watching a video or whatever it is, that I want to keep it that way. And I don't want to, it's like, I think plenty about the investability of this stuff. I just don't care.
It's already gotten to that point where it's like, we have to think about it too much.
Yeah, I think about it every day, every week, waking hour, but it's like I just don't care what it does. If this card goes to $50, I don't care. I could not care less if it goes to $50. Like it's just like that's for me. It's not getting out of my hands. Like that's how I have found the most enjoyment treating this stuff. And this is the select few cards for me. Like this is not the majority. This is not like definitely not. So, and yeah, that's just how I look at it.
So do you think that that's irresponsible to look at that in that regards?
No.
Like
I don't
how
think
many
so.
collection goals do you have? How much money have you spent on stuff where you have that mindset? Just curious.
I don't think so, because for how much I spent on this card, it has to drop in value by 75% for me to break even. Like seriously, like that's where I come from, and that's why I only collect things that I grade myself, and I don't buy slabs, I don't buy 10s. I grade everything myself in PC. And that's why I don't think about it, because I don't really have to, unless this card is $100. I don't really, and then I still won't even care if it's $100 now, and I don't think it will be. It totally could, and it's like, okay, I'll just.
It just happened to like a lot of the market, so it very well could.
Oh, of course, for sure, but it's like, I mean,
yeah, I get it.
You know why that stuff, that all just happened to it. And it was kind of obvious, right? It's like so
things where if they go down 75%, that means the ship's going down.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
Done for. Put a stake in it. All this.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean. It's like if this goes down 75% and I am now at break even level, it's like everything else must have just like concaved into oblivion. Because Jesus, like, yeah, I don't know.
And I go.
So.
Back. Yeah.
So that's where I come from. It's like I like to keep it. I have a different experience. I can't, like, if I was buying these slabs at full market price, like maybe even 15% under, I felt comfortable with, I would have a completely different outlook, and that's why
that's where I'm coming from.
And
because not everybody has
sense.
The business model that you do, or the knowledge or insight where you can buy raw. And then, like you said, even if it goes down, you're like, I'm still breaking even. It's all good.
Yeah.
We're back to what we were saying earlier. The financial position to not care because it's a $200 card, not a $20,000 card, right? And that's a big part of it too. Is it's just discretionary income. It's just it's. I mean, yes, there's always you could always have done better. Like you always could have invested it or saved it or did did the smart rational thing, but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean you can't just still do it. But I think that's a good point, is like to not, like, I get passionate about this stuff, but I also I sit in that camp where I don't, it's just like the Beckett thing we talked about when Rob hopped on, right? Like I don't really think about it that hard. You know what I mean? Because it's just kind of fun. Like, it's just something to do, and money's going to come and go, you can always make more money. Like if you, again, back to what we said, if you build a skill set, right, and you're working on you and your abilities, you're going to find ways to make money. If you want to work hard, it comes down to that as well. So all that to be said, you can kind of do dumb irrational things because you have that backbone.
Right. But I think that most people
to ourselves, but
and here's where I'm coming from. It's like, I'm not gonna buy this for $1,000 as a collection goal that I like, and then I'm gonna keep, for me, if I thought that this would go to zero one day, I wouldn't spend the money. It's just that simple. Like, I truly believe the things that I do buy have potential to go up, or I would not collect them. Like, I can't have that mindset of just, if it all goes to zero, it's okay. Wouldn't be spending $1,000 on cardboard then. I don't have that kind of money. I don't make that kind of money.
I definitely
have no way
where the value is going to be, though. And being okay with that's important, I think.
I think there's a little bit of nuance, though. It doesn't have to be at zero, but if you think that box would be, use that as, not that anybody really thinks this, but you think this box will be 500 in a year or 2 years, whatever, that's where it starts to get okay, do I want to buy this now or then? What do I really think? You look at a lot of this mid-era stuff, mid-era slabs, 9s, 10s, whatever. so many of them are coming down in price big. Like look at mid-air 9s. English is getting like slaughtered. Japanese has always not been very good, but English is like slaughtered in 9s. Like that's why if you had made the decision to buy it at like 150 and now it's like $50, like that sucks. But it's like what I mean, you got to enjoy it for 2 years, even though you knew it was probably going to come down. But at the end of the day, it's still just $100 loss. So it's like, I mean, everything is going to be zero at some point because but that's like, so who knows? But that's like, that's not even worth thinking about for our lifetimes right now. But maybe,
I don't think we're all going to be around long.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. So it's like I think
kindling. So
yeah. So you definitely have to like just I don't know, like the people buying those 9s for their collection at 150. Are they happy 2 years later that they're $50 now? I have no clue. I
just bought this, and like I got a screaming deal on it from my buddy compared to market. But like, do I think if I waited like 2 more years, I could buy it for like probably like a third of what I paid for it? Yeah, like there's probably a decent probability of that. But like, am I gonna really enjoy having this on my desk and looking at it every day? Yeah. So like, then it doesn't matter, Man,
so me and Rock are just stupid collectors at the end of the day, basically. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I'm
very. That's why I tell people to collect intelligently. Do what I say.
I know.
Like I couldn't imagine buying something where I genuinely thought it's gonna go down in value.
Do it all the time.
I do it all the time.
No, unless it's for pure entertainment. Like I went to Walmart the other day and I saw some Evo Skies packs and I bought 8 packs. Totally just threw $40 away. Didn't get anything. That's just pure entertainment for me. And it was great. It's fun to just open some packs and enjoy it. But for like stuff that I'm gonna spend money on for my personal collection, like I couldn't imagine spending money on something. Be like, yeah, if this goes to 0, I can look at this card and be happy. I would go insane because I just don't have the kind of money on the stuff that I want to buy. I don't know, and maybe that's my own thing, but I don't know, man. I'm just too practical, I guess. I don't know. There's no way I could do that.
$350 on a Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel movie booster box.
Yeah, but you're balling, bro. You're a CFO at an up and coming company and making that money. You got money to throw around. Us peasants living down here, it's a different story.
Colson, the only reason I bought that box is because I sold $500 of dollar sales on what night. So it's all in context. I don't spend money from outside the hobby on the hobby. I don't, because I like pump it into my business and pump it into other investment vehicles, like real investment vehicles, or like go on trips or, buy my goddaughter shit or whatever,
I know you're a godfather.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. My goddaughter is 2.5.
Right on.
And my buddy's wife owns a children's boutique in town. And I think I'm their best male customer, hands down. It's unreal. Anyway, that's what's really cool. Actually, is they're like into Pokemon Go, but like they didn't collect the cards at all. So I would like give them cards and like show them like it's fun. It makes the hobby fun, and like people engaging in ways that you don't touch. But yeah, I don't know. Like that's probably a really dumb buy. But like, I needed that box to finish my Sealed Fate collection, so I did it.
Yeah, pay for the hobby with the hobby.
Yeah.
Like Thrifty said, and it's gotten muddled for me now, quitting my job. But it's like,
yeah,
I don't know. It scaled to a certain point where I just feel like extremely comfortable with my decision.
It's going to work until it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to work until it doesn't. And it's like, what risk?
Like getting a degree. and
yeah, exactly.
skills and like a lot of like,
yeah,
it's always like caveat in context, right?
yeah,
Like caveat your personal financial situation, your personal whatever situation. Like it's
definitely.
so hard to like talk about money and all this shit because like I would never tell someone like how to invest or what they should do like in their real like in their personal situation without like ripping through their entire situation, right? Like
bro, you don't want to be the next Pokenav? What?
Oh god.
Come on, dude. Get all those views and likes and subscribers?
Bro, he would like the word like Brett's gonna laugh if he's still in here, but like the word mutual fund would like come out of his mouth, and I would just like pop over here. He would, like compare it to like first of all he would describe it inaccurately, then he would try to compare it to it. There was that one video where it was like bonds stock, and I'm like, yo, people don't even understand like. Like you can have a mutual fund that's like all like levered equities, right? Or like all bond, like anyway, that's dumb. But like people just throw around these terms, and I'm like, oh my god! And you were an FA? No, you weren't, bro. You probably were at Voya and sold insurance. Get the fuck out of YouTube, right now. Get out of here, screwing with people's brains. I am sorry. That guy revs me up.
Yeah. No.
Nah.
We're all set. We're good.
Yeah, that's why I would never make a video saying top 5 things to invest in, top 10 things to invest in. Like there's no way. You know, everybody's income, everybody's appetite for risk is different. To have a blanket statement saying that you can do this is just ignorant.
Yeah. And when everybody says do it, they all have the same goal and they all have the same price target. So it's way easier for that price to just get shattered because they all are trying to make money on it. Like that's the entire point. Like they don't understand supply and demand. If everybody is trying to sell the product, how is that price going to like go up? I don't know. That's kind of like the fundamental truth about when everybody goes after the same things.
Been asking myself about the Moonbreon for so long.
Well, the Moonbreon, it got a lot. Then it gets a ton of attraction again, and is all anybody's talking about on YouTube. And then the price collapses. Like I thought that was pretty interesting because it's like, oh yeah, now everybody's exposed to this play. Everybody knows you can buy it for 400 raw, send it to PSA at the 100, and sell it for 1,400, whatever it was going for, and double your money. People do that, and then the price it tanks. Like obviously, it's so obvious. Like of course that was going to happen.
How do you force a very inefficient market to become rapidly efficient?
Yeah,
doing that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think the other thing too is that like because I think you mentioned it, Con, earlier that it's so much of this is psychology and like I know just based on experience of like looking at something that when I see something going up, my brain tells me I need to buy now, and it can continue to drive the price up. But it's got to hit some type of ceiling eventually, you know. And then all it takes, just like as it continues to go up, that FOMO, all it takes is that FOMO for it to go down just a little, and then it can just tank so hard because people see one bad sale. Oh, I need to sell mine because it's going to keep like the psychology of collectibles, man, and like selling and buying is just like so strange. Like it's so strange, and trying to time the market is like, good luck, man. Good luck.
That's why it's so much more relaxing and comfortable to not have to feel like you're at the mercy of your own decisions, your own cost basis, when you're churning and burning. And it's like, that feels way more comfortable to me than
1,000%.
like banking on the market going crazy and all that. So that's why that's exactly why. I mean, I brought up that I'm not nervous about this because I put myself in a position where I feel extremely comfortable about owning this card at the price that I own it at, that I could never find or buy for that price. Like, not happening. anywhere on the market, anywhere. Not happening. No matter how long I look, I'm not finding it at that price. No chance. Like, I created that myself. And you can do, and people can do that. And that's the point, is that you can do that. Like, if you have the time, you have the energy, you can do that. And that's why the people who do it are successful, because not everybody can do that. Not everybody has the time. People got kids, people got jobs. They're not all like me, where I'm unemployed, 19, going to school in my own 2-bed, like, alone. Like, I got so much freedom. I have so much space and freedoms and time that so many other people don't have. And that's why it's just like, it's unfair to like compare what I do essentially to what other people can do and the situation they're at in their lives. So it's like, I don't know. And that doesn't come from a place of ego or anything like that at all. Like, zero.
Man, it's hard work and determination.
Yeah. It's just like the reality of it.
How much, just curious, how much time do you typically put into Pokemon every day, or does it vary? Do you have like a set schedule where you're like, I'm super disciplined and like from 8 to 5 I'm doing this, or is it just based on like what you're feeling that day, or do you have a lot of outside commitments? Like, what does your typical work week look like?
So my personality's always been very all over the place. Sometimes I'll sleep for 4 hours. Sometimes I'll sleep for 12. Sometimes I'll stay up all night. I'm just like so I'm kind of just always doing it. Like, I'm always like talking to people about it, responding to Instagram messages, responding to eBay messages, like shooting out offers, like I'm kind of just always doing it. And it's whenever I feel motivated to, but it usually is kind of like a daily thing. Like, I'll go and check the market today and see if there's anything I want to buy. Or I'll list 5 things every day. I'll try and do an Instagram post every day, like setting myself up. And I don't always succeed at doing this on a daily basis, but setting myself up to where I have things, like external things that I set for myself to lock me down and keep me focused and keep me doing it like on an actual level, not just like kind of wishy-washy. Like, it's kind of like working out every day. It's like when you make that goal and you really crush it, you set that every day and you keep doing it. Whereas if you're just like, you just do it whenever you feel like you want to do it, I mean, how far you're going to get in both respects if it's just kind of like whenever. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. But I'm also just very spontaneous, and that's kind of how I live my life anyway. So, but I try and have like simple daily things that I force myself to do, no matter what.
If I was your age with your position and the skill set you have, that's how I'd be doing it.
Yeah.
You're living and breathing it, right? So like, why not? You put a couple guideposts in there and then you just freaking turn it up to 11.
Yeah.
And it happens,
Yeah, exactly.
How, I don't want to ask that question because it's a little personal. How much? How many? Okay, I can phrase it like this: How many cards do you usually buy per month? How much are you trying to purchase, and how many are you typically selling? Just curious.
So, I'll check my eBay for just the selling portion. I usually. Like I was saying earlier, it's way less volume for me and more specialized. So, I mean, it really varies. I'll go from buying a $10 card to go and buy a $400 or $500 card just because if I feel like it's a deal and it's minty enough or whatever, for whatever reason I feel like. I took a break on eBay for like 2 months. So I just got back doing it this month. And so in like a month, I did like about 100 sold listings
that's
in a
really
month
good,
on eBay.
Man.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's been really, really good. I usually do have a lot of liquidity, and I think a lot of it is algorithmic, like listing a lot. And I don't know, I guess I just what I grade to appeals to the right crowd. Like I don't just like buy things where I'm competing against 15 other people, right? I have the luxury of finding niches and looking at what's on the market right now and seeing if I want to supply another one of that item to the market, depending on whether I think I can sell it or not and how much time it would take to sell that. Like, how much liquidity do I think I'm really going to have versus if there's 10 drop shippers of this card And like, I don't want to compete against those 10 drop shippers that all uniformly shift their prices up and down whenever any sale happens. It's like completely garbage and ridiculous. And it just looks so, I hate it so much. Like, oh my God.
But did they hide the cert or not? Like, cause that's important. That matters.
Oh yeah. They love hiding the cert. It's hilarious.
So when you're selling these cards, are a lot of what you're selling, is it all like, hey, I bought it at $10 and I'm selling it at $200? Like they're all wins, or are some of them like, oh man, I bought it at $10 and then after it graded, or you bought it at $50 and after it graded PSA 9, it's $30? Like, are you taking L's at all? Are you taking things that like you're just breaking even after grading and selling, after doing what you do? Like, how much of it is like, oh, these are a lot of wins, these are all wins, these are barely any wins? Like, what does that look like for you?
Of course, yeah. Like, of course I take L's. Like anybody who says they've never taken a loss, it's just like, bro, get out of here. Like, come on. Just because you haven't sold it yet doesn't mean it's not a loss right now. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm just curious out of how many you sell, breaking even, or how much are you profiting?
Of course. I mean, obviously, I'd say it kind of like speaks for itself in a sense, where I started with like this whole hobby has been funded from me. It's mostly dubs. Like I literally started washing dishes, making like, I don't know, 14 an hour, working like 15 hours weekly. Like that's where this kind of started. And then going to Target and doing a similar thing. Like that's where, so I don't know, my position kind of like, I feel like speaks for itself, where it's like gotten me to, because it wasn't like that much money after like rent and food and everything that I was really like making or taking back out. But I just got lucky where I found people that knew more than me, knew how to source things from Japan, like Swami. Like I bring it up too much, but it's like his video where it's like how to use Vai, and that was like the thing for me. Like my friend started talking. He probably unlisted it, but like my friend started talking about it. Like some people I'd met, which again is super lucky. Like out of thousands of people, I met some people who shared very similar interests with me, and they helped me get into Bai and all of that. So after Swami's video, I was like, holy shit, let's make this happen. And after a couple learning experiences, a couple L's on there, like it's been a ride since, seriously. Like, oh yeah, that's good. Please, I would love hot photos. I love hot photos of their sister.
I hit the block button, I swear. Hold on.
It's me.
Okay. Fuck you.
It's, I mean, it's amazing. It really is. Like, I'm really lucky that I've met so many amazing people and watched so much stuff and found so much content that really helped me. Like, I found Pokenomics Jake, through the Frosted Caribou drama. It's like you saw, like just looking at which side of the hobby I was at before then. And like the fact that crossing those paths opened me up to like so many people that I would call like my best friends now. And I talk to every day, and like meeting you guys in Denver, meeting all of them. Like it's so fucking nuts that even happened. Like there were so many different things that just like happened in the right way. And that's why I'm so lucky. Like never take it for granted.
Life is a lot about serendipity that kind of comes saying yes to opportunities and a little bit of luck and blessing, and then it, things happen, right? Doors open. It's exactly it's how I got to where I am. It has nothing to do with Pokemon, but also like it's just like how I've gotten to where I am in my life and the career point I'm in and the business I'm in and all these things I'm doing. It's like if you start connecting the dots, you're like, there's no way that you're lying, It's just nuts. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, dude, it's all God moments, man. You really think about it. It's just like how am I here right now? Like, it's not of my own volition, you know, like
done anything smart enough. Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's really funny because that's really weird. Because when you said that, I thought the word volition, and then you said the word volition, and then I pulled up this volition saber. And it was a sequence of like brain events.
Are you getting into Weiss at all, Rob? Has Connor brought you to the dark side?
Yeah, baby, I'm sitting on eight boxes of these. Not sitting.
Man.
But I bought them. I bought them for the shop. And we'll see if people don't want them.
For yourself.
Those are gorgeous boxes. They really are.
I do have a case of AOT, not the final season, but the one before that, the reprint one. Was volume 2, I think.
Yeah.
Just because it's my favorite anime, and I don't know if I want to break it yet, because it's just like it just feels fun in my collection as a sealed case. Like I don't have any of those of Weiss, but I don't collect any of the slabs. I think that they're too volatile to me. I just think that like how you guys think of risk in Pokemon going like down super quick, that's how I think of Weiss for slabs. Like I don't see the opportunity of it holding its value. Like I'm too nervous about it, you know?
Why do you look at it differently than Pokemon for modern slabs?
I just think because to me, like Weiss has only been the spotlight, like talked about, you know, in like the last, like what feels like maybe 2-3 years. I'm sure it's been around for longer than that, but it feels like it's gained traction over the last 2 years. It's the same thing with like Metazoo. I just don't know if it's going to hold over time. And so for me to collect certain cards when I just don't know, plus I already have enough stuff in Pokemon that I need to collect. And so it's really easy for me to just zero that out.
You ever
the risk reward for me isn't there as compared to other people. It's like, oh, like Weiss is a more obvious choice, you know, and that's fine. Like there's no right or wrong for me there. It's just how I feel about it.
I think it's
probably right about modern Weiss. Like a lot of it is like super, like it's just like modern Pokemon. The same risk is assigned to it because of the print quantity.
And that's why I don't collect modern either.
Yeah, that was my point in asking, because it's so funny how little modern Weiss gets a premium in say a PSA 10 slab. Yo, wait a second.
It's like comparing these two cards.
This is Charvies.
Oh, is that the 10 he just hit? Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charvy.
I've been middlemaning his PSA stuff, but he finally bought a PSA account. So yeah.
Nice. Missed everything that he hit.
I just got these in today. So I know this is
that's so good.
That's final season. What set is this from? Do you guys know?
It just froze.
What is it?
It's Nanami. Is that from Hololive?
I don't know.
I would need to look at what
Mommy Nanami. Rent a girlfriend. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's Rent a Girlfriend.
I don't know. My buddy likes to open Weiss, and he sends them to me too to grade. And they're cool, man. They look fantastic. Yeah. Like I love the way that these SPs look. They look so good. But for me to spend, you know, hundreds of dollars on a PSA 10, it's just too risky for me.
It was just like, for me, it's like the PSA 10 premium and a lot of Weiss stuff just like is non-existent. But then look at like very close to like raw in a lot of ways. But then you look at like Pokemon. And this is for like both modern and then Pokemon, and then things like Moonbreon exist, or like the Giratina Altart, or like these insanely, like I guess it just has to be a demand thing, right?
Well, it's like, also like, you know, as well as anyone, it's a relative thing because a large part of it being print quality, right? Like,
yeah, I guess that's true.
It's a lot harder to get a PSA 10. Well.
But it's like the Japanese.
No,
Japanese Pokemon. It's like pretty good.
Yeah, no, I mean English Pokemon.
Okay.
Now I stuttered a bit there because the gem rate on Moonbreon is so high, but you can't necessarily extrapolate like the whole print quality from that. But what I will say is like it's a lot easier to get like a PSA. You will open a pack of Weiss, pull an SP, and send it to PSA and get a 10 basically every time.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
Like it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
Which is why also the market values a BGS 10 a lot more than it does a PSA 10.
That's why I don't grade with any other company. Is because why send a CGC or BGS when I know it'll get the 9 or the 9.5 when I know it'll get the PSA 10.
Well, that's why. I think people overestimate PSA's grading standards a lot. In my opinion,
sure.
I think
they think
people
it's
really
a perfect card, and it's not.
Yeah.
They clearly state that it's not.
Yeah. Like I feel like I've never owned a perfect card. Maybe like one of the modern cards I've had before, but like trying to think back, it's like, what card did I look at and I was like, perfect centering, nothing on the back, nothing in Pokemon.
Oh, like
yeah, that's true. It is
like this under a UV light and see if it has the ink splatter. You would never know. Like,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
And that's But I know what you mean to the eye.
Yeah,
the naked eye. Tools, but yeah.
That's why I like the simplicity of PSA, because it's like, why try to chase that perfect card when it's so minuscule? You know what I'm saying? Like when PSA, like you can still have the best grade, but it's still like it's possible to get it. It's practical. It makes sense. As a collector and as a seller, it makes sense in order to be able to chase that grade instead of like the other companies. It's just so hard, man. It's so hard, and the resale value just isn't there.
Well, for 10s and black labels, it's there, right?
But it's
that's like the point.
It's so hard to attain, though.
And that's why, exactly. If it was easy and it made sense every time, and the grading standards make total sense, they wouldn't have the premium. The same thing with PSA. Right. Like it's the fact that these like companies, it is subjectivity, and it is like not an objective science. If it really was, it'd be a whole different landscape. If there was like the whole AI grading people were talking about, I was like, oh my God. When that conversation, I was like, God, like it's gonna be a while if people even want that, because it's like it removes things like how many black labels have you seen that weren't actually black labels, but they have the black label, so it's a black label? Or it's like with PSA, same thing with 10s or CGC perfects or pristines. Like to me, it just feels like if it made sense, the market for them wouldn't be there. Like it's the fact that it feels so unachievable is why they get that premium in a lot of senses. And maybe like, who knows how many, if it's all like they can only grade a certain number of 10s to keep this reputation. I'm not like tinfoil hatting on that. Like, I don't really, it wouldn't really matter, like, because we never really know. So I don't know. It's just interesting to me. Like, but I agree. I trust more in the fact on me getting an ample amount of 10s at PSA rather than sending to BGS so I can get a bunch of 9.5s and then hitting huge on the 10s or black labels.
Exactly. It's more
like as a seller, just as a seller. Yeah.
As a seller and as a collector, I can't notice the difference between a BGS Pristine 10 and a Black Label 10, or a lot of times even a BGS 9.5. So even as a collector, I can't tell the difference in what the company can. So it's like, I'll just get the 10 because it looks good and it's the highest grade,
Yeah.
That's just me. Like it's just practical. PSA is practical for me.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely feels the most achievable. Like, try and imagine if you were to go out and collect every black and white forward in a BGS 10, Pristine 10. Like, good luck. Like, good luck. Good luck finding those. Like, I don't good luck grading those. Good luck finding those. And it's like, that's why I totally get the premium. But it's like, for people who want to amass a big collection, it's just like, oh man, that's tough. Like, I would need like 50 of these to grade pristine 10s to complete my collection goal. And it's like, that would take so long and so much money. Like,
that's like, and this might be like a little bit of, not necessarily a hot take, but like, I just like, I don't really think grading raw cards is that hard. Like, and maybe I've just gotten lucky, but I think it's just about like maybe it's just helps that I'm conservative, I'm OCD about everything, and that I don't like kid myself. If I'm really trying to be serious about it, if I'm really like sending in, I'm like, okay, we gotta, like, I don't know, like, I think people just lie to themselves. Like, I think that's the biggest thing. I don't know.
I've said something similar before, and I got a lot of flack because people are like, well, they don't have the experience you have. They're nervous about sending their cards off to a company they've never, like, this is collectibles they might have had for years. They don't have the same knowledge, like, whatever. And I kind of like receded, and I was like, okay, like, I understand. Like, I know a lot of things, and I've experienced a lot of things that a lot of people haven't had the luxury of.
For sure.
Yet. But I'd still stick by the fact that I think if you want to do it and you pour everything into it, you can do it.
Yeah.
That's what, like, sure, if you have 2 kids and you have a family and you have a full-time job, it's hard. But if you really wanted to make it happen and you devoted all little time you had, you could learn and you could try. I truly believe, like, on your drives back home from work, you could listen to podcasts, you could, you know what I mean? It's just like, that's kind of where I come from. Like, I think there's a barrier to entry, but it's just like the amount of time it takes to really get into this is, I feel like that barrier.
Yeah, I guess what I mean is like not the like mechanics of getting into it and hurdling that, but it's simply just like looking at a card, assessing it, and pre-grading it. Like, I don't actually find that difficult, because if someone at PSA is looking at my card for 3 seconds, and me looking at it for 5 minutes should be able to identify the outcome if I am rational and spending time on. And you're always going to miss things, the same way the PSA and BGS and CGC always miss things, right?
We're all human.
We're all human, and we all, our phone buzzes, the fire alarm goes off, the doorbell rings, like, we look away, we look back, we didn't see.
Look at the clock.
Or we just YOLO things in because we feel like it, some of that's fun. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I just sent in a bunch of 25, 30 cards maybe to BGS. I didn't fucking pre-grade any of them, bro. I just sent them in because it's gonna be sick and it's Weiss, so whatever. Like, I just kind of, I made sure there was no like damage. Like, I didn't do my thing where, like, there are a lot, like, most of my subs, like, I make a spreadsheet, I pre-grade all 4. I spent a lot of time with each card. I know exactly what I'm doing. That's how I was really successful, and I had a lot of videos showing that. But I don't know. I just kind of sent it because why not? Hey, how do you guys think base set pop has grown year over year?
What?
Literally to like today. Base set pop.
Well,
full thing, all of it. Shadowless, first edition, everything. Percentage.
From now to a year ago?
Yeah.
From now to a year ago, the pop has probably grown like, I don't know, probably like 250%.
Don't ask me. I don't know. I have no clue.
Okay. It was like,
I don't look at base set.
It was like 67%. I thought it was still.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's still a lot.
That is a lot.
I like base set Japanese. It's so cheap.
That one too.
Bro, it's like $45-$50 for some of those PSA 9s. In Japanese base. It's crazy. Like, I could not believe that.
I was looking, it's like you have the Mewtwo card for like $350 and a PSA 10. I was like,
I know.
Holy shit. Like, the fact that I'm able to sell some of this random shit over here, and then, like, and I totally get it. The Japanese base is printed so much. And it's like the gem rate isn't like insanely hard, but still, it's like I feel like more credence should be given to that as like the first of the first.
It's gotten pretty wild to just continue looking at how, on a relative basis, what things sell at in plastic.
Japanese WOTC is so, oh god, it's bad. It's bad. It's like $30 nines. It's like for hollows.
Then you'll like make a sale like today. Like I sold a CGC 9 Here Comes Team Rocket hollow for how much do you think I sold that for today?
$20.
35.
80.
What? How am I selling a Dark Ampharos PSA 9 for $30?
You can sell it here high on
Mercari, man.
Offers come in. Because you don't list shit high on Mercari and see if offers come in.
Oh, you list on Mercari too.
I put everything on Mercari.
Dude, I couldn't do it anymore because I had 2 situations where I gotten things selling at the same time and I had to cancel. I was like, fuck. Like, yeah, it was so unlucky. And then I just like gave up on Mercari after that.
Yeah. It's hard to it's hard when you get a return back and because I have 3 places, right? I'm listing it to Mercari, I'm listing it to eBay, and then I'm also putting it into a spreadsheet that is, sent out to various places, and I link it and stuff, and then, on my story too. But it's worthwhile. Like I find that there's a lot of less discretion on price over on Mercari.
Definitely. People don't know what the fuck they're buying. They have no clue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but it's also a different game, right? Because if something, if I'm gonna list something for 100 on eBay, I'm gonna list it for 125 on Mercari, because then I gotta send out offers and they have to be a certain percentage underneath, and you gotta
it's like
put it and drop the price, and it's a big fucking game and blah blah blah.
It's like one of the most liquid things ever. It's like cheap, minty WOTC, you know what I mean? That stuff is gonna sell, especially to the casual audiences. Whereas if I listed my, I don't know, Espeon EX PSA 10 from Golden Sky Silvery Ocean for 1.2K OVO on Mercari, they're like, ooh, that's cool. 1.2K though, yeah, I'm super good on that. They don't even pay any mind.
I get a lot of likes, but ain't no one engaging on my $1,000 packet slabs. Or slabs, they're just nah.
You just need to find a couple whales who follow your page. That's what you need.
Yeah, I found a couple people where they're not whales, but kind of into that more whatnot / bigger seller realm where they'll snap stuff up for me that I'm okay selling because they know they can make the margin on it, and I'm cool just kind of doing whatever. Some of them are my friends, that I actually have a relationship with, and some are just kind of, you send them a spreadsheet and they see what they want and they come back and call it a day.
Yeah, I have the same thing. It's fun, man. I love selling private. Love it.
So Colson, what's the goal for you, man, for 2023? Or what are you looking at in the next couple of years? What's your where do you hope to be?
Well, my overarching moonshot goal is basically what I want to do with this business, and who knows if it'll happen, but my moonshot goal, just to set a high goal for myself, is build up enough money for basically cash out enough to where I've saved up a down payment for a house. That's my goal. To instantly kind of, once I get out of school, I have my degree, lock myself down in a place with a job and start working on, getting a full-time job, paying that off. That's kind of where I want to go. That's the priority if I can make that happen. But who knows? We'll see. But more immediate, just general, I want to scale better, and I want to stay more consistent with what I sell for sure. I've had I've literally, there's been so much learning in the last year. I went from being, 17, 18 and thinking of $100 as a ton of money, and really growing up and dealing in, 5 figures worth of inventory and selling, and it's really hard to adjust. And I've made some mistakes. I've scaled too far on some ends and not enough in other ways. But I'm pretty happy with what I've done for sure. And I don't regret any of it. But so yeah, just made it more so tightening up my spend on things for sure. And then my collecting goal is like unlimited black and white full 10 set of at least all the full arts, and then a bunch of the golds I'll be looking for in unlimited. I'm going to try and grade myself, and I'll probably work on that for hopefully like a year, 2, 3 years. That's the goal there. Yeah,
that's pretty quick.
Such fun goals though.
Yeah, a year or 2 of that. That's good.
Hopefully, I think 2 or 3. I feel like for the black and white, I would expect, but yeah, it depends on how much raw comes onto the market. Essentially, I'm kind of at the mercy of that, and it's usually not much. So with unlim,
yeah. Still can't believe I picked up that. I don't remember if I showed you. It was like it was that Kabutops from. Oh God, it's just like the best when someone has it listed as first edition and it's not, and it's a pop 1.
Oh, the Mirage Forest.
That's the
Kabutops.
Kabutops, and I'm like, dude, there's just something different about some of those unlimited freaking sets, man. There's just something different.
I really like really digging deep into it and figuring out which sets are really like super rare.
There's some great E4 stuff on all of those and how each of them worked out unlimited versus first. There's some really good stuff out there.
I need to read that because I've been like figuring out myself. I didn't know about that.
And like which one, like there's obviously the simple stuff, like which ones, like everyone knows like an expedition is a false first edition.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Like some of them there I think there's some where like there wasn't a first edition. And like there's just a lot of like weird things in there. I forget, but there's some real good data there.
I would love to read it.
Yeah. What's E4 called now? I forget.
I don't know. What about you guys? I would reflect that question back to you.
On the business side, I'm not gonna lie. I want to see if I can gross 6 figures in this hobby.
Yeah, I felt like that as well. I gotta understand that.
If I can do it. Like I really do. I think it'd be really cool, but I don't know who's gonna hold. And I still got a month left this year, so we're good. So that would be really fun. And then on the collecting side, it's my 96 Bandai Card S set. I'm gonna really start figuring out, like I was saying, like different strategy for how to make that happen. That's been something I've been going after for a while, and I think I'm 85% of the way there. But I'm at the real hard part. And I have spent so much money picking up raw shit that I've had to resell because it just ain't mint, I've missed a couple good ops, but there's some optimization available there. And then I definitely want to go to like half a dozen events and do a lot of cool trips next year, because that's really what it's all about. That's the goal, travel a ton next year. I might be going to Japan too. I was supposed to go in 2020 and it still hasn't happened. So
I want to go to Worlds, man. I want to go to Worlds.
Balls though. Ugh.
I know, but it's like
weird time of year to go to Japan. But it's still be sick. I mean, you can't say no. That'd be wild. Yeah. So,
what about you, Rob?
Yeah, man. I mean, I think collecting stuff we kind of touched on. I definitely want to. It's weird because like doing this as a business, it's like how much do I focus on personal collection goals as compared to putting money, in my savings. It's like. Where's the balance, and right now I think I'm a little bit too collecting top half, like as soon as like I make the profits, it's like, okay, what collection goal can I buy? What card can I buy? And it's like, I got to start like getting out of that. Like to me, it's too much of a mentality of like, I'll be 33 in 11 days, I'm getting married this year. We want to start having kids. Like I really got to start focusing on putting money away, and saving instead of what's my next personal collection goal. And again, it kind of does go back to me saying like the personal collection goals I do buy are things that I truly believe that have a good shot at going up. That kind of ties into a lot of all that, but still at the end of the day, like, again, I can't depend on that. Like it can't be like a plan, like as compared to like putting money in the stock market, putting money away for savings, like being more responsible, a little bit less risky. So yeah, I would like to get more gold border URs from Japanese black and white. It doesn't matter if it's unlimited or first edition. Those are my main collecting goals right now, are just getting those, because I think that they're still at a good price point. They've definitely increased a ton over this last year, but I still think that they're at an affordable. They're still affordable to me. They're still going in that $400 to $500 range for most of them, which is perfect. And then obviously, as I'm doing this full time, like, I want to get to the point where I'm streaming 4 days a week, and by this time next year to be at 20K subs, so that's kind of like a very attainable thing that I think that where I can really see, because I'm kind of giving myself like a year to see if I can do this. And if not, like, it's totally fine. Like, I'll go back to getting an 8 to 5, and I'll be 1,000% happy, and still kind of do a little bit of Pokemon on the side, maybe just to have fun, keep the passion going. But yeah, I got some big plans for the channel that's coming up here. So start to see some of that come into fruition.
Rob, have you considered at all heavily moving anything over to Whatnot and trying to working on that platform?
Mm-mm.
We haven't really talked about that, I don't think, but I like the community that I feel in YouTube, and not to say that you can't have that and Whatnot, because you absolutely can. I just like the feel of YouTube. I like the platform. What? You can like dual stream, right? Like you can cast a Whatnot stream into your YouTube, right?
I don't know about Whatnot. I know that Instagram is working on like with streaming platforms. Like, I use OBS Streamlabs, when I stream. So it's like, I know that I can go to YouTube and to Twitch at the same time, type of deal, and maybe other platforms. I know that they're working on Instagram, being able to integrate that as well, to be able to do that soon, which I absolutely plan on capitalizing on. But I don't know about Whatnot specifically, if that's a function.
I just think about it because you have such a good personality for it, and like you've built a really strong audience. Just be interesting.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Ogie, yeah, growing the OnlyFans account. I forgot about that. That's right.
Only cards.
Yeah, you guys aren't ready for that though. You're not ready for that.
I only have sold this year pictures of my cards with my feet in the background. And that's how
good.
That's
good.
Strong.
That's too funny, bro. That's hilarious.
Unbelievable.
Messed up.
Should I open my Eevee or my Eevee Heroes box?
No.
You know.
You want to hit that? You get like a Sylveon V regular full art. It's gonna really hurt and suck.
But I'm gonna grade it CVC. It's gonna get a pristine 10, and it's gonna sell for the same price as the box, so I'll break even.
Oh, I love the hobby so much. I love it.
The hobby. Know what I did? I got 2 boxes. I don't know, Colson. Did you see me open a Cora when we were in Denver?
Yeah, I did.
This is the new set.
Nice.
This just came in today. I'm pretty stoked about that. Warp
Crusade.
Yeah. That's a big goal I had for this year, was to like dabble in other TCGs more, and it was fun. It was a good year for that.
Yeah, I was the same.
Yeah, I spent a lot more time in Weiss, a lot more time in Harry Potter, a lot more time in MetaZoo to an extent. Kind of fallen off MetaZoo. I just really like Nightfall, and then everything else kind of disappointed.
By the way, he was just outside. This is the
Yo, there he is. What a cutie.
Hey, what's up, dude? This is little Coda. Little He's hanging out. He can't hear you, but
I love that movie.
speaking
It's a good movie. That's so cute.
anyways, that's my stopping point. They were right outside, and I figured I'd just show you guys real quick. But I gotta run. Got some stuff I gotta do. Rock as always, Colson. It's good to finally have you on, man. It's a pleasure meeting you in Denver, and I'm glad we got the chance to catch up more. And we'll definitely be chatting more. I need some help with Bai.
I got you, bro. I told you in Denver, and now are you starting to open your mind up a bit now, or?
Yeah, a little bit for sure.
There you
Definitely.
Go. There you go.
It'd be fun to try it out a little bit. Time for a play.
Yeah. Go buy some Japanese cards. Have some fun.
I mean, if this is like if you're doing this full time, bro, it's
You'll
yeah,
for sure. We'll connect, man.
All right,
boys.
Have a good one, bro. Peace.
Oh man. All right. What do you think? You want to keep going for a little bit?
Yeah, bro. I'm always down for whatever. I know you're an early sleeper though, so.
Bro, it's just because I get up at 5.
Yeah, how the fuck do you? Oh, you're crazy.
Like one day I had to do something after work. And so I went at 5 a.m. or I got up at 5 a.m. and went to the gym. And then I haven't stopped since. And that was like in 2017. Literally. That's how it happened. Just one day.
That's crazy.
And I was like, and then it just kept going. And it's
wow.
If I was in your situation, I would never do that. I would
never.
But you gotta get to that point where like it's like really, it's where I get a lot of my best thinking done. It's you realize that you're accomplishing a lot before most of the rest of the world gets up, and that feels pretty good. And you just get to like kind of like spend some like quiet time, and I think that's important now because it's like once it starts going, it's over, man. I mean, I'm just like there's too many people demanding, something. And it's just like there's too many variables that get introduced in the rest of the day. So
how much do you sleep usually?
Now a lot less than I used to. Maybe like 6 hours a night. I used to get like a solid 8+. Like I used to be very disciplined with it.
Yeah.
It's I'd say during the pandemic I just got demonetized during the pandemic. Wait, I'm not monetized. Never mind. COVID.
Yeah.
It just went all to hell. My sleep schedule got all over the place, and then like I just started not going to bed as early, especially with this stuff, man. Because it's like you want to spend so much time doing it when it's not. Yeah. You don't have all your time. You're just, dude. I used to spend so like. Even when I was working on weekends, like, I mean, I still work on weekends, but like I was really hardcore working on weekends and I would still spend a lot of time on this stuff. It was so fun.
That's awesome. Yeah, it is. It really is. It's like something I've never had something like this that I can wake up every day and like know this will be here and I can do this and I can engage. And I think that's what I was definitely missing when I was younger. Like I had a lot of passion and a lot of goals, but I never found the spot where I found the community and I found where I could really put my skills and my super unique skill set to work, essentially. Like it's just crazy that the thing that I have been like obsessed with for most of my life has turned out to be like not a huge waste of time like everybody thought it was.
So how do you this at the surface level, what I ask is like, what are you engaging in anything else where you're making any plays like this? Like obviously like we talk about Weiss and like stuff like that, but are you doing it as a business at all anywhere else? And then the more second level question to that is like what other things are you trying to like build skill set wise for the, you know, the potential that this market doesn't kind of stay where it is?
So I used to, I guess I'll say the first part, no, but I like started selling when I was much younger, to start selling things. Like I used to be selling shoes I got really into, or like expensive clothing, or even non-expensive clothing. Like I had a whole page for selling on this one like clothing, like streetwear app, and that's kind of where I started when I was like 15, 16. And I never really made much money, but it's like that's where I learned a lot of these kind of skills, and like to learn the kind of analytical, like have that kind of analytical brain. I've always kind of had it very like math numbers focused. But when you just like can scan through data and numbers and just like pick things out and make things out of this, or like this is good, this is not good, you know, all that. So I definitely am not preparing enough for Pokemon to, I'll be honest, for Pokemon to fail, but I would probably just take this kind of the exchange of goods essentially, and put it somewhere else that I'm semi-interested in. Because for me, Pokemon's so optimal, and I'm so specialized in it that it's like, why even bother? Like I do try and bother because it's fun, like Weiss and Yu-Gi-Oh! Those are my other two main ones that I really like to get into. Just to dabble. Like I probably need to do less because I end up finding things I really want to FOMO into. But like, yeah. But yeah, I would probably just go into another era, probably like sneakers or clothes or something like that. Just find something I'm semi-passionate about if plastic starts becoming worthless. But and at the end of the day too, if I have to like go back and work like a shitty part-time job, like okay, that's okay. Like it's not the end of the world. Like that's,
you can optimize your time, right? So if you have time somewhere and still do this or do other stuff, you can, you know.
Yeah, it's not like if Pokemon just instantly falls off, I'm just like broke now. Like I'm pretty good right now.
So. It's like it's you know, I think like probably inevitably over time the opportunities will get harder and more optimized.
Yeah, definitely.
But again, there might be enough to do really well over time.
That's why I stick to it, because it's just like stay in, like if you get used to easiness and stupid money and things you know won't last forever, it's like I feel like that's just a bad business model, because that is a model. Like that is a model that you're setting up for yourself. That is a product line that you're kind of, you know, choosing to sell to people that you believe you can make consistent returns on. It's like, if I don't believe it, why am I trying to sell it? Like I just don't. I don't know. And somebody else will sell it and they'll crush it, but there will be a time where they can't really do it for sure. Or that's what I believe.
Hurts them in some way, whether it's financially or emotionally or what have you. Because that doesn't, you know, it doesn't come without cost, right? In some regard.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're operating in this world with a soul, you kind of like, you know, you start to feel it a little bit if you're doing things like on the edge.
Yeah. It was me and Jake had this conversation. We were just privately talking, the Pokenomics Jake, and we were like, it's just like I feel terrible selling something to someone that is like $1, but they're buying it for like 200 because it's in plastic. Like, that feels so. It doesn't feel good to me. It doesn't feel good to me.
I feel amazing. No.
It feels really self-serving and like, but at the same time, if I don't do it, somebody else is gonna do it. So it's like, where's the line drawn, right? Because it's like I can't stop it from happening. Besides, like telling people, "Hey, this is dumb." It's like what Swami said. This is Merca. Like it's gonna happen, and that's it. And that is what it is. So, I guess a lot of people have the take of, I mean, if it's gonna happen, I guess I'll just capitalize on it while it exists. But there's a level of like, I don't know, my personal disdain towards where it's like I'd rather sell something I like and like really put it into like a healthy, like happy collector's hands. Know it's like going to a good spot and all that. Like that makes me feel a lot better than
So it's funny
hemorrhaging money from people.
Yeah. So I thought about this that over my career, especially while working the bulk of my career, which has been in investment management, wealth management, there were a lot of opportunities where I could have spent a lot of my excess time or optimized my time to be doing a lot more like systematic day trading and like basically kind of some of the things we do, right? Like basically extract value out of nothing and make certain plays and do certain things. And I just like, it wasn't really worth it to me to do that, even though the money and the opportunity to make money was tremendous there, because it just like didn't feel awesome. And I didn't really like care. Like it didn't like sit with me well enough to really want to do it. Like I have a fairly deep knowledge of like digital assets, right? And I can, you know, there are things that I have done that are more longer term in nature that worked out really well, but there's a lot of like short-term trading that I could have just absolutely, you know, made money hand over fist. And it's not like I didn't, right? Like, and I participate in some of the dumb things like your GameStops and your AMCs, because it's like, at some point it's just that stupid that it's free money. But there's like also about it being like, is this the systematic way I'm going to try to make money over time, is like extracting value out of nothing? And I just rather like, I don't know, like enjoy my life and take a longer term view with it. Yeah, Russia, are we talking NFTs, baby? No, I just like got lucky because I bought Bitcoin super early and then I sold it because I identified a bubble and I was right. And you get right once in a while. That's okay. Like that was cool, but like it wasn't really that much skill. It was just a little bit of luck and experience. I actually haven't ever participated in the NFT market.
Me neither.
Haven't at all. It's not attractive to me. I think that they're going to be extremely valuable if like VR metaverse works out, because that entire ecosystem is NFT based at that point, right? It's all, that's what everything is in that ecosystem. The albums that are playing, the artwork on the wall, your digital real estate, like all these things are NFTs. But that's, you know, to be seen how that's going to play out. It's going to change the way a lot of industries work, how artists get paid, how sports, you know, how athletes get paid. But I'm not as well connected with the digital assets market anymore, because I just spend all my time thinking about my business. So that's what's weird. Like, dude, I don't even like, dude, even traditional markets, bro. I probably know more about like the prices of shit that's happened in. That's not true. I was gonna say that's happened on this year than like the real market, but the economy is important, so I keep in tune with kind of what's going on, obviously. But just because I love it. But all that to be said, yeah, there's a lot of kind of shitty ways you can make money that like aren't that fun or fulfilling or make you feel good. So
yeah,
I'd rather just not, you know.
Yeah.
I think like, there's that point, right, where it's like you make enough money for it to like work. So like, you know, there's like this chasm between like where making more money affords you to like, what am I trying to say? There's like a really deep gap between like the place you can operate in and then like that next level. It's like a really wide gap of income, right? And you have to do really significant things to make that happen. So yeah, I just like, until it's like you work on things that are going to like operate in a space where you can work inside the threshold that's good for you and where you can like live a really fulfilling, enjoyable life and go on trips and travel and do all that stuff, and see if you can take some moonshots inside of that. Like this business I'm working on might totally fail, but I don't think it will. Like, but it might, you know, there's always that probability.
That's how I feel with like Pokemon. just kind of the same way. It's like, yeah, there's a totally real possibility that something that I have no control over just decimates me. But it's working right now, so what? Might as well have fun. And it's like, yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, also when I'm grading like cool stuff, like cool niche rare stuff that I know people are looking for, and then I get to make those connections, and they find me and they see these cards. I talk to people and meet people. Like, that is way more important for my business, and now having multiple different venues of selling and different customers and all of that. Not even customers, just people and friends too. Like, I don't want to like, dehumanize it.
Yeah.
And that's like, I would not be nearly as far as I am if I hadn't have made so many connections and relationships.
Yeah,
like,
and you both get excited about it, and you build that relationship, and it's like there's very much this mutual energy that create. It's part of your community. It's part of you building or those relationships. Yeah, because even if it's someone who like buys a lot of stuff from you, you become like friends with them. You are connected to them at a certain level. You start to know that person. It isn't just like all transactional, or at least the way you and I think like to operate isn't just transactional with those people,
Like, I won't get too into it, but I have one person who has done like close to half of my entire gross for the year with just one person. So that I've built up that relationship and worked on that and made it a consistent thing. And they're also like a friend to me, and we'll talk about real life and all this stuff. And it's just like, it's more so, I don't know, it's cool. It's really weird. It is weird though, like the relationship between a buyer and a seller, and then mixing in like emotions and feelings and like wanting to actually have a connection with this person and having a casual conversation. Like, it's really interesting.
Like my friendship with one of my investors, right?
Yeah.
Like, he has sustained my livelihood, but we're also friends. Like, and that's like interesting. It's very it gets a little complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah. My gosh. Yeah, it is really weird. Because you like look at that person, you're like, yeah, I can kind of do this because you've put the money in my pocket, right? So that is wild. Terrific. Fine lines to walk. Yeah. There's so many.
Yeah, definitely.
Man. Yeah. That is what, that's what makes it. I mean, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of people that like message me that it's like exhausting, but like you just meet it with grace and you just move forward with it. But most of it is just like really cool relationships, honestly. Like, people are just, they're genuinely excited about the stuff, the stuff that we're doing together, and that's really cool.
You go.
No, I was just gonna say, it just made me think about it a little bit, like where, like, I don't know. Sometimes like existing in Instagram too much is just weird because I just like don't I'm like, what end of this happening?
You post so much, like seeing your like great wall of China of Instagram stories, and me just like clicking through, like, holy shit! Like, it's like, oh my god! I was like, how does he do it?
Like, I'm like on a cardio machine, and I'm just like, beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, I'm just like, how does he post these all within like 15 seconds of each other? Like, what the hell? Like, it's really funny. But yeah,
wow,
I feel like I definitely need to do better, like, content wise, for sure. Because I just like dropped a video and then was just like, well, now what? I don't know. I just really want to provide something unique and entertaining, and something more so than just like, just like, I don't know. It's hard. So I'm working on it.
Content. You got to be making content about stuff you care about.
Yeah, definitely.
And then you'll reap the benefits of it. Like I've built my community, which in a subsect of that. So there's a big carve out for like really cool friendship relationships, right? And then there's a pretty big carve out for like my customer pool, right? My buyer pool has been elicited by, you know, creating content and building a platform. And then there's the kind of the crossover intersection of those. But you can only like keep growing that social presence in that community and those friendships and the customer pool and like all those things if you actually like are enjoying the content you're creating, right? Like I just don't have the passion right now to like make significant standalone videos. Like I want to conceptually, but then I'm like, I know where I have to put my time and it ain't that.
Mm-hmm.
It just ain't that.
Yeah.
But if you're like, if you start to muddle on it and brainstorm on it and come up with a concept of something you're super passionate about, just start playing out with it. I mean, that's how Market Mondays started, and it turned out to be something really fun for a while, you know?
Yeah.
Now it's just CGC returns, but you know, it'll be something again someday.
Yeah. I think I've just kind of wanted to, my thoughts were just like kind of making content just on like making the boring parts of like, not boring, but like less interesting parts of the hobby, something like interesting and entertaining, like how I, you know, my process in listing or shipping, or like me going and like buying, sourcing cards and like making it like a game of me and my friend, like have half an hour to try and find like it'd be like going on eBay and like go find the best deal, half an hour, go. And it's just like well edited, quick, like super fun. And it's just like, but people learning, getting to see the process, see what you check, what you look for, like that sounds like stuff like that just sounds fun.
Man. I can see
there's a lot of stuff you could do,
all the cuts and all the voiceover. That would be a really like cool concept. That'd be super fun.
And like just bringing one of my friends on, and you know, competition is really good in like videos. Yeah, right. Yeah, I was just trying not to laugh.
It's funny because you know.
I know it's funny because you know it was on my first video. But yeah, like competition is great, like one-on-one in videos, like kind of, because people love that. People love to like think about the dynamics of each side and like underdog over, you know, all that kind of stuff.
The like around the horn thing we did with basic.
Yeah.
Dude, so fun. Like shit like that.
Yep.
Like oh man.
That shit's good.
So fun.
I love the games. The games are what keeps the hobby super interesting for me. Like Swami's top spec that we all went on recently. Yeah, those are fun.
One of those back. It was like right before he took a break. It was like the last video. It was so fun.
Yeah, it was really good.
He asked something about, I don't know if he's trolling us or not, or just I think he's actually kind of serious. But we kind of talked about this earlier, like where like but I didn't totally get there. But it's like it is interesting how I feel like what happens is the top of the hobby drags up the rest of the hobby, but then the rest of the hobby will fall with the top of the hobby not falling as much or just kind of sticking around, because it's like those people don't need to sell. You know, that's kind of my short take on it, is that it does a damn good job of dragging things up sometimes, but then it remains less, it remains more insulated when things go bad.
I think also they provide a ton of liquidity for sellers to keep interacting and enjoying the hobby. Like for me, my experience, like it'd be scary to think about how much of like the 1% of spenders spent with me on my eBay page or on Instagram or privately. Like it's definitely a majority probably of how much I've like grossed this year was by a 1%, a top 1%? So that's such a good question, Swami. They're not even a question, just like thoughts. Like, they really do have an insane effect. And if that's just me too, just dealing in like Japanese set cards from like the middle eras, like I can't imagine in other places what that's like, especially when you get out of that multi-$100 and then you get into multi-thousand and like, but you're probably, and then it's like this, it's just going to get smaller and smaller at the portion of which these top 1% kind of fund the hobby as you kind of trickle down, right? Like at the high end, when you get into 4, 5, 6 figure cards, I mean, that's literally like, if you spend that much on cards, you're already probably in that top 1%, like multiple times recurring every year. But as you go down, their effect is going to be less and less. And then the casual effect kind of moves upwards from the very bottom of like the cheapest 50-cent card. How much like casual demand affects that to like whatever, 10, 15, 20, and then so on. So,
and just like the whole market kind of seeing what happens at that top end when things go public, obviously, like affect it pretty significantly.
Yeah.
Obviously we saw it, imagine if like Logan Paul never bought Pokemon, shit like that is like, wow. There are certain things were happening, but the freaking accelerants on the fire with some of these more public things are wild. And even like the not celebrities, but just people buying high-end cards publicly and some of those prices that posted, my coworkers talking to me, my business partners, they see when things sell or whatever. And article, that typical shit. And it's like, it's crazy. The exposure.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy thinking about how I ended up at the Logan Paul video. Like, it was so specific and so like lucky. Like, one of the Pokemon like game YouTubers, because I'm super into the games, right? Yeah. One of the ones I watched the most, he went to Logan Paul's house and opened his pack with Logan Paul that night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then pulled the Blastoise. And the only reason I even knew that this whole event was happening was because he was going and doing it.
Was that like, the Australian dude?
No, he was from New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like short Italian bearded dude. But it was just like so cool that like so many different things to where I even got to that YouTuber, and then I get to back to Pokemon through him with the Logan Paul, like not even having to do anything with the cards, just like a game. It's just like the interest in Pokemon that whole time, just general Pokemon stuff kept me and like got me back in, which is pretty awesome. And like watching Rhyme Style in 2019, I was watching like openings, and I remember I went on an eBay auction like right before things happened, just because I was like, oh, I want to open a couple packs. It was a Hidden Fates pack. It was like 2 Legendary Treasures packs, a Flash Fire pack, and an XY base pack for $25, and I won that on auction. Like all $5. I was like, oh, this is a pretty good deal. Like I got them all for retail. Yeah. Like I look back and that's like hundreds in like packs, which is hilarious in 2019.
The amount of Dream League, bro. I think.
Yeah, and then I was like, looked at my old collection a bit, and then I checked PSA's website, and then I was like, how much is it to grade a card? Like $3 sounds pretty reasonable to me. I check it, it's $10, and I immediately, my dreams are shattered and crushed. And I like, because I had never had a job. Yeah, I'd never had a job before. I was like, I don't know, 16 or 17, whenever that was. It was hilarious. And I just remember that moment of just like utter defeat. Like, okay, I can't do this. Like, I'm already too bad. Like, I don't even like, I don't even want to spend $100 on doing this. And yeah, thinking about how much I've spent in grading fees now, it's like, yeah.
Oh, But thank God for how taxes work, bro. Because
true.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I had a goal of, I think, grading 200 cards this year, and I like blew that out of the water, bro. I think I did that in like 5 minutes. Like, it's crazy. Yeah. The amount of money I freaking have spent with CGC, BGS, and a little bit with PSA this year and the past couple of years is unbelievable when you really think about it.
Seriously. Yeah, like the fact that I send at like $100 when I could just pay $15 for the service, like it hurts my brain. But it's like I just do it because of like whatever stupid superstition I have, or I want the liquidity, or it's just like they're printing money, man. Holy shit,
dude! The smartest people in this hobby I've said this before, but it's everyone. It's everyone who's peripheral, right? It's everyone making a cutoff of every transaction, grading companies, middlemen, consignment services, freaking displays, card savers. I don't care, whoever, like, because you're just totally like, your risk is so much different. You're like, you've de-risked your participation in the hobby in a lot of ways, right? Because you don't have to care what happens as long as the volume keeps moving at least a certain rate. It's crazy, bro. The economics around grading, especially. I'm excited to see what happens there. I am. Like, I want more out of grading companies. Like, I just sent in my first VHS, which is pretty exciting. Just for my PC.
Oh yeah.
Which I think is gonna be fun.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I was just looking at chat. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, me too.
The LCT went private, bro. That got taken private like 2.5 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. But yeah, they actually we all got shortchanged because I was investing.
It's probably trolling.
That company was still public. It'd be very interesting to see where it would be trading at today. But
I looked it up and I see Capital Land China Trust.
Yeah, no. So that was the ticker, and then it was taken.
Yeah.
So it was,
okay.
Company
That's
anymore,
funny.
But
yeah, Collectors Universe was the
Collectors Universe
before.
Yeah. I own that. Brett, who's in here, on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we got forced cashed out because it got taken private. So I can only imagine what would have happened. It would have been interesting, especially with like what's happening in the market this year. But like what numbers they've been doing at those companies, it would have been really interesting to watch that play out as a public company.
Mm-hmm.
And if it could have happened the same way, because I think a lot of the optimization and progress was because it got taken private. It would be very interesting to like look at the parallel universe of where that doesn't happen and how that actually affects the hobby, right? Because we could still be sitting in the backlog, like if the company didn't optimize and figure shit out, you never know, bro. Absolutely.
That's facts. And that's where it's like there were clear winners from this whole kind of insane boom and decline. Like PSA, I think, ended up as a huge with doing really well with how much they got to scale. And they have really, dude, grading like 1 million cards a month, like, whew, like that's like they've scaled a lot. Where you look at like somewhere like Beckett, who is like barely hired anybody. Their website is like 10 years old. Like even after an update, it's still archaic. Like it's just like
that there are just 4 different websites that are all tied into one.
Yeah, and it's like I don't know. And dude, it's like how CGC came from nothing in cards to where they are now, how much volume they do. Like it's cool. Like it seems to me like PSA and CGC really took advantage of the situation, and Beckett just like sat in the back seat and like, oh, I guess we'll keep like we'll try. And it's just like people love Beckett. People love Beckett. They're obviously their slabs are the best, a lot of people think their grading is the best and because it's like the hardest to get black labels for scene 10s, whatever. They could have scaled so well. All they needed to do is copy any other TCG grading website and make that what yours looks like. Even any of the new ones. Like it's so crazy to me that they just didn't do anything.
I wonder if they had to. Like maybe like obviously the business is still working.
Yeah.
Right. So like that's the hard part. It's like, who are we to say what they like do?
Of course. Yeah.
That's what's hard. Like,
yeah.
That place confuses the shit out of me. I'm convinced they have any employees, like, which probably means they just make a shitload of, basically no SG&A. Like, I can't imagine that there's that many graders working there for the volumes that they're doing, but the economics might really work for a company that size. But
of course.
But the crazy thing is, like, they've been bought. Like, I always think about, like, man, what if like a private equity shop came in and just turned that whole shit around? It's already happened. That's who owns it now. So like, I don't understand their business at all.
Yeah.
It confuses me so much. I'm like, how are you in business? Bro, my economy sub, January of 2021. Okay. I got it back this past August.
Oof.
Yeah. With 0, maybe September, 18 months, right?
Yeah, it's the same with my PSA bulk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like, but it was literally like, I didn't, at least with like, it was like a black hole though. It was like, you didn't actually think you were going to get them back.
Yeah. With Beckett too, their volume was so much lower than these other companies. So it's like, what were you guys doing?
Not update the pop report ever. So who knows? Like, it's very, because all the databases are disconnected, right? So like, you get your like, even I taught this to someone the other day who's graded with Beckett forever of like how to like see your grades faster. Cause you like, how like, when you grade with Beckett and it like shows you that list and it has all the check boxes next to them, but it doesn't like tell you the grades and you have to push them into your repository, which is like basically your registry. And then you can go in and like see all the grades and serial numbers and shit. Like, it's literally a third website. It's a totally different place that like only exists when you do that. Like, it's a totally different screen and color scheme. And I'm like, did you guys just like leave a server running from like 2004 that like, that's what all it does is this? Like, I don't get it, dude. And I love them to death, man. And God, I love looking at these gold labels. This one I wanted to be a black.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
So bad. But
yeah.
Man,
I love that card.
Dude, this card is so good.
I read the whole manga because it just finished up.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Awesome.
It's pretty good.
Season 2 is coming fast.
Oh, that's 0.5 away too. Yeah, it's a great show.
This one got a 9 on surface. What the shit?
Yeah, like you're 0.5 away from a 10, right?
Oh, from a 10. Yeah.
Okay. God, that's
5.
Man. Yeah, I mean, the Beckett subs obviously are like the most luxurious for sure. Like, they're gorgeous, dude. They're
phenomenal,
gorgeous,
bro.
Yeah.
This one is got the price tag on it, but this one hurts.
Oh,
that one hurts real bad.
Jeez.
That one hurts real bad, and this one hurts real bad.
Oh, and yeah. What was that? Was that a perfect 10 at CGC?
This one hurts real bad too. Yeah, these were all perfect 10s.
Wow.
Perfects. Yep. Freaking 9.5 on corner. That doesn't happen with CGC.
I know that. Yeah.
Full of shit. Or with Weiss. You're full of shit.
Exactly. They are. They can't make it too easy, man. They can't.
I tell you, the surface, though, on a lot of these recent Weiss sets has been not good.
Really?
Not good. Yeah. And
Like
there's
dense or
just like hollow scuff or like on the signature, like a little bit of scuffing, and then that whole UV thing on the back where it has the ink spattering. It's like for real. It was on like 4 different sets. It was pretty significant, but this one I was surprised about. I bought a bundle when I bought a Charizard UPC.
That's the best.
And I fucking pulled this out of one box. Freaking case hit.
Oh yeah.
But I'm like, bro, 9 on surface. And it's just like there's no way to know. Like
it's like
you don't, it doesn't matter. You don't
I guarantee if you sent that to PSA, they just wouldn't care. They would just send it, dude. They don't they literally they'll spend 5 seconds like, oh yeah, no whitening, no scratch. Yep. Here we go. Yep, 10. It's like
you can retro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't min grade 9.5 on all of them because I was at the point where I was like, I'm sending them and I'm paying for it either way. So I might as well have it in the Beckett slab if it's going to be there. That was raw. That Baji was raw, but
yeah.
That and the Saber were raw.
I feel like with Beckett, what confuses me the most is like it feels like with how they grade and how many black labels there are and how many pristine 10s they grade, like it feels like they're trying to be the premium upper echelon of grading and like hyper subjectivity, and like that's their bag. But then they like try and compete with bulk pricing of these other companies, and it's like, well, what are you even trying to do? Like, what is it's like,
do you want to be
yeah, and then exactly, and it just feels like they're so confused. Like I feel like if you just optimize your website, make it super luxurious and so like all together, and like I don't even think you'd have to lower your grading prices down that much. I think people really would pay for the product that Beckett delivers on and for the grading that they deliver on.
The problem they're having is that, and they've always had this problem, but because of social media, it's becoming more apparent, is the issues with their actual slabbing process. Shit getting stuck in the freaking sleeve on the inside, shit being crooked. Like, do it with a little bit more excellence than you're doing now, because the product itself is really good. You just got to make sure the constituents of that product are just as good. But man, that is a little weird. I'm like, why? Do you want to be the premium product or not? Where do you want to sit in the market space?
And Nick makes a good point where he's like, got to do the cheap pricing for the alternative TCG, CCGs. That no one else grades. So that's a great point. That's a good point that I wasn't thinking about. I was thinking more like high end when it comes to grading.
There's some really cool stuff that they'll grade. Like it's
like make an alternative TCG special and then like focus on, I don't know. It's just like, there's just so much you can do. And like so much that PSA is doing too, with how often they're rebalancing and readjusting tiers and turnaround times. And it's like, I don't know, they all are to a certain extent, but it feels like PSA really is scaling and expanding across the country, across like the world in the future. They feel like they are really assuming the top dog position, whereas before it used to be Beckett and PSA for a long time. Even like 2016 were kind of at odds with each other, and so it's kind of interesting to me to see how far it feels like PSA is pulled ahead in a sense. But maybe you're right. Maybe they do run on Beckett runs on crazy margins for a small group of people and a smaller operation, so they don't need to scale and have hundreds of employees, and and they don't need to expand. Like, I'd love to know what's going on in there as much as you. That'd be nice.
CGC is just a monster, bro. I mean, they do so much stuff under that umbrella. There's a lot going on there. But seriously, they got to figure out pricing, because the best thing about CGC is the subgrades. And why do I have to pay 2 X to get subgrades now? It is so confusing. Like, if you're gonna do that, take bulk back to $7, and I will gladly play 20 like we were before for it with subgrades. But man, that stings, a little bit.
Yeah.
You start to really think about what you're spending on some of these cards. I'm like, I can't. That's why it's like, if I want to send, and that's the thing, if I want to send these like cards like this, SRs, triple rares, and I want to do it just for the intention of selling. The problem is I can't do a mixed, like, now it's not as bad because it's 25 card minimum, but I can't do a mixed bulk sub of things with subgrades and without subgrades. And if I'm grading it for my PC, I want it with subgrades. So
yeah.
Now what do I do? Like, now it's like, okay, well, I can ram different people together. When it was the 50 card minimum, oh my God, I was just chucking whatever in there.
Yeah.
Wow. But like, now I'm just like, I don't really want to do that. Like, the margin's the same if I sell it on Whatnot for $7, like I'm doing okay,
Yeah. Yeah. CGC, I'll always give respect. I think there's a place for them for sure.
Absolutely.
It's just for me, it's purely like aesthetic. I don't like it, but I'm not like, I know plenty of people who make plays with CGC all the time and do super well. And fast, pretty affordable. Like, I don't see nothing wrong. Really good product too. Like, the quality of the slab much clearer than like PSA and Beckett. They're solid, bro. They're solid. I just am like, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Oh, with the PSA, I love those. The PSA team bags.
You like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a bag and a half right there. I mean, it's a cool old card, but it's literally a CGC 8.5. I don't think this could sell if it's life dependent on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they look good. It's a great product.
It's so easy, so accessible to sub with them.
Yeah.
But like submission's so easy. Like, I don't know.
I'm sorry. Like, this is a crappy product all around. I just think it is. Like,
I think it is too, but I think it's a symptom of what they're scaling to. Like, it's just like how, yeah. I don't think it's like, I think it's like out of their control at this point.
Zero input cost product right here.
Yeah.
Like, as low as it gets. Like,
yeah.
I don't know, man.
Just with how much volume they do and how much time they probably have per card for the entire process, it'd be interesting to know that data. And whew, yeah,
sick though.
The Eevee,
yeah.
Nick's sad you're not a PSA fan or retro. Yeah.
No, man, I just don't. I own them still. I own them. Some are okay, but man.
Me and Nick are like PSA patriots.
I know. Shit, this is PWCC back. That's a good card.
Oh, nice.
It's a real good card.
That's sick.
See, like this, I
love that.
In a PSA.
The red on red, white on white a little bit. Yeah, that's nice.
I still got the damn PWCC sticker on the back of this from when I bought it.
Nice.
Dude, that freaking first PWCC auction when they freaking went over directly onto their website. I think
so many good deals.
That has a swirl, by the way. It's beautiful.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I bought like 100 slabs.
Dude, I was like, I didn't do pre-bids because I didn't understand the process on like anything. And then I just got to sit and watch. I got to sit and just watch. And I was like, but I did like a couple. I won a couple slabs that were like really good deals. But then, dude, everything else, it was just like, it was so painful. Like, that was one of the best like days I feel like in the hobby to pick up so many things.
It was
like that was crazy.
The crazy thing is, right now I'm still hitting doubles. Like, I'm still buying things and selling them for 2x.
Oh yeah.
Yo, I got that card for $44. That's pretty good.
Hell yeah.
That seems pretty good.
That seems solid.
Yeah.
It's not like the best like ever, but it's pretty solid. Which with how Japanese 9s have been.
Yeah, that was a PC card. So
yeah. I feel like yeah, I guess that is like because I always forget you're a 9 collector. I always forget.
Yeah.
Collect what you love, but do it intelligently.
Buying 9s and selling 10s, bro. Oh Lord. When was that? Yeah. October 2021. Can you believe that was over a year ago? Damn.
I know. Thrifty will give you 45 friends and family, by the way.
No, it's got a swirl that immediately puts it to 145.
Oof. Yikes, Thrifty. You just got denied.
PSA pub.
Ruthlessly.
No, I don't sell shit like that.
It's not worth selling.
It's literally not worth it. I just don't care.
Yeah.
Flareon Hollow, number 13.
I graded some Japanese Neo 10s.
Ooh.
And then I looked at the market and I was like, fuck. Like, it's like I just don't want to contribute to like the slaughter fest. Like, I'm just not selling a Dark Tyranitar for $200, bro, and a 10. Like,
bro, I can buy a CGC9 Japanese Hollow of basically any Pokemon I want for like $30 or under most of the time on auction. It's insane.
You're winning. You're winning when it comes to everything price wise with CGC9s.
Yeah, but like. Then it becomes this problem where you start buying too much shit.
Yep.
You don't get rid of it. Because like if you were buying 10s, I would be much more,
You'd have way less and you'd be more specific.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier and Rob was talking about it. Yeah. It's a good one. I'm just pulling cards off the shelf at this point. New phone cards are fun.
That's fire. Those are sick.
Yeah.
Nick said sell the T-Tar.
And
I mean, it's listed, bro. I'll take an offer, but
are you low list?
Hell no, not for that. I don't
just promote that shit. You'll be fine.
Yeah, it is promoted. I mean, it's been listed for a while. I just set it too high, but maybe it's fallen another 50% since I checked. Who knows? Like the Light Arcanine, like it's like, man, that's just that's such a that's one of the best set cards I feel like in that entire era. Yeah, ever even. So it's, I don't know. That's a hard one, but I need to let it. I probably need to let it go.
Yeah, there's some cards where you think about it. There's definitely some that I've gotten greedy on to my deck that I should just let go. Do you ever think about maybe you don't because you haven't done this, but there are some cards where I've gotten dumb offers and I decline them, and they're it's some of them are where I ended up selling it. It's oh man, that was just take the bird in the hand, bro. Someone just paid you 2x what you sold it for, So
I've had that before where it's I don't even want to say my cost basis on the Light Arcanine, where it's insane. So it's, I don't know. It just feels stupid not to sell.
Yeah, you just take the offer.
Yeah, just I could take literally any offer and make money. they could lowball me by 75% and I'd make money. So it's
those are the best.
Yeah.
I tell you, the low balls are getting bold lately, though. My God.
Oh, they are. But today, it's kind of crazy seeing what Japanese 9s can sell for. I sold a hollow lightning energy from the McDonald's promo set, right?
Yeah.
I hit a 9 on that. Thought I would get absolutely decimated. Never would sell. It sold today for $50. Like $50 for a 9 hollow energy, and the 10 sold for like this 10 sold for like 70 or 80. Like the 10,
crazy,
like,
right?
And then somebody just picks up the 9 for 50. It's like, holy shit. And then they're like, hey, can I get the 10 of the fire energy for 80? I'm like, hell yeah, you can. Like, of course. Saving on shipping now too. Like, come on, man. Like it's like, I don't know. The fact like to spend $50 on a hollow energy, like I don't know. Dude. Yeah, it's what Nick said. 9s are definitely still plus EV if you're in super cheap.
Yeah.
Because I had bought like the non-hollows plus the hollow, and then for like each energy type. So like the fire, water, and electric, I bought like all of them. Yeah. So like I triple sequential 10 the hollows, and then that just like everything was just like, oh yeah, we're good. Yeah. We're good. And then I sold like some of the non-hollows for like 80, some for like 50, and then the hollow. It's just like you can do. There's so many different things you can do. Like it's crazy, and it is cool though. It is cool that Japanese 9s are so affordable for people like you who will just pick them up for $40. It's a gorgeous card. It's like that's kind of like this is the peak of this card for me. Yeah. It's Japanese and it's a 9, so it's like, and it's $40. Like,
and it has a swirl. Come on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude.
That makes total sense. Like it's how your brain rationalizes it, right? Like your brain has started to rationalize things as like 9 is like what you think about and what you kind of like fantasize of. And like all of your experiences with pricing and your feelings about pricing gets like automated, like it's kind of automated to that, like set at the 9. The 9s, whereas for me it's like 10, and that's all I think about is 10s, and then how much each of these cards are in 10s. So my brain just kind of rationalizes, oh, 10 is what I want. 10 is, and sometimes I think about it, like I've had these debates within myself, like, do I want to collect 10s because I really want a mint condition card, gem mint, I want the label, or is it because 10s are what make me money, so my brain has rationalized 10s as being good?
Like if I get more with PSA now and sold more 10s, would I have a different view? Yeah, it's really interesting to think.
And that's what I thought about. It's like, so I kind of get myself twisted, like, do I really like the 10, or do I like the money that I know I'm making by grading a 10 across like a bunch of different eras? So it's like, I don't know. It's interesting. It's really interesting.
How you assign it, like psychologically, like thinking about holding value over time, even if you don't like. There's a subconscious element that's going to probably think about that sometimes. So
yeah.
That's the thing, though. I could sell all these damn 9s. There's only one thing in my whole damn collection that I'd want to keep if I had to sell it all. It'd be easy. What
would that be? Is it the Chari?
What's this?
A blank piece of paper? Oh, not a blank piece. Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, dude. This
nice.
Is fun. I think I might get it professionally framed at some point and put it on the wall. But
who's it signed by?
Himeno, bro. It's illustrated by Himeno and it's signed by Himeno.
Wow.
Is like World Hobby Fair, like early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s.
That's awesome.
It's one of the cool. There's like
that's really fucking sick
that we know of. Gem mint.
3 or 4?
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Those like don't exist.
Oh gosh.
Flyer's got one. Gem's got one. Azul Ryu's got one, and I think that's the only ones we know of. Because I bought that one from Water because he had 2. Yeah, dude. That thing is just like, I look at it every day. I'm like,
yeah.
How do I own this? I am one of a very small group of people who own that.
Yeah. That's really cool, dude. That's really cool.
That's what's fun. It's all because I've been such an art collector my entire life. That was just like, it was the perfect thing. And
yeah.
The same price as a lot of PSA 10 cards out there, right? Like, it's like, come on, bro. Like that. Come on. Crazy.
Yeah, that's nuts. That's probably my favorite part about the cards is like the artist appreciation and like getting really into artists. Like when I start looking at cards and know exactly who illustrated them and then finding new ones by them, like new comments or uncommon, even if I don't collect it or don't buy it, it's still so cool to see. Like that's a simple pleasure in the hobby that I really get a lot out of.
That's one of my goals to start next year is I'm going to do regardless of condition. So I'm going to basically try to do it as cheap as possible while they still display fine in a binder. Full Himeno, every single card.
Nice.
Now that's going to be hard.
That's a lot.
It's a shit ton. And there's going to be some hard ones because there's some stuff she's done, but I think it's going to be that's like my next long-term goal that I want to work on. Which is my first like non-slab goal in a while.
I think that's good. That's cool.
Binders over there, and I'm like, I want to get back to that.
Yeah, I think thinking about all the cards she's done, I don't think it should be that hard in Japanese if you're just looking for something that is displayable. Because you don't have to include any of the EXs, level X's, gold stars, like any shinings or any of that kind of stuff. So that's nice. It'll be like a lot of hollows and commons and uncommons and stuff, which will be cool.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it depends how crazy I get with it. Like if it's truly everything. So I'm trying to think. There's some stuff out there I know that she's done that, like, you know, like then I would have to get like a Nadawaka Pikachu or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Like that. Like,
oh, true.
Depends how crazy we get, but I would like to go for it. Yeah,
I forgot about those.
Yeah. Like that. I mean, that's not so bad. I mean, shit. Yeah. I would buy that slab, and it's a dumb price. It's just a nice card. It just bottom. They all have that bottom corner shit because of how. Yeah. So we can't slab it, so we don't. Oh Lord! How much super chat to get a live go? Oh my God! Oh man! I wish I could kick flip still. When I was a kid, I used to skateboard a little bit. That sucked. I just hung up my other one finally. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I had 5 of those. I freaking love those things.
Holy shit, bro.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I know.
That's a lot of expensive skateboards.
I know. Well, some of them are like, I got them like the first ones, like the Gyarados is like the first one, the Togepi. But yeah, I've had to like control myself from buying them all because they're really, that's why I say like the stuff on my walls, like the art and those boards and stuff, I like way more than like owning cards of an equivalent value.
Really?
Yeah, like there's a Gickley print of like the Evolutions from Kish Campman. There's like this, you know, piece of art that I had done for me that's the light Jolteon and like some shit like that. Like I like that stuff. Like that's really cool to me. I don't know. Like these back here, these 4 mini art boards of the starters.
Mm-hmm.
Like from this chick in the Netherlands, and then she like freaking blew up.
That's sick.
Yeah,
that's sick.
I've collected my whole life, so
I like some like anime merchandising and art and stuff. Like, let me grab it. But I bought these while I was in New York, but they were like they're illustration books for the Tokyo Ghoul mangas.
Yes.
Like they were way too expensive, but it's just like flipping through and it's just like all the gorgeous cover arts they did and like different character concepts and man, yeah, but I haven't really gotten past this when it comes to like, oh, that's nice. That's sick. Yeah,
Bro.
yeah, that's sick. Like I haven't gotten into physical stuff much more than that, much more outside of like manga stuff and anime stuff, but I probably will. It's probably just like a maturing thing. Oh, that's
you figure out your taste, you know, and it's part of like, you know, my mom is a huge art collector, so I grew up around art a lot, and I have collected art. Like that's honestly how I first interacted with heritage, was because I was collecting art, you know, stuff like Mark Drew,
it's interesting.
Matt Gondek, and like some of those more like pop culture artists that I really like. You know, I was buying their stuff there or directly. So I've even like during the pandemic, it was wild, dude, because like assets just exploded right everywhere, not just cards. So I was able to like sell some stuff and then get some really cool ones later. So I have some of that. I just love art. I think it's what draws me into Pokemon, and then like extrapolates out to I love like supporting artists, and I have some really cool pieces. My mom has like a museum grade collection of art.
Really?
Like
that's really cool.
Like goes to fucking Art Basel and like buys that shit, you know, like
wow.
You know, and like tries to find like undervalued artists and stuff she really likes. Like the same thing we do, but
yeah. That's awesome.
And so I grew up around that. So I'm really in tune with the art market. My buddy like started this thing that like repurposes walls around the city and turns them into huge murals, and like brings in all of these artists from all over the world that are, you know, it's so cool. Like shit like that really gets me going. It's super fun. I like it a lot. So.
We have some cool local shit like that here. I love it. It's very cool seeing what people can do. Like what artists. Huh?
That's why I have so many tattoos, because it's like art. You know, I just want to like
I
canvas, bro.
Dude, once I'm gonna open a wormhole whenever I get my first tat.
Yeah, you are.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. I'm like pushing it off because like, but now it's like, because it used to be like, oh, it's so expensive, and now I'm just like, well, there isn't much holding me back. But like,
it's hard and it pays for my whole tattoo at the end.
It's like, but it's like you know, it's funny like where my mom, like how my mom raised me and like where she came from and like what tattoos meant where she was growing up, and like it's like, so she's always been like disgusted by the idea. So I've never like I know other people's parents who like go and get tattoos with them and matching tattoos and like stuff. So it's like, I don't know. Tattoos are really cool though. I'd want it to be very like artistic though, not just like you know, something stupid.
No, they all have significant meaning for me.
Yeah.
They've gotten more and more artistic over time. I will get a Pokemon one at some point, but it's like I have it like it's like an artist's drawing in tattoo style that I'm gonna do. It's a Gyarados. If I do it,
oh, nice.
Sick.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Be a fun leg piece. But yeah, I've stayed away. I just have the one, like, it's kind of dumb, but just the one Harry Potter tattoo for like pop culture stuff. But yeah, I'm addicted. I love them.
Do you feel like you have to like cover them up or no?
No, not at all.
That's good.
No, yeah. Especially now, it's just like a lost cause because it's all like, yeah, like it starts here, you know. So it's like whatever. Yeah, screw it.
Hell yeah, that's fire.
Yeah, it was interesting, like working directly with clients when I was in wealth management. Like,
a t-shirt on.
Like, yo, like, if you're gonna judge me for that, like, yeah, you're not gonna be my client. Don't work with shitty people like that. Come on. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, don't judge me. So like that's
awesome.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, my whole team has them, so it's all normal.
Good shit.
Normal at this point, I feel like. So Nick goes tattoo your entire face like a Pokeball. Oh my god. Oh my lord.
Oh, that would be goated. Garatina, Palkia, and Dialga fighting an entire back tattoo. Oh my god.
Oh,
Don't even let me think about that, dude. Oh,
crazy shit.
Yeah, I would definitely have to do some big Pokemon thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'd ever regret it, just because it's like, it's hard for me to see myself ever being uninterested in Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like, it's just been the biggest,
story, bro. It
really is. It's like scary how much of my life and actions and even personality to an extent has been wrapped up in a multinational IP that I have like no influence on and have no like, you know what I mean? That like I don't even matter to that. You know, it's just so interesting how, we play in Gen 40 with the grandkids. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
They're just going to start remaking Pokemon into random objects at that point. They're going to have completely run out of animals. There are no animal-like things. You're just going to have wheelbarrows and fucking tires, and you're just give up at that point.
Yeah.
There's going to be no real Pokemon. I can't even keep up.
They're fun.
That's funny Nesto says that, because my first tattoo was my biggest one, and it's my back. Just full scent. Yeah.
That's fire. And then Nick said, your 19 dog interest change. Yeah, but like your childhood never changes. Like where you came from and like where you started, that'll never change.
I got my first tattoo when I was 19.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was after my first year of college.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's sick.
It's just as meaningful as when I got it. So, yeah. You're interesting.
Yeah.
It means something.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Yo, that's funny.
Oh, man.
Oh.
I feel like I need to let you go to bed, bro.
I feel like I should call it, even though I don't want to. Nothing like 5 hours on a weekday. Just chill.
I know. You see, we're chilling, but I don't know. If you wake up at 5 a.m., bro, this clock ain't looking good for you, my friend.
You know. What do you got going on tomorrow or today?
I have class, and then just going to be doing a lot of listing and drafting. It sucks when the weather gets shitty because like I can't take nice pictures outside anymore. It's so painful because it's like I feel like that's kind of what I've built my Instagram up as, like a nice picture outside against like a hedge of leaves or whatever. And that's what you can expect. But now it's like I had to take some pictures inside, like against my window. It's like, ew. So it looks wacky. Like there's nothing like a vibrant with the sunlight and then like against like a green vibrance.
I know.
So
you take pictures. I suck at taking pictures. I need to get my ass out into the wild and take the pictures. By the way, my I was thinking about my my Japan plug just messaged me.
Oh boy.
Like boxes are at like 59. So I can get my stock around 55.
Wow.
And keep waiting for the hype to die down and look for a bulk seller with a discount. Dude's
wow. Good shit, dude. That I'm not surprised. Like it was funny how I told you earlier, I just saw them selling for like 70 and now they're at 60 and it's like, man. But on eBay right now, 100, 105. Like that's crazy, bro.
My box just shipped from Amazon Japan.
Oh, are you just gonna rip that for yourself?
Probably.
Or are you gonna like keep it? Okay.
That's actually usually the ones that come from Amazon are not the ones you want to put on the shelf. So I'll probably rip that.
True. That's a good point.
Yeah.
They ship it in like a little bubble mailer.
Yeah, usually. Actually, no, they do that cardboard thing.
They ship me them in bubble mailers.
Japan Amazon or
you're right. Regular Amazon.
Amazon, dog shit. And I just got to confuse my head. But Japanese Amazon, it's like that piece of cardboard with like the plastic wrap over it, and then
that's nice.
It like cellophane sucks it in a little bit. But
nice.
Dude, that one was $55. But you can only buy one. So but 55 shipped from Japan. Not bad.
Yeah, it's not going to get much better. It's like what? It's going to go to like 45 probably at the lows, like 40 if they really get a ton of print waves. Like that's like, I don't know. There's definitely like there's not a bottom, but there's kind of, essentially.
People haven't even interacted with the set yet,
I know.
Like, yes, all the leaks look crazy, but like doesn't mean that
it's crazy that it's 500 yen. You could buy it 500 yen from retail right now, and the set just came out. Like from where it started pre-ordering. Like Japan is really killing. They're really killing it with what they're doing and how they're printing things. I think those specialty sets are made to be enjoyed by tens of thousands of people and not stonked. And like I think that's their goal, is to just like get it out, because none of it has any kind of meta relevancy. It's all reprints. It's all just for collectors. So it's like a lot of people who want to collect this stuff affordably, it's like great for them. Obviously it's not good for flippers or investors or people trying to make money, but you don't always have to pander to them. It's good to like give a set to collectors every once in a while. Like you don't have to make an Eevee Heroes and short print it so that people keep buying your product like they would buy Eevee Heroes because they expect the same thing to happen. Like it's like, dude, it's just like they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They keep you on your toes. It's like they know they'll sell a decent amount of Eevee Heroes, but not go too far, because that keeps the interest and that keeps people feeling good about what they're buying. And then they go and print the shit out of V-Star Universe because they know how accessible that product is and how much demand it has. Like, I don't know, dude. Yeah. No, and Nick, you're right, but I'm not talking about grading or anything. Like when these sets go down to $40 and $45, like, this sucks for the stores trying to sell them because they're like taking a loss, but it's great for collectors and people picking up singles. Obviously, it's going to be great for people who are trying to grade with CGC or PSA or whoever. And sure, you're going to be able to get to it at like a $40 to $45 entry price if you want to hold it for a year or 2 years. But my point is, it gets down to those prices, and that's like really good for people who actually want to collect the set. Yeah, because it gets down, like, obviously it's just like a win for everybody essentially. Yeah.
That's been the hard part about only really doing breaks now, is before I was grading so much because like I was opening a lot for myself, honestly. Yeah. And I've just been opening less for myself. This set, I mean, I have to break some of them because it'll be super fun and people are like not able to access this at a reasonable price. But how much do you think the gold Giratina is going for right now?
Oh, I have no idea. That's a good question. I would guess like, I mean, it depends on pull rates. Like 250.
It's like 180 on YouTube.
Wow, 180. 25. See, it's just gonna keep. Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna scoop those.
Oh, you can like.
It's time to buy right now and express them to PSA. Jesus, way better than the alt art. Holy
fucking Charizard V is $35.
The sleepy one?
Yeah,
it's already 35.
Yeah, the V stars double that. It's 70.
Oh man, I wonder what they would be without the UPCs on like this side of the market.
They were Japanese exclusive.
Yeah, or they just came out in like Crown Zenith.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
First, yeah, that would be.
Dude, it's time, man. That's what I'm saying. It's great for like this is just a good set where Pokemon just hammers it in, and we just get to eat some fire. So good.
Yeah, I can buy the Mandarin duck for 300 yen though.
Yeah. That's
Bro, the set's is gonna be so interesting.
It will. I think it's just Climax Part 2, bro. Oh, these. Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Thrifty, you didn't like. Come on.
That's crazy. That Moltres card, that like beautiful card.
Card's gorgeous.
It's like $1.
Right now, it's $1 right now.
$1.48. Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
I know. That's what I'm saying, dude.
This is exactly what happened with Climax. The stores listed so low because they knew how much supply there was.
Yeah.
But like, do you think that card is not going to get eaten up at $1?
Oh my god. Yeah.
That's going to get. Yeah.
Might already be. We'll see how the stock. Yeah.
Holy shit,
dude. Yeah. Some of these are crazy. I mean, they're so cheap. Like everyone wins here. Yeah. His point is retro.
And I guess I shouldn't have said it's more bad for the people who pre-order was my point. The people who pre-order on the first, because or people who are buying this thinking it was going to be like going to the moon pre-ordering because I don't think there's much of that anymore, but those people they're gonna get fucked by a set like this. Excuse my language. But
if you want one box to like open or whatever to have fun, yeah, that's cool. It's but dude, like, who is like? I was like talking to one of my streamer friends and like what he got them at. I was like, shit, bro. I brought them off a retail site and I got them for 2/3 of that. So
one of my friends bought 70 just from like drops from Japanese card stores who like sell internationally. He got like 70 of them.
What was his cost basis?
Huh?
What was his average cost basis?
Oh, I have no idea. It was probably like low 60s, I think.
Okay.
It was probably like low 60s. But yeah, so I have no idea. Hopefully he gets them all in quick. Just like you.
Break it off.
But you're gonna crush it no matter what because people want to open these packs.
Oh yeah, like if I buy a case at $55 a box, like it doesn't matter. I'll break those at 70 all day long. At that point, who cares?
Yeah.
It'll be fun, or 75 shipped or whatever.
Yeah.
Off the gate, probably
$7 a pack. Keep it pushing. Yeah, there you go.
People just buy the whole box. It'll
buy the whole box.
Yeah. I don't even have to make a post. I just put it on my story and it sells out, bro. It's crazy. The breaks have been wild, dude.
I mean, with how much you post, I feel like you get like the algorithm really loves you in your feed.
I don't look at my analytics a ton, but I post 3 times a week and I hit my story and I try to.
You hit your story so much.
Yeah, I try. There's a lot of weird stuff though, like because I put like YouTube links in there, and like I don't think Instagram likes that because you're pulling people away from the platform, so it's like better to direct message them that shit. But like I don't know. I don't think about it that much because I just
that's interesting.
There's a lot of like weird things like that where it's just, man, dude, I'm gonna buy singles from this set. This might be the first time in a while I do that.
Yeah, I might have to hit buy after this.
Yeah, dude. Leafeon V-Star is also $35.
Oh, that's a nice one. Come on, bro.
The Entei is like $10. I wonder what they are in Bahia. Yeah. The Glaceon's the hot one. Or well, no, that's the same as the Leafeon. It's like $35.
What's going to be the hottest one?
That
for the regular alts.
It's got to be the Charizard V-Star.
But even that's just 70. The chase alt is like 70. That's box price.
That's box price. Well, the gold though.
But then that is like 2.5 boxes. It's like oh my god, dude. This is stop saying that word. I could say it on Rock Stream.
The Dialga is like 75.
Oh, I'm scooping that shit quick. Come on. That's my guy.
Yeah, Dialga's 75. Arceus is like looks like maybe 150.
Dude, those are that set is
like
beautiful. They are beautiful, man.
Those
like,
are really cool.
I haven't
looked at any of these really like deep. Those are gonna be sick to see in person, bro.
Because it's like has the gold glitter, but then it also it's gonna have the texturing of like an altar, like. Ah, man. Yo. These are so cool.
Full swing in Japan right now. Full swing.
As usual, bro.
Rip it all, send it in.
They crush it.
They do. They do. I wonder what they are on eBay. It's got to be hilarious.
Oh, I'm checking souls just for the Dialga.
Yeah.
I don't see any selling. Oof. It's going to get dark fast.
125 OBO. New listing.
Oh, here we go. 148, 140. That's it. The only sales on eBay right now. Oh. Yikes.
Crazy.
That's funny.
It's going to get hilarious.
It is. I bet it's probably I bet their pull rates aren't as hard again, or maybe it's like 1 in 4 boxes.
The hard part is that there's just so many.
Well, with the golds, there's only 4. So that's the thing with the golds.
Golds. I thought you meant.
Yeah. Because you get like one of the obviously SARs, right? Special art rares.
Yeah.
Which are like the alt arts. Every box, right? But then these golds, if you get them 1 in 4 a box, and there's 4 of them, you're supposed to get them in like a case. You know what I mean? Like that's like if there's like if you get 4 or 5, like I don't know, that's not that hard to pull.
I forgot about the Charizard, the shining one, the K.
Oh yeah, the Radiant, right?
Radiant, yeah, I totally forgot about that.
What is that? It's gonna be in like every box. like Pokemon Go.
Yeah. I mean, it's $7, so that'll be going down.
No. Hey, the people who listed quick today on eBay did really well.
Yeah,
because they were selling all these like sub $10 cards for like $20, $30.
It's not the Lapras. I can buy that right now for $1. So
yeah, I'm like pick up that Dunsparce for 50 cents. Thank you.
Ooh.
Dunsparce is so good. I love it. Even on eBay, it sells for like $8, $7, $7, $7, $5. Like, but they're all from Japan, so I wonder how much it would be to ship. Is it worth it?
A lot of them are free shipping right now.
Yeah, they're free. So like a $5 listing from Japan to the US for like how much?
It's going in one of those PWEs that's like not that expensive, you know.
Yeah,
it's probably like 80 cents.
You can do that internationally, PWEs.
Yeah, it's like they're different from Japan, but they kind of look like a PWE. They're a little longer and they're like brown. It's like their standard envelope.
Yeah. Okay.
Kind of shitload of those.
Okay.
Some cool ones. Here we go. Sleepy Charizard, $67.99. Best offer. 10 available.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch for sure.
Save up to 5% if you buy more.
Oof.
Nice. Send it all. Send it all. Shit. Oh my god. All right. I should quit because if I don't, I'm like not tired, but if I don't, I'm fucked tomorrow and I got like
you need to
it's not the So, dude, this was awesome. Thank you.
It was
Do this again, man. It was so much fun.
I'm hella down, dude. Thank you for bringing me on. It was a blast.
This is so good.
Love talking to y'all. Yeah.
Yeah, chat. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the best.
Facts.
So,
The homies.
go buy those V-Star Universe singles. Send them at the $15 special. That's on December 31st. Flood the pop. Lose a bunch of money. Send
Let's
it.
go. Let's go.
All right, y'all. Be good. Signing off. Deuces.
Deuces.